Chapter 441 The Rain Stops. Yu Shiwen, who has 3 more powers, is a 4-element power user. Dual-element powers are so rare, who would have thought that she would become a 4-element power user? Now I wonder who dares to say that women are easy to bully. According to me, I have to give all women a wood-element power, so that they won't be bullied. Siapura left a small seed of the power tree provided by the coke base. Now it has sprouted and borne fruit in her space. I believe that the first batch of fruits will be picked soon. However, if women want to be strong, they cannot rely on military strength alone. It is more important to be strong on the spiritual level. She asked everyone to attend the class. On the one hand, she also wanted to improve their ideological awareness. She hoped that day would come soon. We should celebrate, Siapura suggested, with a gleam in her eyes. What are you celebrating? Yu Shiwen forced herself to pretend to be calm, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Of course, you have obtained 3 superpowers. This is a great event. As Siapura was talking, she was thinking about how to celebrate. How do you want to celebrate? Tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I work hard tonight, and tomorrow we can go for a SPA and go shopping. Yu Shiwen pouted. Isn't this bad? How about celebrating while fishing? Then we can have a good day. Will you take the kids with you? Siapura's question was sharp. When they returned to the B&B, they were no longer energetic young people, but mothers of 3 who made anyone cry and feel sad. Just as Yu Shiwen was about to answer, Siapura's cell phone, which she had casually placed on the table, began to ring. Take the call first, Yu Shiwen said. Siapura reached out to the cell phone on the table and swiped her finger across the screen. The top showed that it was Shirju video call. After answering the call, the 2 faces squeezed in front of the screen. Siapura and Yu Shiwen were silent and enjoyed the free performance for a while. What's wrong with you two? Finally, Siapura couldn't help it. Really, you become a soldier of the people. But you still don't restrain yourself. At least you should pretend. Sister? Chihua saw Siapura's face on the screen, screamed, and pulled Shirju back. Stop it. Stop it. It's connected. Sister. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Shirju cooperated and walked back. Chihua walked forward with the phone. He took it a little further away, found a designated place to put the phone, and then ran back to the team. All the team members stood in a row outside. Qian Wuxuang and Chu Ling stood in the middle. And Siapura noticed that the 8 of them were wearing the same clothes. This outfit is not unfamiliar. I often see Chiokan wearing similar clothes. But the details of their clothes are not as exquisite as Chiokan. The 8 people saluted to the camera, and their expressions looked more serious than usual. Siapura was stunned for a moment, then smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, you also have a stable job. We have to thank the boss for the introduction, otherwise. How could we enter the base so quickly? Chu Ling stepped forward and picked up the phone. I was used to calling him boss on the cruise ship, and I couldn't change my words, so I just didn't change them. Siapura didn't care about the title, any name would do. You guys worked hard, I just pushed you at most, I didn't do anything. As soon as she finished speaking, Siapura was stunned looking at the other side of the screen. She saw the raindrops falling outside suddenly stopped, as if it was stopped by magic in an instant, so fast that it was unbelievable. Chu Ling thought the video was stuck, and shouted a few times from the other side, but Siapura didn't respond. What's wrong? Yu Shiwen noticed Siapura's strangeness, and walked over. Look, has the rain stopped outside? Siapura handed her the phone, and her eyes never left the screen. It seems to be true. Chihua followed her words, and looked behind the background. Chu Ling, can you take your phone outside to take some pictures? We seem to see that the rain has stopped. Okay. Chu Ling responded, holding the phone in hand, quickly walked outside with the team members. As they moved, they clearly saw the rain disappearing silently from the air. Only a few water stains on the ground were still reflecting the faint light. The air was filled with the fragrance of soul, with a hint of fresh air, making people feel refreshed. Wow! It really stopped, the team members exclaimed, looking up at the sky, as if they didn't want to believe that the change was so rapid. Only the rain stopped, and the hail continued to fall. Siapura asked, what is the temperature outside now? I feel not much different from when we got on the cruise ship. It should be about -10 degrees. Oh, Siapura seemed to be thinking about something. Sister, we wanted to tell you today that we are going to go on a mission. It's just right that the rain has stopped, so it will be more convenient for us to go on a mission. On a mission? Siapura wanted to ask what they were going to do. But she held back and finally said, "Be careful." She said a few more words to them and hung up the phone. Facing Yushiwan eyes, Siapura said helplessly, "The rain has stopped. Do you think it's a good thing?" Yushiwan confessed, "I don't know." Siapura took Yushiwan to the outside of the B&B, and the two stood in silence for a while. Back in the yard, Siapura took her phone to see the residents' reactions when the rain stopped. The B&B group was active, but no one cared that the rain outside kept stopping. There were only a few words, and everyone just said a few words happily in the group like they were going through the process. And then, there was no movement. Come to think of it, the impact of rainy days on B&B residents was nothing but not being able to go out. They ate and drank as they should in the B&B, and were happy every day. Low consumption. High returns bring happiness. Every day. You can see residents on the street carrying a bag of snacks from the supermarket in their left hand and eating a snack in their right hand. When talking with friends, we usually discuss where to go tomorrow. Whether to buy some vegetables to cook at home and take them out for a picnic. Living in a homestay. Low consumption can give people a high value return. And it seems that there is almost no trouble for everyone. In normal times, you can do some planting tasks, fight some zombies, and rest comfortably during natural disasters. There are many people with this mentality. Everyone's awareness of prevention has generally improved. That's why they can be so comfortable during natural disasters. Soon, the price will be raised to the same level as the bases. I don't know how long this comfortable time will last. Siapura was lost in thought. I don't know when Yushiwan sat next to her, and was holding her phone to share with her the reactions of people in other bases to natural disasters. Look! Look! Everyone is discussing it excitedly, thinking that the rain has stopped and the hail will stop soon. Siapura gave a bitter smile, because she just thought that the fastest way to get information was to draw cards. She clicked in, and then she drew. Chapter 442 Rain Shield. Rain Shield. The rain shield will automatically open, and disappear automatically after the natural disaster ends, and can withstand any rain after opening. Siapura felt that she was going to be busy again. Standing by the window, and looking outside, natural disasters are nothing more than those. Siapura figured out in a few seconds when the thing she drew could be used. Yushiwan came to her side. "What's wrong?" Observing Xiao Pu Tao's expression, noticing her little movements, guessing that the current situation is not as blindly optimistic as the residents thought. "Did you discover something or think of something?" Siapura changed her words. "I suspect there will be acid rain in future natural disasters, because I just got the rainproof equipment." Now that the rain has stopped, she just got the rainproof equipment, which means that this must not be ordinary rain, but something harmful to the human body otherwise. She could have drawn the rainproof equipment from the beginning. Drawing this kind of protective defense device, plus it is related to rain, Siapura first thought is acid rain. The rain just stopped. I didn't get the rainproof equipment before, but I got it now. I feel that it is almost certainly acid rain. Or something more harmful. She frowned, and said what she felt. Yushiwan looked up at the sky in the distance from the window with concern. She didn't see anything different, and was a little worried. Little Grape's information was always accurate. She had previously wondered if she got the information from somewhere else. Yushiwan understood from what she said just now. It turned out that she guessed it based on the things she bought. But it was precisely because the previous guess was very accurate, and the materials provided were also very timely, that her words were more accurate. Yushiwan had a hunch that, whether it was acid rain or something else, it was definitely something that humans could not resist with their current strength. Siapura pulled Yushiwan back to the yard, took out the computer from the space, and began to search for information. She could ask M80 to provide her with information directly. But Yushiwan would not be able to see it. In order to discuss this issue with more people, she thought it would be better to use a computer to check it. Yushiwan knew what she was going to do when she saw her take out the computer, and quietly stood by without disturbing her. A pair of hands tapped on the keyboard, and soon found the records of acid rain in history. The search found that acid rain in history was produced with smog, and smog generally causes harm to the human body. Let's not talk about any harm for now. Let's just say that the smoke in the end times will be the same as the smoke in the records. How does acid rain come from? Acid rain is not rain with a sour taste, but rain with corrosiveness. It is many times stronger than acidic substances such as vinegar or ketchup, and can dissolve and corrode many things. Buildings, roads, plants, even people. Siapura frowned and stared at the computer screen, thinking about the connection between these information, and the source of acid rain. Environmental pollution? Abnormal climate? Yu Shiwen and Siapura looked at each other. Chemical plant. Besides that, Siapura had another thought in her mind. It took her a lot of time to purify the seawater before. The formation of acid rain is definitely not short-term. If there is a problem with the seawater or other macro environment, it is also possible that acid rain is formed. Will anyone still take care of the people in the chemical plant after the end of the world? Yu Shiwen shook his head. The end of the world broke out suddenly. Even the country can't take care of itself. Who will take care of the chemical plant? Siapuru immediately asked M80 to find the largest chemical plant in China, and planned to go there in the next 2 days. M80, by the way. Host. The natural disaster has passed, and the cruise ship has turned back into an RV. What? Siapura was petrified. Another bolt from the blue. The two faced each other, and both felt heavy in their hearts. Siapura was not very happy, and said with a sour face, I thought I could have a few days of peace and quiet. Yu Shiwen's excitement at having just obtained the superpower also subsided, and he could no longer be excited. I report to the base, and see how the base responds. Yu Shiwen did what she said, and immediately took out her mobile phone to report to her superior. Her direct superior heard that the news was given by the store owner, and reported it to the higher level immediately. While waiting for the result, Siapuru and Yu Shiwen stayed in one place, waiting quietly. If there is really acid rain, can the BNB and the base be spared? Siapura glanced at Yu Shiwen, knowing that this issue is very important to everyone. Yes, I can only ensure the safety of residents within my scope. Half an hour later, Yu Shiwen received a call. At this time, Siapura wanted to take a look at the animal she had seen in the past 2 days. So she asked M80 to put the projection screen on to take a look. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and she carefully observed the movements on the other side of the screen. She looked around vigilantly, with an uneasy light flashing in her eyes. She noticed a young fox, whose whole body was red, surrounded by a group of foxes. The furry little body seemed particularly fragile among its companions. It lowered its head and stared around with its big wet eyes, as if it was alert to its surroundings. This scene made Siapura heart tense for no reason. Many details told her that the atmosphere among the animals seemed to be more agitated than the last time she came. The agitation of the animals was not only an instinctive reaction to potential threats from the outside world, but also a deep perception of the laws of nature. Yu Shiwen walked back, holding the phone call that had just ended in her hand, and her tone was full of tension and uneasiness. The base has taken action. During this period, the base will quickly transfer the survivors of the base scattered nearby back to the central base for refuge. Siapura asked in a low voice, Can the manager of the private base agree? Yu Shiwen said seriously, If they don't agree, we can only attack by force. There is no better choice. War is not a good thing for anyone. For the central base, it is also difficult to force the survivors back to the base, but they all know that this is a last resort. As soon as she finished speaking, Siapura's heart sank suddenly. She knew that this was not just an ordinary sentence, but it meant that the rescue countdown was about to begin. This is the base taking action. It is an adventure in which man must triumph over nature. This is what a people-oriented country must do. Siapura looked up, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. I hope the acid rain can fall more slowly. It is still hailstorming now. If the base wants to rescue, it must drive a car to support. Hailstorm is easy to deal with, as long as a small modification is made to the roof. The car can be prevented from being smashed and damaged by hailstorms. It is not certain whether the base has so many cars. Chapter 443 BNB and Base Upgrades. She could drive the car rental company to various bases, but the rental cars provided by the BNB would definitely not be able to withstand acid rain. This means that the people who go out to rescue can only race against time. Time is life. Yu Shiwen took a deep breath and made her voice sound firm. Don't worry so much, it's just a guess, it may not be acid rain. Why are you comforting me? Siapuru's eyebrows relaxed. Yu Shiwen was obviously worried, but she was comforting herself? It's my duty. Yu Shiwen forced a smile, which was uglier than crying. Are you going on a mission too? I'm not going. Yu Shiwen was just about to tell her about this. My ability has not been reported to the higher-ups yet. According to the regulations, I will be taken to have my physical condition checked. Siapuro, are you going home then? I take the subway back later. Okay. Siapuro lowered her head, thinking that she could only go to the chemical plant by herself. And she also thought that it would be nice if there was someone to talk to her. How about I come to see you when I come back? Yu Shiwen looked at her little emotional fluctuations and smiled. Hey. You look so lost. Yu Shiwen tapped Siapura's face with his fingers, bringing her back to her emotions. Siapura's eyes trembled slightly. If I'm still here when you come back, let's go to the chemical plant together. She can go alone. But she may not meet anyone along the way, and it will be boring. The most important thing is that she doesn't know much about chemistry, and she has already returned what she learned to the teacher, bringing Yu Shiwen an extra pair of eyes. She can always see something together. This is the power of the masses. Right. Yu Shiwen went to the base. And she went to the base before she had time to celebrate her becoming a 4-element superpower. The homestay has not been upgraded yet. And I will see if I can take people with me in the RV after it is upgraded. If I can't bring people, there is a solution. At worst, I can get a car from the rental car company and bring more supplies for storage. I casually glanced at the current number of employees on the panel, and it's still a little short, probably because some employees haven't joined yet, and I guess it will be better after today and tomorrow. I was bored like an empty-nest old man, and started to draw cards. I wanted to see if there were any equipment and supplies that could be drawn, even if it was defensive equipment attached to the car. Unfortunately, there was none, and I got nothing. I took a shower, and went to sleep without much interest. I woke up naturally. I sat up in bed and stretched. The first thing I did was to check if the employees had completed their employment. I clicked to upgrade when I saw the conditions were met. The upgrade screens flashed by one. Siapura clicked to skip all of them. When she clicked to the last BNB upgrade, she saw a long text prompt and stopped to read it. The upgrade comes with a lit base? Siapura only had this line of words in her eyes. She didn't read anything else. She chose to upgrade after midnight tonight. I hope to get some good stuff after upgrading. If the lit base can also ignore natural disasters, it would be the best if the base has a constant temperature like spring all year round, just like in a BNB. She fantasized about what kind of surprises the upgrade would bring her. This is the first time that the BNB has been upgraded together with a lit base. She has to inform the base in advance. Just like Yu Shiwen said, in the system, you have to report even if you fart. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to LV7. This upgrade will get you 8 mysterious fragments, 5 construction drawings within the business scope, 3 internal drawings of the factory. Construction drawings within the business scope are for reference only, or can be generated directly. LV8 upgrade conditions. Select 3 bases, and build 3 large factories that can accommodate thousands of jobs. The number of real employees within the business scope reaches 3,500. Shop rental has been opened. Residents can carry out. In the homestay, the rest is to spend grape coins to unlock the upgrade. After browsing the upgrade conditions, Siapura seemed to see countless jobs waiting at her. What is the use of this mysterious fragment? M80 shook his head. Essential equipment for escaping from the world. I don't know the details. His figure flashed, and he came to the place where the cruise ship stopped when it returned to the BNB. The cruise ship changed back to the appearance of the RV. Touching the RV with her fingertips, Siapura suddenly missed the days of setting up stalls, opening the door and walking in. The decoration inside was still familiar to her, as if nothing had changed. There is also a small nest for Aoeo and Snowflake on the second floor, but there is definitely no nest for the pony. Pearl and Cream are too big now. They are growing like crazy as if they took growth hormones, and they look different every day. The third floor of the RV is a small room, which still looks like a house for temporary employees, with 2 beds on the left and right. Can non-employees get on the RV? Yes. Host. Siapura secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If she could be comfortable in the RV, she would not want to touch the unstable car, and the destination was not very close. She spent the whole day preparing things she needed to take with her. Food, drinks, and other things. In her spare time, she drew cards, hoping to get more useful things from them. But unfortunately, she got nothing. After laying out the prepared food on the table, Siapura suddenly noticed a small detail. System. Can I put Aoeo and Shuehua in the space and let Yu Shiwen become my temporary employee? This way she can be protected by the system. No. Yu Shiwen is from the base and cannot become a temporary employee of the host. Siapura closed her eyes, and there was nothing she could do about the system rules. But as long as the 2 of them are not far away, there should be no problem. There was only hail in the sky without snow. I wonder if there will be another wave of cold air. Looking at the thick clothes on the shelves, I finally decided to take more. In the early hours of the night, everyone went to bed. Even the guard at the door fell asleep without knowing when. A huge protective light ball appeared out of thin air above Great B&B and all the lit bases. This is the protective cover used to resist rain after drawing. Many small sections have been added to the B&B, streets, gardens, back hills, and there is a tendency to form its own entity. The base as a whole has not changed. Only some buildings that Siapura generated that were not refined enough have been beautified more delicately. It is hard to say what has changed specifically, but it has become much more refined. Siapuru and Yushiwin, who had rushed back, have already got on the RV, driving on the way to the chemical plant. Looking out of the car window at the B&B, Siapura can see the huge protective light ball covering the building. The light ball had only one layer at the beginning. As the natural disaster came, more and more protective shields were added. Siapura suddenly felt that the system was not easy. She didn't know whether so many protective shields would consume energy. They should, otherwise why would they need so many crystal cores? Yushiwin sat in the co-pilot seat and drew a map of the chemical plant they were about to go to on a notebook bought in a store. Siapura came over and said, "Does the base need to check the bodies of the psychics? Or is it because you have multiple powers that you need to be checked? Power awakening must be reported. I took advantage of you. I just need to report to the base and do a physical examination again. Are there any people in the base who have awakened powers now? Or did they have powers originally and awakened an additional power?" Yushiwin answered without thinking, "No. If someone in the base awakened dual powers on their own, it would definitely cause a sensation. As far as I know, no one has awakened powers on their own." Siapura stood behind her, stretched her head over, looked down and saw Yushiwin carefully copying the map onto the notebook, and advised, "No need to draw it." Yushiwin did not stop, but looked up at her and said, "I'm used to it. I usually bring some paper things with me when I go on a mission to prevent any accidents. It may not be that chemical plant. I just checked. There are several chemical plants in the direction ahead. The scale is not that big. Should we go and take a look?" Yushiwin pointed out several locations on the screen map. Siapura got into the main driver's seat and put her face close to the panel to look carefully. They would indeed pass by several chemical plants, some large and some small, but none of them were as big as the one at their destination. In front of Yushiwin, she clicked on the screen to set a notification 15 minutes before reaching the destination. She would not go to the chemical plants that were farther away. Siapuru only set the 3 closest ones, which were both small and medium-sized. The 3 chemical plants are quite far from each other, so it's a good opportunity to get off the bus and take a breath. Siapura looked at Yushiwin seriously. "You have to follow me after we get off the bus. And don't be too far away from me." She was worried that Yushiwin would be far away from her. What if acid rain came suddenly? Or there were other hazards? That would be scary. "Okay." Yushiwin agreed with a smile. "Yeah." Siapura leaned back in her chair contentedly. Siapura stood up. "Then I wash up first and go upstairs to rest. I put your things on the 3rd floor." "Okay." Siapura took her change of clothes and went to the bathroom. When she came out, she saw that Yushiwin was no longer sitting in the passenger seat. She went to the 3rd floor to see what she was doing. She saw her sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding the crystal core in her hand and closing her eyes. She closed the door for her considerately, set up sound insulation in the room, and went back to her room to sleep. When she woke up again, she was woken up by the ringing bell on the car. It is expected to arrive at the destination 1 chemical plant in 15 minutes. Siapura forgot to check the time before going to bed. She asked M80 and found out that only 5 hours had passed. She yawned lazily, but still didn't want to get up. It took her a long time to open her eyes completely. When she was getting dressed, she thought about it and put on a thick-looking coat. She wanted to go up and call Yushiwin, but found that the door of the room on the 3rd floor was open. When she came to the 1st floor, Yushiwin was sitting on the 1st floor. He made 2 cups of hot milk tea. Seeing her coming, he picked up a cup and handed it to her. "You're up. Drink something hot to warm yourself up. We be there soon." Siapura took the milk tea and took a big sip. The 2 had just eaten a full meal before going to bed, and they were not hungry after just a few hours, so they did not go to buy food. The 2 came to the front of the car and drank while looking at the road. The chemical plant they were about to arrive at was not going smoothly. It was a small road, with withered plants all over the ground. Just looking at the scene in front of me, I felt that there was a sound of dead branches being pressed by my ears. in the fields on both sides of the road. Zombies could be vaguely seen wandering aimlessly in the fields. Siapura frowned, wondering if the zombies near the chemical plant would mutate. It would be bad if there were too many zombies blocking the door of the chemical plant. Yu Shiwen was calm, still looking at the map to see if the road ahead was the same as the one drawn on the map. Chemical plants are usually located in sparsely populated areas, or in villages. Everything was disrupted after the end of the world. The road in front of him was dead silent, and it was impossible to tell whether anyone had lived there. But it has been about 4 years since the end of the world. Even if they escaped the disaster, they didn't know if ordinary people could survive the natural disaster. The RV drove smoothly for a while. 10 minutes later, they finally found a dilapidated building in an open space. The building's door plate read Chemical Factory. The sign next to it read Chemical Factory R&D Department. The two got out of the car. After getting off the car, Siapura followed Yu Shiwen closely. All fears come from the unknown. Siapura believes that she is just an ordinary person. Except for the system protection, she is not as good as Yu Shiwen, who relies on herself in many aspects. Facing the quiet and desolate place, she secretly glanced at Yu Shiwen, swallowed her saliva without leaving a trace, and climbed up Yu Shiwen's arm. Yu Shiwen sensed the temperature from her hand, turned back and frowned. What's wrong? Siapura straightened her back. I will protect you. A woman like a female eagle must not let people see her weak side. Women can't do that. Yu Shiwen curved the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. Okay. The next moment, her hand held hers. You protect me. Pulling Siapura inside, knowing that she would not be in danger, she subconsciously stood in front to clear the way. The chemical plant was quiet, only the sound of the whistling wind and the sound of hail hitting the ground could be heard. Siapura couldn't help but breathe lightly, just following Yu Shiwen. The gate of the chemical plant was locked. Unable to wait too long, Yu Shiwen stretched out his hand and gently pushed it open. After pushing the door open, he didn't walk directly, but took out a lock from his pocket and locked the gate again. To lock, you need to wrap the lock around. Yu Shiwen could only let go. The warmth in her hand disappeared unexpectedly. Siapura was about to stick to Yu Shiwen, who was locking. Yu Shiwen sighed. Siapura looked around nervously, her voice trembling. Don't tell anyone. After a pause. Please. The cowardly group always get a high score. What's wrong with being a coward? No one is saintly who can be truly invincible. Yu Shiwen was helpless. I don't know anything. Explained. I locked the door. If there's something inside, I should be able to stop it. Things from the chemical plant. It's better to be on guard. Siapura nodded, seeing that she had locked the door, quickly hugged Yu Shiwen's arm. Chapter 444. The leader of the cowardly group gets a big score. I've always been in crowded places before, even if it's not crowded. It's not that scary. Siapura also explained, forcibly saving face. Yu Shiwen said nothing, patted her head to comfort her. The two continued to walk forward. The further they walked inside, the darker the light became. When they came to the nearest building, it was a row of bungalows that looked like warehouses. The windows were at a relatively high position, and almost all the windows in the past row were broken by something. Yu Shiwen stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped out of the threshold, it was chilly inside. A gust of cold wind blew in. Suddenly, he felt a gloomy and terrifying feeling, which made him shudder. Yu Shiwen looked up at the window vigilantly, but he could not see what had broken the window. This chemical plant was not large, and it was possible that the glass was made of shoddy materials. There were many reasons for the glass to break, and Yu Shiwen no longer struggled. He took out a flashlight from his pocket, found the location of the door, and slowly moved over. There was nothing on the outside of the door. Yu Shiwen stretched out her hand to try, but couldn't push it. What's wrong? Siapura took her head out from behind her. The door seems to be locked from the inside. Yu Shiwen's heart was tense. The door was locked from the inside. There must be something inside the door. As soon as the voice fell, the two of them looked at the broken window at the same time. Siapura quickly tied her and Yu Shiwen together tightly with vines, and with a force, jumped directly to the window. The light in the room was dim, and it was barely possible to see what was going on inside. The table in the room was full of miscellaneous items. There were some bloodstains on the walls, and there were obvious signs of fighting in several places. Are you ready? Yu Shiwen looked at Siapura, and Siapura nodded quickly. Yu Shiwen brought her to the ground steadily, and a rotten and foul smell came to her face. Yu Shiwen held his breath and stretched out his hand to block it for her. Siapura wanted to take a breathing mask, but she was shocked to find that the breathing mask could only allow normal breathing in extreme weather, and could not block the smell. So she had to give up. She took Yushiwen's hand away, shook her head, and took a few deep breaths, telling Yushiwen with her actions that she was not affected. Yushiwen had long been accustomed to this smell, and slowly adapted to it. Seeing that she was really fine, she retracted her gaze, and focused on the indoor scene in front of her. The townhouse was very large, and you could see the end at a glance. Even the toilet was not there. In front of her was a custom-made long table, which was piled with various instruments, and on the left were some discarded mechanical parts, and nothing else. Such an empty factory building without any life. If you ignore the bloodstains, it looks like a normal abandoned place. Yushiwen took Siapura's hand and walked to the place with the heaviest bloodstains. A rotten corpse fell to the ground. It was hard to tell how long it had been dead. The stench was coming from this place. On closer inspection, I found that the corpse was holding a weapon. The weapon was stained with blood, and the head was hit hard by something. Looking at the direction of the bloodstains, it looked like he had shot himself in the head. Yushiwen squatted down beside the corpse and examined it carefully. She turned to Siapura and said, "You'd better hide behind me. Don't look. It's easy to have nightmares if you look at it." When she first encountered the disgusting scene, she had nightmares for a month. It took a long time of psychological counseling to accept the reality. After all, she had to face the end of the world every day, and reality did not allow her to retreat. Since Xiao Putao was not like her, Xiao Putao had a choice. So it was better not to encounter disgusting scenes. Yeah. Does Siapura need her to say it? The cowards had already put their faces on her back. Siapura was definitely not afraid of corpses, but corpses in this environment. How could ordinary corpses be compared with corpses in this atmosphere? Yushiwen picked up something from the ground and turned the corpse over. The front of the corpse was exposed to the air. The head was unsightly. There were faint signs of zombies on the body, and it died before it was completely zombieized. Yushiwen noticed a hidden location where the papers were piled up in front of him. There were many papers piled up there. The blood stains on the top layer of papers were caused by people moving the papers. The black and red blood stains came from the body. Why did he pile the papers here before he died? Is he trying to hide something? Or is there something important here for him? Why did he explode? Getting up from the ground with doubts, Yushiwen used the tools in his hand to stir the piles of papers. All the papers in the room were gathered here. When Yushiwen stirred the air, the papers were pushed aside. Siapura was so nervous that she dared not breathe loudly. A pale and rotten little hand fell down as the papers were turned over. Siapura's pupils trembled again. She quickly closed her eyes and followed Yushiwen's movements. After a while, Yushiwen revealed all the secrets under the papers. One adult, 2 children, a boy and a girl. The adult had marks of being killed by a weapon, and the children had marks of being bitten by zombies. It's probably a family of 4. The mother turned into a zombie first, and infected the whole family. Because the mutation signs are most obvious in adult women. The whole family mutated. The husband killed his mutated wife, then killed his 2 children, buried them, and then committed suicide. Yushiwen guessed. This kind of tragedy often happens in the end times. When she was on a mission, there was even a survivor who couldn't bear it and committed suicide before they arrived. It was only a few minutes apart. It happened at the same time. When their people came forward to check, they felt that the blood was still hot. Yushiwen flipped through it again, not missing any clues. After confirming that this was a normal love suicide, Yushiwen covered the scattered papers and pulled Siapura out. Siapura said nothing, acting as a walking leg pendant. Next, Yushiwen quickened her pace and checked the entire chemical plant and found no living people. She did find a few zombies, but those locked in the house were very weak and had not been improved at all. They were the kind of zombies encountered in the early days of the apocalypse. Yushiwen had no difficulty in dealing with such zombies. He used his newly acquired supernatural powers to practice and solve them in no time. Before walking out of the last chemical plant, he accidentally found chemicals well preserved in a sealed basement. Yushiwen took a quick look and found that they were all still usable. Siapura put them all into the space without hesitation, and took them back to the base for others to use. These were the only valuable things in the chemical plant, and they were in large quantities. The remaining chemicals exposed on the ground had long lost their function, so Siapura did not take them. Chapter 445 Chemical Plant 2. Back in the RV, Siapura finally let go of Yushiwen's hand. They held hands nervously all the way, and the gloomy atmosphere of the broken environment made her palms sweaty again and again. Facing Yushiwen thoughtful eyes, Siapura said the same thing. Don't tell anyone. Putting her hands together. Please. Yushiwen chuckled, knowing that she had misunderstood. I was just thinking about something. I won't tell anyone, don't worry. How could Siapura feel at ease? This concerns her dignity as a woman. She continued to ask, You won't tell me even if the base asks? Yushiwen made a zipper gesture with her hand on her mouth. You won't tell me no matter who asks, whether they ask or not. Siapura smiled. Good sister. What do you want to eat? I make it for you. We eat together, and then go back to rest? Let me do it. Yushiwen rolled up her sleeves. You've worked hard along the way, go and take a rest, and come and eat when the meal is ready. She walked in front, and didn't know if Little Grape had seen anything disgusting. As someone who had received psychological counseling, she knew that she should let people take a break first. But my cooking is not as delicious as yours. What do you want to eat? Siapura also wanted to try Yushiwen cooking skills. But she didn't want to eat anything too complicated. I want to eat noodles. Just make a simple one. Okay. Wait a minute. Yushiwen went into the kitchen area. 10 minutes later, a bowl of clear soup noodles covered with fried eggs and luncheon meat was served. Siapura had adjusted her mentality at this time. Seeing the clear soup noodles, she ate them happily. After finishing the meal, the two returned to their rooms and continued to sleep. Yushiwen did not rest after returning to the room. She counted the time and divided the time into two halves. One half for absorbing the crystal core, and the other half for resting. Time passed in a flash. And 8 hours passed. The reminder sounded 15 minutes in advance. Siapura was in a much better mental state when she woke up. After experiencing the first chemical plant adventure, she was not so afraid of the chemical plant now. Because this time it was in the daytime. Even if it was still hail, it could give her courage. The second time she entered the chemical plant, Siapura was obviously much braver. She dared to walk forward with just holding hands, and was no longer the cowardly team leader hiding behind Yushiwen. The scale of the second chemical plant was larger than the first one, and the equipment inside was more professional. It was considered a small and medium-sized enterprise. The building alone was 3 times the size of the previous chemical plant. The two went in, and found that it was very ordinary inside. Too ordinary. So ordinary that even Siapura could sense an abnormal atmosphere. At first, they thought it was just an ordinary warehouse. But it was too clean. No blood. No traces of fighting. And everything was neatly placed where it should be. Yushiwen went forward to take a look and found that it was an empty box. At first, they didn't take these empty boxes seriously, because the factory might have just processed a batch of goods, and it was normal to have empty boxes piled up next to it. Siapura asked quietly, Is it a legal holiday when the apocalypse begins? Even if it is a holiday, this small and medium-sized chemical factory cannot stop working. How much loss will it lose if it stops working for one day? She is not in this industry. But everyone knows that. The boss will not let the employees go back even if they are paid overtime. It is not a legal holiday. Yushiwen held her hand tightly, further raising her vigilance. Yushiwen lowered her head, whispered, Let's be careful. Siapura held her hand tightly. Okay. Walking around rows of empty boxes, I came to the deepest part of the warehouse. Warehouses are usually located in a dark, shady place, so the lighting here is not good, and it looks dark at a glance. After entering carefully, the warehouse is very spacious, empty shelves, and messy things on the floor, which is completely different from the outside. It doesn't look like they moved things away and didn't have time to clean them up, but it seems more casual and doesn't care about the hygiene here at all. Strictly speaking, warehouses have hygiene regulations. Workers will never do this, and if they make a mess, they have to clean it up themselves. Yushiwen wiped the dust off the shelves. It was only after the apocalypse that people came to move things away. And it was definitely not the beginning of the apocalypse. In the beginning of the apocalypse, normal people were scrambling for survival supplies. And even the central base had to allocate most of its manpower to protect and collect supplies. But no matter whether it was the apocalypse or not, how could anyone think of attacking the chemical plant? What are these things for? She didn't always know about the base's missions. So Yushiwen patted Siapura's hand and said, I call the base to confirm first. In order to prevent accidents, Yushiwen made the call on the spot. Siapura could hear the sound of the phone clearly in the empty warehouse. As soon as the phone was hung up, Siapura couldn't help asking, the base has never been here. So who needs the things from the chemical plant? Yu Shiwen rubbed his forehead. There was no clue at all, so it was better not to make blind guesses. After walking through the entire base, he confirmed again that only the items were missing, and there was no other abnormality. Yu Shiwen recorded the truth and reported it to the base. The RV continued to drive, and they soon arrived at the last chemical plant before reaching the largest chemical plant in China. This chemical plant was even larger than the previous two. It took a long distance from the entrance to the building. There was no one in this chemical plant either. After checking several chemical plants, all the chemicals inside disappeared. After 2 chemical plants were cleared out, Yu Shiwen had to suspect that someone was trying to do something. They looked around and walked in the last building, which was also the largest one here. They could leave after seeing this. We haven't looked inside yet. Shall we go over and take a look? Siapura stopped hugging Yu Shiwen's arm and took the initiative to hold her hand. Holding hands did not restrict their movements. However, she still walked behind Yu Shiwen, following Yu Shiwen's steps. When they reached the depths of the warehouse, there was actually another door inside. They had to open it to take a look. The two of them held their breath and concentrated. Yu Shiwen took out a flashlight and carefully pushed the door open. As soon as the door was pushed open a crack, Yu Shiwen could see the scene inside, and a more disgusting smell hit her face. She suddenly raised her hand to block Siapura's sight. It's a bit scary. Be prepared. Siapura was stunned. After noticing her nod, Yu Shiwen slowly took his hand away. Siapura's sight moved carefully from bottom to top. Since the door was only opened a crack, she didn't see anything. But she remembered Yu Shiwen's reminder, lowered her head, and hugged Yu Shiwen's arms with both hands. Yu Shiwen pushed the door open completely, and the two slowly moved inside. Finally, they saw the tragic scene inside. Chapter 446 Lifeng Base. I saw several headless bodies on neat rows of shelves. The bodies were wearing work clothes, with the chemical plant logo printed on them. The headless bodies were neatly hung, their limbs were fixed on the board clamps, and their heads seemed to have been twisted off and pulled out by brute force. Even though Yu Shiwen had seen many tragic death scenes, she would still react violently. This is too disgusting. What is disgusting is not the bodies, but the people who tortured them to death. The human heart is indeed something that cannot be seen through. Some people are trying to survive in the desperate situation of the end of the world, while others are happy to be able to release their cruelty in the end of the world. The headless corpses in front of them are all compatriots. Even if they want to kill for money, they would not use such cruel methods to kill so many lives. Killing without abusing life. No matter how cruel a person is, to this extent, he has been twisted into a non-human. Yu Shiwen's face turned pale. She was not afraid, but was stimulated by these cruel scenes. It was hard to imagine that one day she would see a tragic record like the one in the history books. Turning her eyes again, she saw neatly arranged heads on the other wall. Yu Shiwen suppressed her nausea, let Little Grape pull her, walked through the entire warehouse, made sure there was no one left, and then left the chemical plant. Back in the RV, the two of them were silent. Siapura only opened her eyes and took a look, then closed them again. She didn't need to look up like a self-torture. Yu Shiwen sat on the sofa, looking out the window, not knowing what she was thinking. Are you okay? Siapura asked worriedly. Yu Shiwen, I think after this trip, I will go see the psychologist at the base when I get back. Everyone has to accept the tragic situation after the end of the world. They are also human beings. They also have human feelings. They are also afraid. And the existence of psychologists has always been important to them. Siapura didn't know what to say. It was the first time she saw this. I just feel that my mind is in a mess now. And I can't think at all. Everything inside has been moved. The other party is not sure how many people there are. Let's not go to the chemical plant. Let's go back to the base to report first. Yu Shiwen felt that as she went down with Siapura, she would not be afraid of getting into trouble. But she was afraid that Xiao Pu Tao would also be in danger. Okay. Siapura squeezed Yu Shiwen's hand, wanting to give her some strength. Since they were already in danger, there was no need to use the strength of the two of them to fight against the enemy. Why don't we wait for someone to come here? It takes too much time to go back and forth. Siapura asked Yu Shiwen for her opinion. Okay. I go up and call them first. Okay. Yu Shiwen successfully got someone. The central base sent people from 2 nearby bases to reinforce. They agreed to gather near the nearby Crescent Moon base, and then go to the largest chemical plant in China together. After the call, Yu Shiwen came down and told Siapura. Siapura felt that there was a ray of hope after all the difficulties. She didn't like places with few people, but if she went to Crescent Moon Base, she would have people there anyway. It will take time to get reinforcements. Let's go to Crescent Moon Base. Siapura made the decision. Yu Shiwen looked at her with a smile. Okay. But the reinforcements won't be many. We haven't confirmed that there is something wrong there yet. Yu Shiwen hesitated. Don't worry, I'm not someone who doesn't understand. Right now, we are at a time when we are short of manpower everywhere. For an uncertain guess, it is good that the base is willing to send people. Then let's go to Crescent Base now. I will go to adjust the destination. Siapura excitedly got up and sat down on the co-pilot seat, adjusting the destination on the panel. There is a base closer to us than Crescent Base. Should we go and take a look? She asked Yu Shiwen, who was sitting on the sofa. Yu Shiwen, what's it called? It seems to be Linfeng Base. Do you want to go and take a look? It's up to you. Yu Shiwen didn't care about where they were going. Then let's go to Linfeng Base first. As long as we arrive at Yueyao Base before the agreed time, it should be fine. Our RV has a fast speed, so we don't have to worry about them arriving before us. Yu Shiwen agreed casually. Siapura thought happily, maybe if she was lucky, she could light up both bases at the same time, and the BNB could be expanded again. If she was alone, the conditions for lighting up the bases would be too harsh, so she would run around to find ways to take over the bases. The map shows that the current location of the RV from the Linfeng base is only 20 minutes at full speed. The two of them played with their phones, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. Yu Shiwen and Siapura got off the car and found that the surroundings were quiet. She could not hear or see any human movement. Siapura, who had experienced the tragedy of the last chemical plant, subconsciously held Yu Shiwen tightly, fearing that she would witness a new hell on Earth again. Yu Shiwen patted her hand. It's okay. It may be too cold. And there is no one guarding the door. A gust of wind blew over. In the -20 degrees weather, Yu Shiwen seemed to smell the smell of blood. Having just comforted Siapura, Yu Shiwen was stunned for a moment. I smell blood, be careful. The two stepped forward and used vines to climb over the wall. Walking on the road of the base, Siapura felt uncomfortable all over. This place can be summed up in one word: quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear the wind blowing the garbage on the ground. Yu Shiwen, the smell of blood is farther away. Shall we walk a little further? Siapura tugged at her sleeve, meaning that she had to listen to her. The two continued to walk forward, and the further they walked, the stronger the smell of blood Yu Shiwen felt. Crossing a street, looking up at the scene blocked by the building behind. The ground was full of broken bodies, and the body parts were splashed on the wall, and the death was horrible. Yu Shiwen frowned and looked at everything in front of her. Siapura couldn't stand it, and continued to act as her leg pendant. The air was filled with a disgusting stench. Yu Shiwen looked carefully, and could tell the difference between human and zombie actions at a glance. It's zombies! The blood had already coagulated, and the climate environment required a certain amount of experience to judge the time of death. Yu Shiwen thought she couldn't judge it, and didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Siapura didn't feel much better when she heard that it was zombies. Are the zombies crazy? Why did they start to seize the survivor's base for no reason? She suddenly thought of the only zombie she knew. Clear. Could it be related to him? But this place is so far from the Dawn base, it shouldn't be. Right? The entire survivor base is just an empty city. After walking to the end and checking, Yu Shiwen realized why there were no bodies in the section where they just walked in. From the crushed gate, it can be seen that there is a huge wave of zombies. The walls have been trampled flat. Chapter 447, rushing to their respective battlefields. I wonder if there are any survivors here. Let's look for them first. Yu Shiwen asked Siapura for her opinion. Siapura nodded, and after making sure that the surroundings were safe, she let go of Yu Shiwen's hand. Be careful, we look separately, Siapura told Yu Shiwen. Well, you should be careful too. Although she asked Yu Shiwen to be careful, Siapura did not leave her too far, but just walked around her. They walked around without seeing any living people, and thought that the probability of seeing living people next time was not high. Siapura felt that the scene in front of her made her shudder, and she did not want to stay here for long. She came to Yu Shiwen, took out a loudspeaker and shouted at the Linfeng base, "Is there anyone?" The voice went out and echoed back, and they hoped that someone would respond. But there was no one. Wherever the zombies went, they plucked feathers from the geese, and the ground was full of broken limbs and fragments. Even if they wanted to find a person who was not dead, they could not find it. It looks like there are no survivors. Let's go! Yu Shiwen pointed at the base wall that was broken down by zombies. Let's go over there and take a look. The two walked over together. They looked from a distance just now, and couldn't see anything on the ground. When they got closer, they saw that what they thought was a river of blood was actually a pile of bloody footprints. Looking at the direction they were heading, Yu Shiwen felt very familiar. He took out the map he had drawn and put in his arms, and found that the location where the zombie army was heading was actually Crescent Base. Siapura took the RV out of the space, and the two of them quickly got into the car and headed for the Crescent Moon base. After getting in the car, Yu Shiwen was busy reporting what happened here to his superiors. The geographical location of Linfeng Base and Crescent Moon Base is not very good. It takes a long time to drive alternately day and night to exchange heat. The support of the base is also based on the principle of proximity. Therefore, the central base was sent to support each base. The support was sent out not long ago and did not reach Linfeng Base and Crescent Moon Base. Little Grape, when the support arrives, you can go back to the BNB. Yu Shiwen came over with a cell phone, with a serious look on her face. Siapura nodded, okay. With so many people dead, the original intention of their departure, to find the source of acid rain, is no longer that important in comparison. They can't be 100% sure that the cause of acid rain is definitely chemical pollution. After all, a natural disaster has come. Everything is so unusual, isn't it? Professional things should be left to professionals. Facing such a scene, she has no way to adapt. Leaving the battlefield to Yu Shiwen and other pillars of the country, I will return to the BNB and shine in the field I am good at, which is also working towards a common goal. Thinking of this, Siapura was no longer shy. She took out a stack of teleportation cards and handed them to Yu Shiwen, as well as a few fruits that can cure zombie poison, and handed them over together. Yu Shiwen was puzzled. This is... I will wait for you at home. Wait for you to come back. Siapura smiled. Don't forget, the children are still waiting for you. Please be safe. It has been a long time since she took out the teleportation card, and the store has not put the teleportation card on the shelves for a long time. This stack of teleportation cards is kept by herself as a precaution. Now is the right time to give this stack of cards to Yu Shiwen. You must use it in advance when you encounter danger. Otherwise, there will be no Xiaomei to save Damiai if you get hurt again. Siapura pretended to be relaxed, with a naughty smile on her lips, and a bit of humor in her serious tone. Yu Shiwen was amused by her and asked with a smile, Who do you say is Xiaomei? Who is Damiai? I don't care, you are Damiai, I am Xiaomei, ha ha ha. Be humble, Siapura is not ashamed to say that she is Damiai. I will pay attention. Yu Shiwen bought the stack of teleportation cards in her hand. Siapura did not forget the tragic scene of the Linfeng base being slaughtered by zombies. She took out a universal can from the space and put it in Yu Shiwen's hand, for self-defense. If you are caught by zombies and don't have time to run, throw the canned meat away. Even if you are scratched, there are fruits that can detoxify. If you lose arms and legs, just find a healing psychic. I'm afraid of being eaten by zombies. Thinking this way, it seems that carrying a can of meat with me is quite useful. Siapura thought so and said so. Yu Shiwen was amused by her silly idea. She actually treated zombies as dogs. After all, for her sake, Yu Shiwen accepted the can. Your idea is very strange. If this method is useful, I will tell you when I go back. After some delay at Linfeng Base, the RV arrived at the base just after the reinforcements sent by the base. Yu Shiwen went up to hand over to the reinforcements. Siapura found the space ability users in the team and released some of the spiritual spring water to them. That was all she could do. The rest was up to them. She returned to the RV, raised her hand, and waved to Yu Shiwen. Yu Shiwen looked up and his eyes met hers, as if time had frozen at that moment. At that moment, the two of them felt a kind of silent understanding deep in their hearts. The hustle and bustle around seemed to disappear at this moment, and only the sound of the wind blowing from the same land echoed in her ears. They were going to their respective battlefields. The RV started to move, and Siapura silently prayed for peace in her heart. Through the car window, she saw Yu Shiwen smiling at her, and her gentle expression, with a sharp edge, made people feel extremely relieved. When the RV disappeared from sight, Yu Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. As long as Xiao Pu Tao went back, she would be relieved. Something could happen to them. But if something happened to Little Grape, the consequences would be borne by all of humanity. M80 watched the RV turn a big circle in front of her, and then changed the road. Not understanding what the host was going to do, she asked, "Host, are we going back?" "Only idiots would go back. Let's go to the chemical plant first to see what's going on." She was not used to facing those bloody things, but she could rely on the system. A great cheating tool. To go over there first to take a look, and to warn them in advance if there was any danger. This trip was not in vain. She saw the powerful power of women in Yushiwen. She was calm in the face of things, and knew when to advance and retreat. When she encountered something she couldn't handle, she would retreat and ask for support. Before, she only thought Yushiwen was a good person. The more she got along with her, the more she felt that she was charming. No one should be able to resist Yushiwen. The strange thing was that she had never seen anyone approach her except for work. Could she have no friends like herself? But now they are different. They have become friends with each other. Chapter 448 Baishan Lake. M80 didn't understand. Didn't Yushiwen ask you to go back? Why did the host go there? Siapura was interrupted but didn't get annoyed. It's a good thing for a child to ask when he doesn't understand. I take you to see what's going on over there. You should be able to find out if there's anyone inside. Right? M80 replied. It's a bit difficult. This is easy. Siapura showed the knife she was using to cut carrots. What about now? The knife shone coldly. The threat was self-evident. I will try my best. M80 showed a look of horror. The host was too terrible. It didn't agree with her, and she actually wanted to hurt herself? Is this a distortion of human nature? Sure enough, the host was under too much pressure. She was the only one in the car, so she let the small animals in the space out to accompany her, and she also put the gold back on the table. During this period, Siapura slept after eating, and sat in the passenger seat in a daze when she was bored after waking up. She didn't want to use the tablet to do architecture, but it was a rare leisure time. Sitting in the passenger seat and thinking about life, she looked out the window unconsciously. The more she looked outside, the more familiar the scene became. Why do I feel that this place looks familiar? Before she could ask M80, the RV changed slightly. She immediately felt that the RV seemed to have entered the water and turned into a small boat. Siapura finally remembered where she was. Isn't this the lake with many zombies under the water? What's it called? M80 reminded host. It's Baishan Lake. Yes, it's Baishan Lake. Siapura stood up, walked outside, and opened the door that became the cabin. The RV had just entered the water for a while, and Siapura adjusted the forward speed before coming out. The water level was not low, and it was obvious that it had risen a lot after the heavy rain. Since there was no obvious reference, Siapura could not tell how many points the water level had risen, and she only felt that the water level was much higher. After walking with Yushiwen, Siapura felt that her heart had become intolerant, and she felt her heartbeat like thunder drums when she touched the side of the boat. His eyes gradually moved to the surface of the water. He lowered his head and looked. The lake was not clear, but at least there were no dark zombies under the water. Siapura was not sure whether the zombies under the water were the zombies that did evil in Lifeng base, so she sent a message to remind everyone in the group of the central base. Yushiwen received the reminder from his companion while busy and nodded. The largest chemical factory in China. It was noon at this time, and the whole building was shrouded in shadow. Another batch of carriers died, and there are not many goods in the warehouse. Dr. 2, should we continue the experiment? MO2 stood in the laboratory. His cloudy eyes were bloodshot. In just 4 years, his hair had turned gray, but he was only about 50. There were several glass containers beside him. The device was activated, and the glass containers rose automatically. Inside lay zombies wearing metal masks, whose bodies were imprisoned by heavy metals. Continue. 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 If you don't do well this time, there will be next time. If you still can't do it well next time, just keep doing it until you succeed. MO2 shouted hoarsely. We have made so many efforts. Just to fail now, and then just stop. Hearing his words, everyone immediately fell silent. Only Jiang Yun, who was yelled at by MO2, had to bite the bullet and say, but our materials are almost used up. Not to mention the chemical plant nearby. All kinds of factories. We have used up everything we can find. They had to face a reality. We have no materials. Look again. MO2 shouted at the top of his lungs. We are almost there. We are almost there. If we can successfully develop an antidote to the zombie virus, then the whole world will tremble. As long as we develop a drug that turns zombies back into humans, I can save my whole family. And you, Jiang Yun. You are a world-famous scientist. We have the drug in our hands. Even the central base will treat us as guests of honor. But if we fail, we fail. We won't fail. Mo2 fell to his knees, grabbing his long, tangled hair in pain. We can't fail. We can only succeed. My family is still waiting for our medicine. Jiangyan gritted his teeth, looking at his teacher kneeling on the ground with red eyes. I know. He squeezed out the words with difficulty. I will take people to continue to catch the carriers, and we will look for materials after the hail stops. Jiangyan turned and left, not looking at Mo2 who was kneeling on the ground. After he left, Mo2 got up from the ground, no longer looking crazy, but still muttering, my family needs me, they need me. Your families are also waiting for your experiments. Our families are waiting for us. We have no way out. Mo2 shouted to the people who were still in the laboratory. Dr. 2, we have arrested many innocent people, stop it. Those who still had some conscience wanted to seize this opportunity to speak out. Besides, we have almost caught all the nearby carriers. The level of zombies is too high now. It is dangerous for Dahut to go out and catch carriers. Why don't we? Who said I am in danger? Dahut's rough voice sounded extremely loud in the quiet laboratory. Everyone looked over when they heard the voice. Dahu rolled up his tiger skin, and his face was full of unhappiness. Brother, why are you on the ground? Dahu's face darkened. Who bullied my big brother? Who was so bold to bully Dr. 2? Who? Mo2 stood up with the help of Dahu, stopping him. Dahu! No one bullies me. Who would bully me with you? We all have a common goal when we work together. We are all a family. How could you bully me? Mo2 patted Dahu's strong arm. Who said no one just now, no carrier? If there is no carrier, won't I go out and catch it? Dahu's face was gloomy, and he did not calm down because of Mo2 comfort. You stinking scholars just listen to my elder brother's experiments in the laboratory. Why do you do manual labor? I support you and provide you with food and drink. Don't be ungrateful. The people who were glared at by Dahu lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Mo2 waited until Dahu had a big temper before he spoke as a good guy. Okay. Okay. We are a family, and we don't have to say two things. Mo2 asked Dahu, what did you get out of this trip? Dahu patted his chest and said, I'm not sure about my work. Brother? I caught a few level 3 zombies, and a few people alive. There are still people outside at this time? Where did you catch them? They said they came from Lifeng base. So I caught them. Dahu is tall and strong. When facing Mo2, he is like a well-behaved fat cat. And he completely retracted his claws. Chapter 449 Prey. Lifeng base? Mo2 frowned. It's far from here. How did they get here? Dahu scratched his head. Who cares, I've got them anyway. Mo2 shook his head and sighed. Do you know how far away Lifeng base is? How did they get here from so far away? How long does it take to get to us? Do you know all this? When I picked them up, they had been hungry for days, and fainted from hunger. Dahu said with a smile. Don't worry about where they came from. They deserve to die for my brother's experiment. Mo2 frowned. Don't talk nonsense. We are making contributions to mankind. Ha. Dahu laughed. Yes. My brother is making contributions. It's a good thing. Brother. I go and lock up the prey first. Dahu walked out with a grim smile. Mo2 shook his head and sighed. Dahu is a good kid in every way. He is honest and obedient. But sometimes even I am a little afraid of him. After Dahu left, Mo2 did not stay in the laboratory, but went deeper into the underground laboratory. Everything was good underground, except that it was too lonely. He first came to a pink cell of only a few square meters. A child zombie smelled human scent, flew over, and roared at Mo2 outside the iron bars. Mo2's face was full of tenderness and pampering, as if he was not facing a zombie, but the person he loved most. In fact, he was. Nanan. Be good. Wait until Dad develops a medicine to cure you. Then Dad will accompany Nanan well. The zombie girl always touched the softest part of his heart. Dad won't do experiments anymore. Dad will take our good girl, Mom, and brother to the amusement park. Okay? Mo2 burst into tears. The zombie girl in the iron cage was unaware of it. She still bared her teeth at him, and faced him with the most ferocious look. Mo2 didn't dare to get close. He could only stretch his head out from a distance, and pretend to rub the zombie girl head. Be good. Dad won't be busy anymore. Dad will always have time to accompany my good daughter. Next, Mo2 went to another cage. In this cage was a boy zombie. Good son, grow up quickly, protect your mother and sister and protect your father. He came to the last cage. Inside was a female zombie. Wife. After saying only 2 words, Mo2 could no longer hold back his tears. He slid down the wall, crouched on the ground, buried his head in his knees. Tears wet his white hair and white coat, completely different from the woman in the cage with only a few strands of silver hair. Wife. Did I do something wrong? Maybe. Maybe I'm too greedy. The only response he got was the roars of the 3 cages. One louder than the other. Like a competition. Mo wiped away the tears from his eyes, and stood up from the ground. We have to research the medicine as soon as possible. You must miss me too, right? Yes. You must miss me too. As long as I research the antidote, our family can go back to the way it was before. Mo2 eyes swept across the cage that held the zombie girl. Darling. Wait for Daddy to research the antidote. You must wait for Daddy. I promised you that we would go to the underwater world together. We will go to the underwater world again. He turned around and walked towards the laboratory in a mysterious manner. Every time he saw his family, his faith in his heart became stronger. Siapuru RV drove across Baishan Lake. After landing, it was not long before they arrived at the destination displayed on the RV. The largest chemical plant in China. She was definitely not stupid. She did not rush to get off the car after arriving at the destination. As expected, before they entered a certain field, M80 reminded her, Host, there are surveillance cameras nearby. Siapura knew that she had come to the right place just by hearing this. Just now she was still thinking. She and Yushiwen went to 3 chemical plants in total. The first chemical plant was normal, the second chemical plant was farther away, and everything inside was gone, and the third chemical plant was the bloody scene. Compared to the bloody lymphome base, she was more certain that the scene in the third chemical plant was completely man-made. Obviously, someone must be collecting chemicals, and after M80 reminder, it seems that this place must be unusual. But why she killed people in such a cruel way, I don't know. She controlled the RV and quietly left. Host, are we leaving now? Didn't I say, professional matters should be left to professionals? Do you think you, the host, can be as promising as Yushiwen? M80 smiled. I just like my host's useless appearance. Host, you are not useless. You know how to examine the situation and maximize the benefits. You are smart. You only know how to make me happy. Siapura curled her lips in an indescribable way. Let's go! The accelerator was stepped on, and the milky purple RV sped away. Until the RV completely disappeared from the area, no one in the laboratory noticed that anyone had come. Siapura came here just to confirm if there was anyone nearby. Now that it was confirmed, she just needed to tell her superiors to be careful. She thought for a moment, and typed a line of words on the screen. The chemical plant has surveillance. A simple line of words conveyed the information she knew. In the 4 years of the apocalypse, if there were no people, there would be no electricity. This is beyond doubt. As for how the group of people inside generated electricity, Siapuru didn't care. Generating electricity is not a big problem. The base can also do it, but the power generation range is not that wide. On the way, M80 watched the host holding a tablet and conscientiously planning which area would be better for building a factory. So it asked curiously, are we going back to the BNB to complete the task? Siapura raised her eyelids. Yes, if we don't earn more points. We will leave this world. We have to save money quickly to exchange for your entity. Okay. Okay, when I have a physical body, I can learn to cook from the host. When the time comes, I will cook whatever the host wants every day. M80 said seriously, full of enthusiasm for the future. Can you use my cooking cheats? Yes. There's a saying that goes, you have to look at the owner before you can beat the dog, so the cheats the owner has can be shared by our system. Siapuru, although, but this sentence doesn't seem to be used like this. Right? M80 was overjoyed to help her with the work, and consciously collected all the information she might need. After this trip, she fully realized that her courage was not enough in the end times. Fortunately, Yu Shiwen was with her. Otherwise she would have turned back when she saw the gate of the first chemical plant. Chapter 450 Interview. Replacing the system with a panda entity is too conspicuous. It will not be so conspicuous only in the end times. Besides, the panda is soft. It can go to the front to clear the way in the future. She won't have to hide behind Yushiwen in danger. Hiding behind the child she raised with her own hands, the child is still soft. How interesting it would be. Siapuro was touched by the sweet picture she imagined in her mind, and her hands moved faster. The direction of the RV was not the B&B, but the nearest central subbase in a straight line. She did not drive the RV directly in, but found a random place and teleported back to the B&B. Back at the B&B, Siapuro immediately threw herself into work. First, the selection of products and locations for large factories. Factories are possible, but what kind of processing plants are needed? Siapuro first thought was the Hayu base in the coastal city. Originally, she was planning to focus on developing this base. A seafood processing plant was built at the Hayu base, and the mutated seafood caught could be sold after processing. In this way, in addition to working in the factory, Hayu base can add a number of other jobs. By the way, system, I don't need to get the building materials and factory equipment myself. Right? If she is asked to get those things herself, it would be too much to ask. After all, if it was possible to get them from the central base, she would have gotten them long ago. No need. Siapuro suddenly remembered that when she was building the central base, she saw a factory in the central base on the map, but she had never visited it. It was probably the equipment collected later. What was in it? She didn't know, and didn't want to know. She didn't know what to build the other two factories. She had very little experience in running factories. Yu Shiwen was busy again. After thinking about it, it seemed that the only person she could ask for advice was Chiokan. Siapuro casually sent a message to Chiokan with her mobile phone. She just wanted to see if he knew anything and could give her some advice. After sending the message and waiting for a while, Chiokan still didn't reply. So she didn't wait for any more news and started to rebuild the Hayu base. Hayu base is in a unique location. The area outside the base, that is. The location near the sea is particularly good. It's a pity that it's not within the base, so she can't do whatever she wants. Siapuro tilted her head back and lay on the recliner, looking at the sky above the B&B in a daze. She muttered, "How can I expand the base?" The phone vibrated, and she picked it up casually, thinking that Chiokan had replied to the message, but she never thought that it was someone in the high-level group of the base who had tagged her. First Central Base, hello? Owner. We want to expand our base. We want to ask you first. Siapuro read the message, but didn't reply in a hurry. She turned off the screen. Oh my god. You are thinking about the same thing. M80 said at this time, it is possible to expand the base. Siapuro's eyes were dull, and she continued to be in a daze. Do you want to spend money? She seemed to have many places to spend money now. Once the factory opened, she would raise the price again. It should be better by then. It doesn't cost money, but it's a bit laborious. M80 didn't keep it a secret. We need to expand the base manually. Take the current situation of the central base for example. Is the base surrounded by something on all sides? Siapuro answered in a daze, it seems so. Do we need to expand the surrounded area? Oh, that's right. She finally got to the point. When her host is not stupid, she is still smart. If that's the case, then she knows what to do. Picking up the phone that was thrown aside, Siapuro replied, I happen to have something to do. Let's talk in person. This simple sentence made the senior executives, who already valued great B&B, sweat profusely. They couldn't help but worry about what the owner wanted to talk to them about. Was he going to refuse? Or was he going to raise the price? Or did he regret cooperating with the base? This was the first time Siapuro had communicated with the people from their central base so seriously after the natural disaster. Her serious look was frightening. Siapuro didn't know that her casual words about the interview had caused so many people to subconsciously speculate so much. She was waiting for a reply from the base. The first base first replied to her with 2 words, wait a moment. Then an emergency meeting was held to discuss the relevant matters that the store owner might discuss when he met with them. Interview, meeting, is a casual word from one person, but it is also a chaos among a group of people. When she received the reply from the first base, Siapuro had already cleaned up everything inside and outside her home. The other party asked about the meeting place. Siapuro thought that every time she talked, there were always many people on the other side. Although she didn't like crowds, it was indeed easier to discuss today's matter with more people. She replied, I go to your place. When you are ready, send me a message at any time. I will be there in seconds. As expected, this sentence was just a simple reply, and she fell into a long wait again. But this time it was not in vain. She let M80 watch the phone for her and took a light nap. When Siapuro woke up, She was woken up by M80. Because the central base had replied, rubbing her sore waist. She sat up, changed her clothes and shoes, washed her face, and arrived at the central base in a flash, where they had agreed to be. The leader of the first base had been waiting at the door for a long time, and was not surprised to see her suddenly appear. He greeted her with a smile. I have heard of the name of the shop owner Sia for a long time. I see you today, and you are indeed very handsome. It's a pleasure to meet you. Siapuru took a look, and couldn't remember who this person was. According to the principle of not hitting a smiling person, Siapura would not be so rude to ask who he was. She nodded slightly to the man in response. The two top leaders of the first central base whom she had met last time stood in the center, and Siapura was very polite and took the lead in greeting them. Her every move made her look humble and gentle in the eyes of everyone, and she didn't put on airs like the young shop owner they had met before. She was led into the conference room. When she walked in, she realized that she was only here to talk today, but the senior management of the base had actually prepared such a large conference room. Someone led her to a seat, and then the other slowly sat down. The design of this conference room is very clever, and it is often used. The seats in the entire conference room are arranged in a circle, and there are only a few seats in it, which are obviously where the big guys and senior management sit. She sat in one of the seats in the middle, and so many pairs of eyes looked at her intentionally or unintentionally, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Hello. Owner, I am Xie Yuan, the recorder for today, and let me introduce you to everyone present today. The boy who just led her to the seat is called Xiao Yuan. Chapter 451. Sorry for bothering me. Siapura nodded. Xiao Yuan began to introduce him. This is Secretary Zhua, responsible for. This is Ministerly, responsible for. Those who were introduced by Xiao Yuan stood up, bowed slightly to show politeness, and then sat down. Siapura looked at them one by one, until Xiao Yuan finished the introduction. She asked in confusion, Are all the top leaders of the base here? Yes. Xiao Yuan was very respectful. She could tell that everyone here was a well-known figure in the base. So many people came to greet her, just for her casual interview. The treatment given to her by the first base should be the best treatment in such a long time. Siapura couldn't keep a smile on her face, and frowned slightly. Does your base discriminate against women? There is not a single woman among so many people. Do you discriminate against women? Her tone was light, without any ups and downs, but it gave people a sense of majesty without anger. In this kind of situation, with Xiao Yuan's status, if there was no need for an assistant here, he would not be able to sit at the table at all. The people here are all leaders, seniors, who know how many levels higher than him. At this time, someone needs to come out to smooth things over. Xiao Yuan put himself in his position and spoke out sensibly. No, the owner misunderstood. Xiao Yuan hurriedly explained that it was not the case. Siapura raised her eyebrows, waiting for someone to continue. She did not point the spearhead at workers like Xiao Yuan, but looked directly at Pei Shui, the person with the highest authority here, waiting for them to come up with their version of the story and explain it to her. Pei Shui and Xiang Yuanhong never thought that the girl who was so gentle and kind when they first met and invited them to drink milk tea would have such a strong aura today to confront them head-on. Xiang Yuanhong, who had a hot temper, couldn't help it immediately, and slammed the table and said, We are discussing things now. The thing you said you wanted to talk about must not be a small matter. We gave you face by letting so many people of status come here. What are you talking about, men and women? No matter if it's a man or a woman. If he doesn't hold a high enough rank, he can't sit at the table. You are still too young. You don't even understand such a simple truth. Siapura was waiting for their explanation just now. Her expression was still acceptable. But now she turned cold when she heard Xiang Yuanhong say that. This room is not small. It's full of your people. There must be at least 80 or 90 people. Right? There is not a single woman. Is it because the women are not capable enough? Or are you? Siapura didn't say anything too harsh, and the questions she raised were all quite standard. Xiang Yuanhong didn't care about her at all. He just knew that he didn't need to flatter the young man in front of him with his current status. She actually didn't respect him so much. He was so angry that his nostrils were emitting heavy air. The owner is too nosy. This is the central base. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Siapura, including Xiang Yuanhong himself, secretly said in their hearts, It's over. Pei Shui subconsciously wanted to stop her. This negotiation table is not a game of house. How can there be a play where one plays the good cop and the other plays the bad cop. Even if there is anything, he can only talk to Xiang Yuanhong alone after a while. If he talks now, won't it be embarrassing for him? Pei Shui hasn't been so conflicted for a long time. Before he can come up with a solution, Xie Puru suddenly stood up. Excuse me. She didn't wait for the people present to respond, and disappeared directly. M80 angrily, host. They are too much. Xie Puru appeared in the yard, pursed her lips, and drank tea. No, I can't be bullied like this. M80 turned on the screen projection. I want to see how they bully you behind your back. Pei Shui sat stiffly in his seat without moving. He knew, this time he really offended someone. With a grim face, he announced the adjournment of the meeting. This meeting, which had been prepared for several hours, and had been busy thinking of countermeasures and discussing plans for an entire afternoon, ended unhappily in a few words. All the hundreds of people left, leaving only Pei Shui and Xiang Yuanhong. Xiang Yuanhong held a thermos cup and tactically drank water to cover up his confusion. Tell me about your mouth. Pei Shui was disappointed with his friend, but he couldn't say anything unpleasant to his longtime comrade in arms. Isn't it just that I spoke too quickly? Don't you know my temper? I didn't think so much at that time. Xiang Yuanhong used to be a soldier. Pei Shui has been in politics. After the end of the world, the military and politics are inseparable. Xiang Yuanhong knows that he is not capable enough, and is willing to step down and let Pei Shui take over. Pei Shui looked at Xiang Yuanhong. His neck was red. I know you can't talk, but you can't do that to a little girl. Not to mention what she brought to our base, how terrifying her ability is. Pei Shui was furious, pointing at the thermos cup in Xiang Yuanhong's hand. Just say that the thermos cup in your hand was bought in the new shopping mall built after she came. Xiang Yuanhong felt guilty. How long it took to prepare today. How many people participated. It was obvious to all. And he actually ruined it with just a few words. But the pride of a soldier did not allow him to say that it was his fault. Xiang Yuanhong continued to sip the wolfberry tea in the thermos cup. How could I know that she has such a hot temper? I just said one sentence. If she is unhappy, she can scold me back. Pei Shui slapped his hands in anger. My good brother. You said that? Saying this is not her territory. Let alone her. Even if it was you who was humiliated by her today, you should turn around and leave. Xiang Yuanhong did not admit it. I am not that petty. You know your temper. Pei Shui was repeatedly bullied by his old friend, and could not say anything. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Hurry up and think about how to compensate her. Find a girl and talk to her. She just asked a question. If you don't know how to answer, just sit down. You said you. Xiang Yuanhong felt wronged. How can I, a rough man, understand those things? Bang! Pei Shui slammed the table. The loud noise attracted Xiang Yuanhong's attention. Let's get ready. We will go to her house tomorrow to apologize to her. I don't want to. Xiang Yuanhong refused. I am an old general with great military achievements. I just retired because of my poor health. How can I apologize to a little girl? You have to go even if you don't want to. You have to go in person. I go with you. Pei Shui glared at him. It's settled. Get up quickly. Let's go pick out a gift. Xiang Yuanhong met Pei Shui's angry eyes. Can't we go another day? Maybe she'd be less angry if we go another day? Pei Shui said bluntly. No. Strike while the iron is hot. What's the point of apologizing after she's no longer angry? Chapter 452 Women hold up half the sky. I won't go. Xiang Yuanhong said in a thunderous voice. I am already this old. And I am still in this position. Do you want me to apologize to her juniors in a humble manner? Pei Shui sighed helplessly, showing a helpless expression. What can I say to you? If you do something wrong, you should stand at attention and be beaten. What's more, she hasn't said anything yet, and you have lost her face in front of so many people. Pei Shui felt that he was trying to coax an old stubborn man and reason with him. Didn't she give me face? Xiang Yuanhong muttered indignantly, with a somewhat decadent tone, as if he was defending his stubbornness. Don't you give her face first? Pei Shui's counterattack was like a cold wind, coming straight at him, making Xiang Yuanhong stunned in place, and it was difficult for him to refute his words for a while. Xiang Yuanhong's heart was churning, feeling wrong for his half-life of military service. I have done so much for this country. I have dedicated my first half of my life to the country. Now I can't even say a few words to the younger generation. How could he not understand how twisted Xiang Yuanhong was when he was looking for someone? Hearing his softened tone, Pei Shui's throat choked. Looking at the silver hair on his old comrade's head, turning his head to see his own reflection on the window. He saw that the white hair on his head was no less than Xiang Yuanhong. Hasn't he also dedicated his whole life to the country? Times have changed. Pei Shui took off his hat, which he had been wearing neatly, and looked at himself in the mirror. In the last days, the capable will take over. Isn't she also capable? Xiang Yuanhong also looked at the two of them in the mirror, and sighed, we are old. Yes, times have changed. But do you still remember our time? Xiang Yuanhong asked. What? There was a saying at that time. Women could also hold up half the sky. At that time, everyone said that women should not be discriminated against. Now we are going backwards. In fact, the little girl was not wrong. There was indeed gender discrimination in the base. Pei Shui thought secretly that he was old. But he could not be confused anymore. He was old and powerless. Maybe he could use the little girl hand to rectify things. Everyone knew that the competent person would get the job. Whether the little girl had the ability to convince others depended on her own efforts. He put the hat back on his head and patted his old friend Xiang Yuanhong on the shoulder. If you don't go to apologize, I will. It's all for the betterment of the country. There's nothing wrong with making some changes. According to Xiang Yuanhong thinking, he is a military general and a rough man. He really didn't read much, and all he learned was fighting. Although his ideological awareness is not high, he is not an unreasonable person. Now he still doesn't think he is wrong. And he can't let Pei Shui clean up his mess again. Shut up, follow Pei Shui stepped silently. M80 saw that they were going to apologize to their host, so he closed the screen. Host they. The mottled light and shadows fell on the tea table in the courtyard. There was no noise from Ao and the others in the courtyard, and everything around seemed particularly peaceful. The steam rose slowly and lingered in the air. This peaceful atmosphere was just like Siepu Ro mood. The tea was ready, and she poured herself a cup. Taking a sip of tea, the fragrance of tea filled the air. After drinking the tea, she felt calmer. I'm not anxious. Why are you? It's rare that the snowflakes have gone somewhere to play. And Siepu Ro especially enjoys the rare tranquility in the courtyard. She sighed. I know you are too concerned. The system is like this. It can't stand others saying a bad word about it. Let alone saying a bad word about it. Even if others just speak louder. M80 feels that she is being bullied. As expected. I can't stand others bullying you. We have been through all these years. When have I ever been wronged? Be calm. In fact, when you read Xiang Yuanhong information, shouldn't you understand? He is just that kind of person. Does the host have to put up with his temper? Siepura took a sip of tea, her brows flickered. How could she put up with it? If she had put up with it, she could have just not said it at the beginning, so she didn't put up with it. Right? TSK. She made a slight noise. And M80 understood. I understand. Does the host want to use this as a starting point? Siepuro just smiled and said nothing. The fact that so many of them came together to welcome her showed that they really valued her. Which can be seen from the picture just now. She didn't think they were doing this because they looked down on her. But she felt that there was no woman among so many people. And she doubted that if the end of the world ended, she would go back to the situation hundreds of years ago. After much effort, she finally achieved a society where everyone is equal. She likes it very much and wants to continue it. Helping women who are capable but suppressed to get promoted is just the first step. It is difficult to change the thinking of the elderly. You can't teach people how to do things. But you can remember them after teaching them once. In front of so many people. She showed her attitude. It depends on how they act next. The next day, Siepura got up early and planned to try the life of ordinary people today. Last night, she was holding a flatbed to build. She covered all the bases with a temporary layer of hail-proof materials. Hail could not fall into the base, so everyone could travel easily without having to carry a heavy hail-proof umbrella. They were not children anymore. They could not ignore the people in the base just because they had a few quarrels. However, they had to pay for the materials consumed by the construction of the central base. After the construction, she always felt that something was missing. But she could not figure out what was missing. Later, she felt that if she wanted to know the needs of the people, she could only understand them by going deep into the city. So she decided that it was better to go out today than to wait for a day. She changed into regular clothes and wore as thick clothes as the residents. She picked up a shopping bag. She opened the map and chose a base in the central base where she had least exposure. Let's go! She chose the 5th base. She had never left the ship in this base, so she thought no one would care about her wearing a breathing mask. Siepura was wearing a coat today, her hair casually draped behind her, and she was wrapped in a scarf, revealing only a pair of lively eyes. M80 looked at the host infatuatedly, who rarely chose the clothes that got her today. The host is wearing something different today than usual. Siepura was in a good mood after changing her clothes and walking on the street. No one recognized her. What's different? M80 was in a daze and had a crazy face. She is beautiful today, like a female college student who just entered society. Just like when they were just bound. Siepura turned a deaf ear to the system daily servility. Wasn't I a college student when I just died? Chapter 453 Sneak into the base. Siepura blinked her eyes. She was originally a college girl. She was just an uneducated, idle girl who could not do elementary school math problems. She looked at the time. This should be the time when everyone gets up early to buy food and make breakfast. She stopped in the middle of the street. Many people passed by her on the street, with smiles on their faces and yearning for the future. Their conversations, as they passed by her, rang in her ears. Today I can finally go out without an umbrella. I tell you, the owner of the B&B will definitely let us go out anytime after he takes over our base. I've long hated those heavy umbrellas. Not only are they heavy to hold, but you have to use one hand to hold them. It's inconvenient for me to grab food in the morning. Maybe we won't have to grab food in a while. When there's no limit on the quantity, we can have a heartier meal every day. Let's give the owner a little more time. Now the supply is limited, but it will be unlimited in the future. What do you mean we give the owner time? It should be the owner who gives us time to save more money, otherwise we can't afford to eat, ha ha ha. I hope there will be no limit on the quantity during the Chinese New Year, so that we can have a good Chinese New Year. Yeah, I haven't had a good Chinese New Year for a long time. Limited quantity is fine, just be content. The people in the conversation gradually drifted away, and Siepura was filled with longing for the future because of what they said. Seeing the residents so happy, she was the happiest. Nothing can give you a greater sense of accomplishment than infrastructure construction. Siepura hopped forward and came to the entrance of the vegetable market. Walking along this street, this is the place with the most people. There is no need to queue up in the vegetable market, and no one asks you to queue up. You can just buy the vegetables and leave, and it is convenient not to talk to the boss. It is just a little bit too impersonal. It lacks the feeling of human touch. But this cannot be changed in a short time, as all the bases have just been planted. There is not much land in the base, let alone the territory for individuals. It is not realistic to expect individuals to realize the universal farming now. It will be fine when the vegetables in the base are grown. It should be different then. Siepura squeezed in with everyone. In order not to highlight her own uniqueness, she also bought only 1 pound of vegetables, and 1 pound of meat, and 1 pound of fruit. To be honest, you can't buy anything with 1 pound of fruit. If you buy a watermelon or something, it's not enough for 2 mouths at home. Siepura, carrying a pound of beef brisket, a pound of potatoes, and a pound of mangoes, appeared at the entrance of the vegetable market. Shaky. M80 was frightened, patting his chest. Buying vegetables in the vegetable market is so dangerous. One of the characteristics of the vegetable market is that there are many people. She looked at the things she bought in her hand and smiled confidently. You know what? The purchase limit of only 1 pound of ingredients is really restrictive. She weighed the ingredients in her hand. Fortunately, it was still okay for 1 person. Is this enough to eat? M80 looked disgusted. It's a pity that a certain tongue has no body, so he can't feel the joy on the tip of his tongue. She was pretty, and her skin was white, and just showing her eyes and hands was enough for others to look at her the same way. Soon someone noticed her, but they were just a few of them huddled together, mumbling something incoherently, and didn't come forward to talk to her. Siepura pretended not to know, and slowed down her steps. She walked in front, and the men followed behind. M80's small detector is online. It monitors the people following her in real time, and tells her what they are talking about. Host, they say you are beautiful. Siepura is confused. This is not an admiring look. This is a look. It's more like looking at a commodity. She didn't make eye contact with them. She felt uncomfortable just from the feeling from her back. This kind of stare. How to say it, it's disgusting. Host, they also said you have a big butt? Huh? What do they mean by your walking posture? You twist your butt when you walk? You are wearing so much. How can they see your walking posture? Siepura glanced down. The coat is longer than the knees. You must have the ability of clairvoyance to be able to see it. Ah! Host, they are teasing you. They say you are a prostitute. Siapura was speechless, and stopped M80 from passing on the message. Stop. Stop, if you pass on the message again, you will be warned. M80 was scolded, and hesitated to speak, but it still wanted to say it. They also said that they would pool some money together to capture you. Siapura felt a chill when she heard this. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she was confused. Did she rationalize it now? No one told her. Siapura suppressed her desire to rush up and question them, and continue to shop and buy whatever she liked. M80, host. They said that you are so rich. You must be doing that. They were glad that they found the right person. But they were worried that you were so extravagant. And the money they pooled was not enough. Siapura's face turned completely dark. Why do you do this when you don't have enough money? The life of the lower class is still too comfortable. Does the host want to take care of this? Yes. In fact, Siapura was not sure whether she would take care of it or not, but she really did not want to see the things that everyone had previously condemned in the world become mainstream. How could such a life be described as dark and gloomy? People often say that the best time to plant a tree is now. As long as you want to take action, it is never too late to take action. She thought, this behavior that should be condemned must be nipped in the bud now. But what should the host do? Siapura casually put a box of gum into her canvas bag, and took out a rectangular shiamai. The group of men who had followed her all the way and talked about her finally gathered up the courage to surround her. Wow! So proactive? Buy it now? How many points do you have? They asked in an obscure way. But Siapura, who had been listening to M80 dirty talk all the way, understood it immediately. How many points have you found? The group of men was stunned at first, and then laughed, and it was unclear whether they were laughing at her natural reaction or something else. I told you that you found the right person. You can tell she's a prostitute. You have good eyesight. At first, I thought she was the daughter of a powerful family, but I didn't expect she was a prostitute. Siapura remained calm at their rude behavior, just waiting for their reply. The most expensive game we've ever played is 2,000 points. Adding one more person costs 500 points. The group of people looked her up and down, from her feet to her hair, as if they were licking her whole body with their eyes. Chapter 454 Soft Meat. Her conditions must be good, otherwise she wouldn't feel bad about taking so many goods, and the prices must be different from the usual ones. One of the men stepped forward. I see you are like this. The starting price is 5,000 points. We have one more person, and we give you 800 more, okay? You can go to our place or yours. Siapura was speechless. A few points. Probably just the price of a meal at a hot pot restaurant for the Funnyman's team. She sneered, that's it? Don't take advantage of your beauty and get ahead of others. The men were used to bullying men and women, so they couldn't stand Siapura's contemptuous look, and immediately warned her with gritted teeth. Siapura looked around the supermarket, which was full of people, and the shelves and other things were quite expensive, which she had built bit by bit with her points. She really didn't want to make this place dirty, so she put down the goods in her hand and ran out. The men didn't understand, and thought she was going to run away, and they didn't react at all, and one of them shouted, "Chase!" Everyone followed Siapura. Siapura ran fast, but she did not forget to control the distance, giving them the confidence that they could catch her in the next second, until they were all led to the street. After leaving the supermarket, she stopped in the middle of the street. The noise of them chasing each other attracted onlookers. Many pairs of eyes looked over here. Another girl is going to be unlucky. Oh, what a sin. It would be great if the store owner had some store rules, like robbery will be fined. That's right, they will behave themselves if they are fined. Most of the discussion around came from women, both young and old. But everyone just talked about it, even if they wanted to help. They were powerless. This little thing wouldn't alarm the base. Even if it did, they could protect the girl for a while. If it was a girl from an honest family, whether they could protect her family would be another matter. No matter what the world is like, the most feared thing is rogues. If you mess with such people, if you want to live a stable life, you can only change bases otherwise. No matter where you move to, such people will find you. Siapura turned around, facing several breathless and still ferocious faces, with a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth under the mask. Hey! You were running so vigorously just now, but now you're stopping. Do you want to play something? Don't you want to do it on the street? Just follow us home. We promise you feel comfortable. Ha ha ha. She raised her eyes and met theirs, and as her eyes moved, the men's souls were about to be hooked away. Siapura's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the next second, their smiles froze on their faces. The passers-by who were watching what was happening here from the corner of their eyes stopped their pace, that was deliberately slowed down to watch the excitement, and stood still to look over. Now everyone around was shocked. They actually peed their pants? The girl hadn't done anything yet. And she peed her pants? Accompanied by fierce screams. Several men were in pain and fell to the ground wailing. The ground was stained with liquid that had overflowed from the men's pants, and the bright red liquid fell into people's eyes, leaving the onlookers stunned. Why is it bleeding? Could the end of the world change physiological changes? Now it's the men who have their period? Host. So cruel. Siapura laughed with her big teeth bared under the mask that no one noticed. The men wailed continuously, covering their stomachs in pain and curling up like shrimps. There was such a big commotion here. The base staff quickly surrounded them. Who is making trouble here? Several people in military uniforms came closer, and saw several men lying on the ground, with their brows furrowed. One of the younger men walked forward and asked the men rolling on the ground what was going on. The men were in so much pain that they couldn't speak, and they couldn't respond to the base staff's questions. Soon, according to the eyes of the people at the scene, the base staff locked the next person to be questioned on Siapura. What's going on here? Siapura sneered in her heart. When she was chased just now, there was a lot of noise, but no one came at that time. Now when these men fell down, people came over? Then you have to ask them. Siapura showed no fear. Facing the base staff, a man on the ground recovered a little, stretched out his hand and pointed at her with gritted teeth. We just wanted to talk to her. And it turned out like this. The base staff asked, what turned out? Before the men on the ground could answer, the younger staff went up and tried to pull a few men up from the ground. It wouldn't look good if they rolled on the ground and were covered in blood. Right? Especially after the upgrade, even the land of the central base was paved with cement, which looked ugly when it was dirty. After pulling for a few times, they failed to pull the people up from the ground, but hurt their wounds, which made the faces of the men pale with pain, as if they might faint at any time. M80 provided the information he found to Siapura, and Siapura realized that the people in front of him were all psychics. Thanks to the excellent physique of psychics, they could actually face the pain of root cutting directly, and did not faint. Siapura realized clearly that the physique of the superpowers was stronger than she thought. During the tug, a piece of soft meat fell from a man's loose trousers. Many eyes were staring at this place, and it was even more impossible for them to let go of something that fell. Siapura showed a disgusted expression, unwilling to dirty her eyes, and retreated with her face covered. Unlike her disgust, everyone was curious. After the young staff turned it over a few times, they could see clearly what the piece of soft meat that fell on the ground was. The women covered their eyes in disgust, and the men unconsciously clamped their legs together. Even the staff members, who were investigating the situation, felt a dull pain somewhere in their body. Siapura smiled secretly, who said there is no real empathy in this world. The oldest staff member's face turned pale. Before he figured out the situation, he came up and questioned Siapura. The base does not allow the use of superpowers to fight without permission. Siapura's voice suddenly rose. Who saw me using superpowers? When did I use it? Who saw it? You are so sharp-tongued, and so unreasonable. The older staff member was furious, but he did not dare to say anything more serious. He was also afraid that his would be unknowingly removed by the sneaky crazy woman in front of him with her supernatural power. Then tell me, what supernatural power can do this? Siapura rolled her eyes at them. How dare you say something without evidence? Even though it was definitely her who did it. Chapter 455, Roots and Eggs. It was her. I saw that she used supernatural powers on us. I don't know what supernatural powers it was, but it must be because of her. The men on the ground raised their hands one after another to accuse her. It must be her. We were walking on the road peacefully. Who else would attack us except her? How vicious. She dared to attack us in the base. She must be severely punished. Faced with the men's accusations, the base staff once again pointed the finger at her, and did not even answer her questions, but raised their hands to take her down. How could Siapura let them touch her? She dodged their hands with a flash. It's still unclear whether I did it or not. If it's really like what they said, I don't even know them. Why would I do it to them? You don't even ask. You don't even know the whole story. And you want to arrest people. It's obvious that you are biased towards them? Siapura was firm in her attitude, and every word she said made sense. The onlookers would naturally stand on her side. That's right, A girl is just walking on the street. What's wrong with a man following her and yelling at her? You can't be unreasonable. What do you mean by unreasonable? The man was so anxious that he lost his mind. And he looked at the onlookers and yelled heartbreakingly. Are you going to get involved? Such an obvious threat to the witness, who spoke for her in front of the base staff. The uniformed staff turned a blind eye. Siapura was not angry. But she suddenly felt a little annoyed and tired. Just as she was thinking about whether to make them both cold, another voice attracted everyone present, including her attention. What are you doing? A female staff member in work uniform came over. According to the position at the scene, her good colleagues were standing with a group of men rolling on the ground. And they were united against a girl who was as old as her sister. If you don't work, what are you doing? Wang Huiyu stood on Siapura's side calmly, forming two fronts with him. In fact, no one needs to tell her. This kind of thing has happened many times. Whenever there is a woman in the dispute, this kind of thing is almost certain to happen. Wang Huiyu sighed, not knowing how long she can stay in this position. It was almost time for selection and promotion. She didn't know if one of these people would become her superior in the next election. In the area they were in charge of, would those women who were molested still have a good life? At the moment, I can only help a little bit. It's you again, Wang Huiyu. Why are you everywhere? These two sentences, one came from the youngest male staff member, and the other came from the oldest. She started it first this time. You don't care, right? The elder sneered. Although Wang Huiyu had just arrived, she knew these people's behavior clearly before she came. If they had evidence, let alone physical evidence, even if it was just witnesses from the people around them, they would have taken her away and tortured her long ago, instead of confronting her on the street. In this situation, it is obvious that the girl is not convinced, and is still confronting. They can't drag her away in the street. So they are stuck here, according to their previous habits. No matter what, they can take her away in public by accusing her of any reason. So now, as long as the little girl behind them insists that it was not her, they didn't see her take action, so they can't do anything to her. Wang Huiyu gave Siapura a look without any expression, stood in front of her silently, and asked her, have you used your superpowers to attack people in the base? Worried that Siapura didn't understand what she meant, she winked at her after she finished speaking. Siapura felt a little warm in her heart and winked at her, just as Wang Huiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Siapura admitted it openly. I did it. So what? She put her hands on her hips, and was very confident. But they came up to tease me first. And they were not honest if there were two more tails of things. And they were honest if the things were removed. The onlookers took a breath of cold air. This girl is cruel. She didn't just get rid of the roots. She got rid of the roots and eggs. If you want to find a healing psychic to take it back, how many points will it take for them to help? No, the point now is not whether the healing psychic will help or not. The biggest problem at present is, this girl must be crazy. She actually accepted it. You should know that the consequences of using psychic powers to hurt others without authorization in the base are very serious. In short, the current laws and regulations are that, even if the other party wants to chop you with a knife, as long as you use psychic powers to counterattack, even if it is just self-defense, the person using psychic powers is the party at fault. This girl must have some backers. Otherwise, why would she just agree to it? Siapura took in all the expressions of everyone present, not missing a single detail. Especially when M80 kept nagging in her ear about this person rolling his eyes again, and that person snorted again, as if he wanted to memorize the appearance of all the people who offended her. Unable to bear the output of this guy in her mind, Siapura could only communicate with the system. Okay, be quiet. M80 was very unconvinced, and snorted and stopped. Even Wang Huiyu at the scene looked at her with a look of "Are you okay?" Two male staff members came up and tried to grab her, and smiled at Wang Huiyu contemptuously. You have nothing to say now, right? They have admitted it themselves. Wang Huiyu's tone was hesitant, and she stood in front of Siapura without retreating at all. Did they coerce you? You are bold to say it. There are so many people watching. Wang Huiyu's voice became louder, and she shouted to the crowd, who doesn't have sons and daughters? Even if it doesn't happen now, there will be one in the future, right? Everyone should bear witness, and consider it as accumulating virtue for future generations. She was reminding everyone that, if they stepped in today when someone else's daughter got into trouble, it might not be someone else's daughter who would be taken away in the future. As expected, as long as the interests of the masses are tied together, the personal interests are forcibly elevated to the interests of everyone. Even those who are unmoved will have to consider the future. Aren't the future what everyone fights for themselves? Siapura looked at Wang Huiyu with some heat in her eyes. As a public official, this sister actually mobilized the emotions of the masses and confronted her colleagues. There is something. Girl, speak boldly. If you are threatened, don't be afraid. If you admit it, you are really stupid. Think about your family. Don't be confused. Everyone is here. Just say whatever you want. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Wang Huiyu came over and whispered to her, Don't admit it. Chapter 456 Painless. Siapura responded with a grateful look, but she couldn't accept this favor anyway. Because she didn't intend to let this matter go, it was just the right time to sort out the workplace at the base. They had enough fun. They couldn't let people worry too much. It was time to solve it. The meat and vegetables in her hand were waiting to be stewed in the pot. After making up her mind, Siapura took off her mask. Wang Huiyu's eyes changed, and a look of surprise quickly occupied all the emotions in her eyes. Shop owner? Wang Huiyu had seen Siapura before. Siapura also remembered Wang Huiyu, one of the few sisters who went aboard to carry supplies. What resistor? It won't work even if you get numbed by electricity. Several men didn't hear what Wang Huiyu said clearly, but the older man heard it clearly. But then, he looked at what Siapura was holding in her hands. It was either meat or vegetables, and none of them were expensive. How could those rich people come out to buy vegetables by themselves? The oldest staff member didn't think much about it, and shouted, Take it away. Only those with a high enough rank could go up and recognize her face. The staff on the other side just didn't have a high enough rank. They were the ones stuck under the cruise ship to receive supplies. So they didn't recognize Siapura. When Siapura turned around, they saw her and just thought she was a beauty. People like them, who curry favor with the powerful, have long memorized the people from the families of the high-ranking officials in the base. They were sure they had never seen Siapura. Unlike them, when she saw Siapura taking off her mask, Wang Huiyu had already put her heart at ease. Now she was waiting to see their good show with a mentality of watching the fun. How could Siapura let down a girl who stood by her side for no reason? With a cold laugh, she stared at them with a pair of bright black eyes. Aren't you going to take me away? Come on. Come on. After she finished speaking, the originally quiet scene became quiet, except for Wang Huiyu, who had already known her identity. Everyone thought she must have been frightened. Wang Huiyu didn't know how she was going to solve the current situation, but she felt that the owner must have her reasons for doing so, so she just stood aside quietly. Seeing that even Wang Huiyu had dodged to the side, several male staff members thought that their threats had worked, and snorted, You are smart. As if to show off, they put on a smug expression on their faces, quickened their pace, and reached out to grab Siapura's arms from the left and right. As they wished, Siapura did not resist or dodge this time. Just when their hands were only 1 centimeter away from her, suddenly an inexplicable force burst out from nowhere and pushed the two away. The two men fell to the ground. Their pants got wet, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. 2 pieces of soft flesh fell to the ground, and everyone was shocked. At the same time, a voice sounded in all bases under the management of Great B&B. New store rules. Anyone who violates the will of women or commits crimes against women by violence, coercion, etc. in the area managed by Great B&B will be castrated on the spot. The owner has the final right to interpret all store rules. The voice of the new store rules reached everyone's ears. Not only the people at the 5th base, but everyone in the base heard this voice. At the same time, all those who exchanged crystal cores for points received the same message. At the same time, the base roared with celebration. Long live the owner of the great shop. Long live the owner. Long live the owner. Amid such warm congratulations, there were also some male voices besides female ones. Not all men are beasts. Every family has a wife and a daughter. To be precise, they were not only happy for their own benefits, but they seemed to be happy that world peace was just around the corner. With such a wise and powerful shop owner, are their good days far away? No, it should be said that every day is a good day now. By the way, Siapura suddenly thought that it was not only women who were being violated, there were also many weak men being violated by their own sex in the dark corners. She silently modified the shop rules, and immediately let everyone in the base know the news. Siapura had a faint smile on her lips. She had set this rule, but what were the 2 staff members who came up to capture her thinking? Ignoring the lumps of dirt on the ground, all the answers are unknown. There are countless lights gathered on her body, and the people look at her with such warmth. Being stared at by so many eyes, she feels a little awkward, but the matter has not been completely resolved yet. So far, there are still a few bad guys who have not been punished. Siapura's eyes looked around the scene, first looked at the people rolling on the ground, and then looked at them. The people in the staff uniforms no longer dared to be arrogant, and fell to the ground with a thud. Shopkeeper. We just want to find you to understand the situation. We didn't do anything. Siapura lowered her head and thought. Wang Huiyu saw her actions, and wondered how she wanted to deal with it. Let her devil colleague go for the sake of the base? Or show no respect and show no mercy? But if we let them go, I'm afraid they will become even more violent. There are many girls who have been harmed by them over the years. From 10 years old. There is no upper limit. How many people dare to be angry, but dare not speak out? Siapura did not hesitate at all, and gave instructions to M80, let the girl next to them decide their fate. Secretly pop up a pop-up window for her, and let her choose. It would be much better to give the right to choose to someone who knows them, than to choose directly by yourself. A window popped up in front of Wang Huiyu, and there were various options. She looked over quietly, and Siapura winked at her playfully. In the end, Wang Huiyu also chose painless castration. Painless means no anesthesia, no pain. It is called painless castration. As several screams sounded one after another, they fell down with a plop. They fell down gloriously, hand in hand, and joined the ranks of eunuchs in the new era. All the staff of the base also received the pop-up notification of the new store rules. Hearing that the owner appeared in the 5th base, the people above did not dare to neglect it, investigated where the owner might be, and rushed over without stopping. The people who came this time were all people of some status, no longer like Wang Huiyu and her friends, who usually just patrolled the streets to maintain order. They surrounded the outside, and the people inside were so crowded that no one could get out. One of the executives who had seen Siapura came up directly, and bowed his head respectfully, and called out, "Shopkeeper." He opened his mouth to explain, but Siapura raised her hand to stop him. Chapter 457 Potatoes stewed with beef brisket. It's a personal behavior. I won't escalate it to the base. I hope such things don't happen again. It's time to restore and improve the law, while she's still here and still has a say. Siapura turned her gaze back to Wang Huiyu, extending a hand to her. You're very good. Why do you want to work with me? You have more power than working with them. If she wants to reiterate the status of women, she needs manpower. But she has a lot of things to do, and I am afraid she can't do them one by one. It would be great if someone can help. There is another reason why she poaches people so blatantly. Wang Huiyu said, and did things today. It is hard to be sure whether someone will make things difficult for her after she returns. There are so many eyes watching today. The gangsters are not easy to mess with. Her colleagues who have been uprooted are not good guys either. They just happen to be poached to work for her. Thank you, owner. Wang Huiyu bowed to her at a 90-degree angle. Generally, such a sincere attitude means rejection, and Siapura was prepared to be rejected. However, Wang Huiyu was not stupid. Before Siapura's hand fell, she put her hand on hers. The two shook hands in a friendly manner, smiled at each other, and reached a consensus immediately. Siapura raised her voice, and said to the people around her, who had been paying attention to her every word and behavior, I will take Wang Huiyu away. Please help her resign. She will join my side. After saying that, without giving others the chance to look at him like a monkey, he put his hand on Wang Huiyu, and took her away from the place. Wang Huiyu followed her to the BNB. And it was still her yard. This is great BNB. The place where we are is my yard, which is where I live. Siapura's voice was indifferent and distant. Wang Huiyu just felt that she couldn't hear enough. She took in the surrounding scenes openly. Wang Huiyu sighed that there was such a warm yard in the end of the world. In fact, the base also has a villa area. But the villa area is far from as comfortable as this place gives her. There are pets, flowers, and grass here. It takes a lot of energy and water to take care of them. The base has just been taken over by Great BNB. She is not used to the lavish use of water and electricity. Only when she saw this yard did she realize how rough her life was. Owner, what are you doing? Wang Huiyu had a question, but she didn't know whether to ask. Come and sit down first. Siapura raised her hand and beckoned Wang Huiyu to sit next to her. Wang Huiyu sat down, and Siapura handed her a cup of freshly brewed tea. I admire your courage to speak up for women today, and I want you to follow me. My idea is to make society equal to men and women. Siapura told her ideas one by one. Yes, she just wanted society to be equal to men and women. Whether it is the law of the jungle or the preference for women over men, it actually does not reflect gender issues. Wang Huiyu was already in awe after hearing Siapura's first words. She knew that they were like-minded people. If you have figured it out and want to work with me, just move here, go back to find your family, and move to a B&B. I understand. I have figured it out. Wang Huiyu immediately expressed her opinion. Siapura chuckled. You may have to work against the central base in the future. Have you figured it out? It's okay, as long as you do the right thing, I will work with you. Siapura likes people with this mentality. People with this mentality don't want to follow her, but follow their own hearts, and do what they think is right. Welcome to join. I give Chu-In to you. Go back and pack up in the next 2 days. When you've made up your mind, go find Chu-In and report. Okay. Thank you. Owner! Wang Huiyu thanked Chu-In profusely, and left with his contact information. When she walked out of the courtyard, she suddenly realized that she didn't know the road here. Suddenly she felt as if she heard the owner's voice. After a trance, she found herself back on the street of the 5th base. Everything was so familiar. Siapura and M80 chatted daily. Should I set up something that allows employees to freely travel between the base and the B&B? M80 answered her confidently. You should have done it a long time ago. Siapura opened the permission panel and set it up, giving B&B employees the right to travel back and forth between the base for free. Of course, if the position does not require travel, if you want to go to the base, you still have to pay for it yourself. Just after putting down the tablet, Siapura realized that she seemed to have forgotten something. Oh no! I forgot about the beef brisket stewed with potatoes that she had been thinking about. I had wanted to eat beef brisket stewed with potatoes for a long time. The potatoes were soft, sweet, and soaked in gravy. It was really delicious. I was thinking about this dish while walking from the yard to the kitchen. I had already decided to make more beef brisket stewed with potatoes this time, and add some other ingredients. It is not enough to eat only one dish for a meal, you have to match meat and vegetables. M80 smart recommendation. Spicy hot pot, your best choice. Yes. Spicy hot pot. Add some lotus root slices, broccoli, vegetarian dishes like baby cabbage, add various meatballs. They are a good combination of meat and vegetables and balanced nutrition. What a good system. Siapura praised. But this meal is all heavy food, it seems that I will be woken up by the urge to pee again when I sleep at night. Wash the beef brisket, cut it into pieces, put it in cold water, add seasoning to remove the fishy smell. Heat oil in the pot, add onion, ginger and garlic to fry some aroma, add meat and stir fry. Add seasoning, after frying the aroma, add enough hot water, bring it to a boil over high heat, and then simmer it over low heat. After cooking for a while, put the potatoes in. When the potatoes become soft, they can be served. Then there is the spicy hot pot. This is much easier to make. First, blanch all the ingredients you like, from vegetables to meatballs. Heat the pan first, and then stir-fry the ginger, onion and garlic. Add the chili and bean paste. After the color and aroma of the red oil are brought out, pour all the cooked vegetables into the pan and stir-fry. The ingredients are all half-cooked. She only stir-fries the ingredients until they are well seasoned and then serves. Finally, flip it a few times, and it's ready to be served. While she was cooking, Aoyo and Shuehua jumped around the window with the spoiled pearls and cream, wanting to see what delicious food their owner was making. It's funny. Even if they can smell human food, they can't eat it. I don't know what they are busy with. The whole yard was filled with the aroma of food, which made passers-by dizzy. Many people who were about to go shopping at this time changed their minds immediately and said to their family members, "How about having beef stew with potatoes tonight?" "Well, I help you." As if they had a tacit understanding, they walked to the vegetable market together faster. Chapter 458, Apology in Person. Those who had already bought vegetables that day could only slap their thighs and resent themselves for buying vegetables so early when they smelled the owner's soul-sucking serial killing. Some sensible old diners had already brought their families to the main street of the B&B to hang out. What's the point of cooking by yourself? It would definitely be better to try the food from the owner's home. The family looked at different places, not missing any new store that had just opened. Hard work pays off, and they finally found what they wanted. Some people sat down to eat, and some people, such as the owner who made the delicious food. Just after putting the food on the table in the yard, then turned around to get the special bowls for the greedy cats at home. Canned food was also prepared, and they were all given their favorite vegetables and carrots. Before I sat down and warmed my buttocks, there was a knock at the door of the yard. The two big men looked around nervously at the door, for fear that someone would notice them. Pei Shui, you go. Xiang Yuanhong, you go. Pei Shui, whoever speaks rudely should go. Xiang Yuanhong, whoever is the eldest brother should go. Pei Shui, the eldest brother teaches the younger brother who has done something wrong, admit it. You go. Xiang Yuanhong was about to refuse again, but Pei Shui glared at him and held him back. Okay. Okay, I go, I can't go. Xiang Yuanhong cleared his throat pretentiously. Ahem. Just as he was about to knock on the door opened from the inside. Siapura's pretty face showed no emotion, and it was such an emotionless face that made people feel creepy. Please come in. Siapura moved aside, making way for them. She was open and didn't argue with them, but it made their struggle and rejection seem childish. In business, Siapura couldn't have a conflict with them, even if it was just for the sake of obvious interests. But she wouldn't let herself down. The two sat at the table where Siapura was about to start eating. They looked at each other, and she brought over a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Since they came to apologize, Siapura didn't mind giving her partner a way out. It's just been made. I haven't eaten it yet. Can I have some together? This is not good. Xiang Yuanhong rubbed his hands, eager to try. Okay then. Siapura took a pair of bowls and chopsticks, leaving only one pair to be handed to Pei Shui. Then you eat more. Pei Shui took the bowl and chopsticks. Seeing that Xiang Yuanhong was being polite because of his temper, all the delicious dishes on the table were his. Then I'd rather obey you than be respectful. Pei Shui smiled. Siapura always felt that Pei Shui looked very kind when he smiled. He had a good temper. After sitting in this position, the entire central base had to listen to him. Pei Shui was so good-tempered that he came to the door in person with Xiang Yuanhong. Such an old man must not be as simple as he seemed. Xiang Yuanhong, who was left out, tried to smooth things over. Look at me. I forgot to say that the things I have in my hand are all for you. He put the things down and said in a low voice, last time, I was too much. Siapura raised her eyebrows. Xiang Yuanhong was a hot-tempered person. She thought it was good enough that they could say this before leaving. But she didn't expect that they would go directly to the highway. She was a junior on the surface, and she couldn't ignore him. She had to maintain their self-esteem. It's okay. Siapura took the thing from Xiang Yuanhong and put it aside. M80 yelled in her mind, Host! They really want to apologize. The tea in their hands is not worse than what you are drinking now. It seems that Lao Deng is very cruel to himself. He apologized and gave such a good gift. Siapura put the tea leaves away silently, lowering her head and thinking. M80 had transmitted the information of the people in the base to her long before the cooperation. They investigated her, and she naturally had to learn more about them. Xiang Yuanhong is definitely a respectable senior. He is a bit old-fashioned and has some ideas of favoring boys over girls. But in Xiang Yuanhong era, boys had to go to the battlefield to fight, and girls stayed at home to take care of their husbands and children. This kind of idea was not uncommon in that era. Does it mean that Xiang Yuanhong hates girls? Actually, it is not the case. The information shows that he has many children and grandchildren, adhering to the idea of having many children and more blessings. Among them, his favorite is the only little girl among his grandchildren. He spent a lot of his salary crystal cores on this girl. Siapura had no doubt that the old man doted on his granddaughter. If she could open a household registration book for her granddaughter, Xiang Yuanhong would definitely give all his pension to her. He was not a man who favored boys over girls. He was just poisoned by the rigid ideology of that era. Besides, we cannot deny a person who has been a good person all his life just because he did something wrong. Xiang Yuanhong had countless merits. He was also a famous general in their era. Don't call me Lao Deng randomly. It's rude. Siapura secretly taught M80. Then, can you please add a pair of bowls and chopsticks? Xiang Yuanhong smiled awkwardly. Sure. Please sit down first. Siapura smiled slightly, and immediately turned hostility into friendship. After adding rice to both of them, Siapura sat down. The rice in the bowl was crystal clear, and each grain was distinct. When the bowl was held to the chest, the aroma of rice could be smelled, which made people salivate. Don't be polite. Let's eat. Siapura greeted them naturally, as if they were not elders, but old friends who came to visit normally. The two of them were really unceremonious, and they stretched their chopsticks towards the plate of steaming potatoes and beef brisket. The stewed beef brisket was bright red, and the potatoes were well seasoned and slightly yellowed. The combination of the two was harmonious and attractive. The aroma was fragrant, and the mellow aroma of beef and the natural fragrance of potatoes blended with each other. The beef brisket became soft and tasty after a long time of low-heat stewing. Siepura likes to dip some of the gravy below, and then pick it up and put it in the bowl. The beef brisket soaked in the rich soup is chewy but not too hard to chew. It took some time to make the spicy hot pot, and she stewed it for a little longer, so the beef brisket was stewed more flavorful and softer. The potatoes were cooked soft and dense, and they melted in the mouth with a light sip. The soup of the beef brisket is even more unique. Siepura picked up the meat and put it in the bowl, and the rice was stained with some gravy. The soup is rich, and it is perfect for mixing with rice. Pick up a chopstick of rice soaked in the soup. Take a bite of rice, a bite of meat, and a bite of small potatoes, and you will be conquered as soon as you put it in your mouth. If you eat this dish in winter, you will feel warm after a few bites. It can also be regarded as a new dish for residents who don't cook by themselves. Chapter 459 Spicy Hot Pot. And the spicy hot pot, but the two did not touch it much, because the spicy hot pot seasoning is too strong for them. Potatoes stewed with beef brisket equals state banquet. Spicy hot pot equals junk food. Siepura thought the vegetables in the spicy hot pot were delicious. She had a strong taste. The vegetables in the spicy hot pot, especially the cauliflower, would absorb the juice of the spicy hot pot, and the rice would be particularly sweet when eaten with it. After eating almost everything, Siepura said with a smile on her face, "It's a good opportunity for me to talk about today what I wanted to talk to you about last time." Peishwe just smiled upon hearing this, and slowed down his eating movements. Xiang Yuanhong on the side was still eating like crazy, breathing hard. Siepura was thankful more than once that she had cooked more otherwise. Some pieces of meat might have gone into her stomach. Compared to Xiang Yuanhong's unrefined eating movements, Peishwe eating manners were much better. Until Peishwe slowly put down the bowl and chopsticks, he spoke. "You are not an ordinary girl. You can even set store rules for our base." Siepura understood. The old man was not ignoring her, but was following the principle of not talking while eating or sleeping. She also put down her bowl and chopsticks, and wiped her mouth. "The store rules I set are only based on humanity. If the base can't handle it, I will take care of it." "Why not?" "But castration directly." Peishwe seemed to find this word difficult to say, and changed his words. "Isn't it not good to be so rude? The population in the end times is rapidly decreasing, and humans still need to reproduce." Siepura agreed with Peishwe. Human reproduction is indeed important, so we should encourage people to have eugenics. People who violate the store rules should give way to limited resources. "Right?" Peishwe shook his head. Siepura was puzzled. Is there anything worth passing on in inferior genes? Peishwe did not refute. From his calm eyes, he could feel that he agreed with Siepura's ideas. He sighed and said, "I can't argue with you, but I support you. You have the ability to make everyone live well, and you also have the ability to rectify bad habits. I have nothing to say. There is really nothing to say now. It has come to this, and it is not a bad thing." Peishwe is used to being in a high position. She is not afraid of good people setting rules, but she is afraid that the powerful good people will change their temper one day. If she has a bad idea for the surviving humans, it will be a disaster. Peishwe's concerns are reasonable. If M80 knew about it, he would definitely persuade him to rest assured, because the host is the best host. Moreover, no matter how many worlds she has experienced, however glorious she has been, she has never forgotten her original intention. Such a quality is rare and precious, so the main system assigned it a newcomer to bind her. It knows in the system group that many people have done evil after binding to the system. Its host is the only one who has done so many tasks, and is still so lovely. Many systems still envy it for being able to bind to only one host. Siepura would also have concerns from Peishwe's perspective, but she just said, "Everything depends on human efforts. You will know if I will harm the base. People will be revealed over time." After saying this, that was it. She did not continue the topic. Siepura took out the tablet and placed it between them. She told Peishwe about the last time she wanted to talk to them. "I want to talk to you about whether it is convenient to build a factory in which base. The minimum scale is 1,000 people. The maximum scale depends on the location that the base can accommodate. Also, you propose to expand the base, which can be expanded, but the guardrails must be put up. Xie Puru slowly told Pei Shui about her plan. Xiang Yuanhong had finished the beef brisket stewed with potatoes on the table without saying a word, and just listened to the conversation. Maybe because Xie Puru and Xiang Yuanhong were not professionals, they did not use any professional terms. Unlike Pei Shui, who used all kinds of flowery words when talking to others. As a result, Xiang Yuanhong also understood what Xie Puru said. Not only did he understand it, but he also interrupted Pei Shui several times. Brother, wait a minute. You said this. Why don't you let the owner talk about it? Pei Shui was about to talk to Xie Puru about the expansion of the base. But Xiang Yuanhong interrupted again. Brother, let the owner talk about it. She has some sense. You, the owner, talk about it. If Xie Puru hadn't looked at Xiang Yuanhong's serious expression, and if the information showed that he was a rough man, she would have suspected that he was trying to please her. Pei Shui couldn't stand it any longer. He really couldn't stand Xiang Yuanhong anymore. He asked him, "You are particularly annoyed with me today? Why do you let the owner say everything I say?" Xiang Yuanhong said innocently, "The owner said it better than you." Pei Shui was helpless, and he had no choice. Because he also felt that Xie Puru's proposals were constructive. The hypothesis was very bold, but she could do it. My current plan is to build a factory in the coastal base. Once I have completed the construction, I will let the indigenous people there return to the coastal base, and then expand out. I want to develop this place when the time comes. Each base can recruit some people to go fishing in the coastal base. Xie Puru told Pei Shui about her idea. Pei Shui was stunned when he heard that the coastal cities were like this. Pei Shui, at the beginning, we thought that coastal cities would be dangerous. But we didn't expect. Xie Puru smiled. Crisis and opportunity coexist. And now each base in our central base needs to expand the original planting area. Oh, by the way, there are also ranches for raising poultry. Pei Shui and Xiang Yuanhong just nodded no matter what she said. But Pei Shui still didn't understand. Why? Xie Puru was speechless. She couldn't say that she was leaving. Could she? She could only say casually, try not to use technology in the future. Replace them with real employees little by little. At least give everyone a living, so they don't have to go out and fight zombies. She couldn't believe her nonsense. But Xiang Yuanhong's eyes were red. Okay. Good kid. The country has young people like you. Great, really great. Xiang Yuanhong was so excited that he wanted to say something, but he didn't know much. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't praise it, and he burped. Is it delicious? Xie Puru smiled at him and asked. It's delicious. Xiang Yuanhong felt that he was exaggerating a little. What delicious food has he not eaten in his life? He just felt that every food in Great B&B was better than what he made at home. Although the taste at home was the taste he was familiar with, but no matter how familiar the taste was, it could deceive his heart but not his mouth. Chapter 460 Acid Rain. I just can't help eating the food at Great B&B. I can't help it. Pei Shui and Xie Puru laughed at Xiang Yuanhong from the bottom of their hearts. The courtyard was filled with harmonious laughter, and the kittens who were eating raised their heads and looked at them with bright eyes. I don't understand why the atmosphere of humans can be so changeable. Just now they were angry and domineering, and now it's sunny and cloudy again. In front of the two of them, Xie Puru made corresponding adjustments to the base just after the discussion. For example, roads and zebra crossings were planned for the base. Shared bicycles, electric vehicles, and other constructive issues were placed in the base. Chatting all day, Xie Puru found that she could chat with Pei Shui more and more. It was fun to talk with people with broad knowledge. As long as she raised some questions, Pei Shui would tell her his opinions. All the opinions raised were useful, and they had a great time talking. Finally, Xie Puru finished saying everything she wanted to say. After dinner, Xie Puru called Bubu to clean the table. They drank tea in the yard. Xie Puru was talking to Pei Shui, but the sky above them began to change. Dark clouds rolled in, and the dark shadow covered the earth like a giant beast. The three of them stopped what they were doing at the same time, and swallowed their unfinished words. Is the weather going to change? Xiang Yuanhong looked up at the sky. As the dark clouds gathered, a damp smell gradually filled the air, as if nature was forewarning the coming storm in advance. Along with the low thunder, the lightning in the distance broke through the sky, as if it was some kind of omen. The trees outside the window swayed in the strong wind, as if being plucked by a ruthless hand, making waves of mournful cries. Xie Puru's face suddenly changed, as if facing a great enemy. I'm not afraid of rain, But I'm afraid that this rain is not normal rain. M80 emergency alarm, alarm, alarm. Acid rain will fall at irregular intervals within 3 days. Please prepare in advance. Can the range of acid rain be detected? Siapuru hurriedly asked the system. The range of acid rain is uncertain. After receiving the news, Siapuru immediately relayed it to the 2 people in front of her. While relaying, she took out her phone and called Yushiwen. Isn't it because of acid rain that they went to the chemical plant? Now that it is certain that acid rain will definitely fall, personal safety is definitely more important. The phone rang a few times, and no one answered. So she hung up. Thinking that Yushiwen might be on a mission, it would be bad to disturb her, so she hung up. Siapuru opened her mouth and was about to say something. But then the phone in her hand lit up. The caller was Yushiwen. Little Grape. We have taken over the chemical plant experimental base. Thanks to the multi-system abilities you gave them. They didn't expect how powerful I am, and caught them by surprise. Yushiwen's voice was full of excitement and pride. Even through the screen, one could imagine her beaming with joy. She didn't want to break her happiness at the moment. But she had to break it. Siapuru paused, and continued, retreat back. Acid rain will fall at irregular intervals within 3 days. The phone fell into silence. Okay. Yushiwen agreed. After hanging up the phone, Pei Shui and Xiang Yuanhong had already notified their subordinates to evacuate the survivors as soon as possible. Siapuru was nearby. She heard their voice, and waited until they hung up the phone before asking. Acid rain comes at irregular times within 3 days, not necessarily on the 3rd day. Why don't we arrange for people to evacuate immediately, and wait for them to search for survivors? You have to know that Siapuru didn't draw any personal safety protection items this time. When facing acid rain, ordinary cars, and the like will definitely not last long under acid rain. Even so, we still need to search for survivors? Pei Shui's fingers were on his phone, typing away, and his eyes rarely left the screen. He only said, our country is people-oriented. Siapuru was speechless, not knowing what to say. She simply stopped talking, and started to drive people away with a look. It's almost time. I won't delay you two from going back to the base to do your work. Pei Shui nodded, stood up, and exchanged glances with Xiang Yuanhong. Xiang Yuanhong also stood up. So our matter is over. Siapuru was absent-minded, waving her hands. It's over. It's over, just treat girls well, and don't discriminate against genders. Of course. We can't just listen to their one-sided assurances. Rectify it well, since we are people-oriented. Everyone must be equal, otherwise. The store rules will be added by then. Your birth rate. Pei Shui heart tightened. You are such a cruel girl. Let's see after this busy period. Siapuru thought about popularizing education first, and while everyone can't leave the base, they will be forced to attend classes. The homestay system must be promoted and implemented in every base. The base was busy. And so was she. She didn't want them to change now. As she spoke, Siapuru looked up at the sky again. The strange scene above her head was even worse. The 3 of them looked up at the same time, and saw that the hail had stopped at some point. Siapuru couldn't figure it out. Was this extreme cold over? Or would it be worse after the acid rain? Or would it come together? Okay. You guys do it. I'm going to go out too. Retracting her gaze, Siapuru drove them away again. Okay. Then we take our leave first. Okay. Siapuru raised her hand and said goodbye to the 2 of them. After sending them off, she didn't hesitate anymore. Took the pets in the yard, and set off without looking back. She had to go and see the animals that M80 had projected on the screen before. They wanted to compete with humans for territory, just for food and safe housing. All creatures in the world are pitiful under natural disasters. If possible, she wanted to see what caused them not to climb up the tree in the clouds. After letting the system control the RV and setting the destination, Siapuru immersed herself in the construction of Haiyu Base. She couldn't build the 3 factories on site, so she planned to build the factories during the 2 days on the road. Since the factories to be built at Haiyu Base had been determined, she notified Chu In to recruit people. She would first recruit 1,100 people according to the most basic and smallest scale, and the rest would have to wait until she finished the basic construction. The nursing home was also completed. A few days ago, Hua Lin had led people to report. Siapuru was very focused on the construction. Her long eyelashes drooped, making her look gentle and delicate under the warm yellow light. She had no time to care about anything around her, Nor did she have time to appreciate the scenery outside the window, so she didn't notice that a group of ragged zombies passed by the car window covered by the curtains she had pulled down. The group of zombies were carrying something with their hands raised high above their heads. If Siapuru had noticed, she would have found that they were. After working hard for several hours, Siapuru stretched her body when she raised her head again. The construction of Hayu Base was basically completed. She first communicated with Yen Gu on the phone and asked him what style the other party wanted their base to be in, and she would make it in that style. After a brief communication, Yen Gu confirmed that he only wanted the base in the original style, but the specific direction was left to Siapuru. Siapuru felt that the decoration style of Hayu Base could be different from that of other bases. When it comes to the sea, everyone thinks of relaxation and a peaceful life. Most people think of strolling on the beach during their leisure time. Walking on the soft golden beach, looking back, I saw the courtyard with unique decoration. Just thinking about it was very comfortable. This is a complete farewell to the hustle and bustle of the city. So Siapuru decided to divide the Hayu Base into several areas. One area is the connection between the industrial area and the fisherman work area. The second is the daily living area. And the third is the tourist and leisure area. After having a direction, the construction process was faster. After the general completion, Siapuru sent the rough aerial photos and videos of the Hayu Base set by M80 to Yen Gu. There is an empty area, reserved for building an industrial zone. This is the first time Siapuru has used the factory blueprint, and she doesn't quite understand how to use it. How do I use this? M80. The host only needs to determine the type of factory and then use the blueprint. The blueprint will refer to the host's ideas to generate and build the factory. Siapuru, who learned the method of use from the system, is eager to try it out. After determining that this factory will be used to process mutated marine organisms into delicacies on people's tables, she waved her hand and used it directly. Factory under construction. Estimated construction time countdown 8 hours. Siapuru let out a long sigh. Finally I can rest. Yen Gu also replied, expressing his gratitude and love. Sleepiness came over me, my brain, which had been active for more than 20 hours and had not rested yet, finally had the idea of going to sleep. Siapuru came to the second floor and fell asleep hastily. When she woke up again, she was awakened by the vibration of her mobile phone, and she fumbled for her mobile phone in a daze and took it to her face to look at it. The sender is Yushiwen. Yushiwen, we took down the top of the chemical plant, but we found something below. They seem to be doing some kind of live experiment. This is the third chemical plant we went to. The victims inside are their first targets. They are doing experiments related to zombies. Siapuru just woke up and heard this. She was so shocked that she hugged Ao, who happened to be passing by, and took a few deep breaths before she woke up a little. After she woke up a little, she sent a message to Yushiwen. The zombie virus is not artificially created by them. Right? That's too ridiculous. How can a person make such a big mess? She was scratching her head and waiting for information. Yushiwen replied to her voice after 10 minutes. Siapuru quickly clicked on it and amplified the volume. It's impossible to judge based on their confessions. We need to find professionals to come to the scene to investigate to confirm. She also replied to the voice. Do we have to go to the scene to know? But acid rain is coming. Yushiwen, because of this, it's a serious matter. We must come to this chemical plant before the acid rain comes to let professionals do on-site testing. If the zombie virus is really created by them, the arrival of acid rain may spread those things to other places. Siapuru understood. This inspection must be done, even if everyone is risking their lives. She thought about it and decided to ask, are you still in that chemical plant now? Yushiwen replied, yes. Then Siapuru ended the chat. M80 asked curiously, host, are you going to look for her? Siapuru picked up the computer and continued to work, without raising her head. Wait until I go to see those animals. It is impossible that humans will continue to reproduce and animals will become extinct. M80 also asked, what is the host doing now? I am trying to redeem you. Once this factory is built, you will have the money to redeem yourself. Huh? The host was still thinking about it while on a business trip. In order to redeem it. Woohoo. Siapuru felt that M80 had fallen silent and stopped asking. She was also happy and at ease. Her eyes fell on the screen, which was constantly building and adjusting the details. She planned to build the factory in the next 2 days. Whether it could make a profit was another matter. It was also true that she was redeeming the stupid system. The most important thing is, do it for the central base to see. She was working on the road day and night, while Ching Ching on the other side closed his eyes when he passed by her, and fell into another sleep. This was his third dream. Still those people, same child voice, same devil. You bastard, how dare you complain? The little boy who bullied him the most slapped him in the face, and spit on his face. Your grandma is dead. Let's see who can protect you. Your only relative died to help you. Dare you complain? This is the fate of you and that old woman. Chi-Chi's eyes were red and swollen, and he was beaten by the children in front of him. Before, he was still concerned about his family, so he didn't dare to move too obviously. But now? Haha. Who would care if a beggar without family and home had wounds? Even if he complained again, what would happen? Will anyone pay attention to him? Don't think about complaining to the teacher again, or you and your damn grandma will die together. Chi-Chi, you guys? Did you kill my grandma? The voice beside him laughed even harder after hearing what he said. What do you mean we killed her? She heard you complain, and she went out to the police station to call the police to arrest us. We just promote good people and good deeds, and helped her cross the road. Can you blame us for this? If you want to blame someone, blame her for not knowing to follow us when we let go of her hand. She deserved to be hit by a car and killed. Haha, your grandma was so fragile. A bunch of old bones. And she made a creaking sound when she died. A boy looked around and saw that there was no one around. Approached Chi-Chi and said to him, she didn't die when she was pressed under the truck. But the truck driver was afraid that she was still breathing. So he reversed and ran her over to death. Ha ha ha. She was staring at me when she died. What's the point of staring at me? Could she see clearly with those eyes? Chi-Chi only felt that he was struggling in pain, and he could hear the sound of his own resistance. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, and he was punched and kicked again and again, and countless punches and kicks fell on him like raindrops. Chapter 461 Animal Habitat. Despair, pain. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, he was punched and kicked again, countless punches and kicks rained down on him. He wanted to escape, but his limbs seemed to be filled with lead, he couldn't move a step, his eyelids were heavy, as if they would lose their luster forever. He could vaguely feel that at that time he had only one thought in his mind, that was to avenge his grandmother. After being beaten, they left cursing, and all he could see was the square sky above his head. The sun was so bright, but he felt extremely cold. He was clearly in the sun, but he only felt that there was darkness in front of him. How long would such days last? As a human, he didn't know. And even the zombie Chi-Chi who recalled the scene in his sleep didn't know. Siapura focused all her attention on the construction, and successfully completed the construction of the factory when she arrived at the temporary habitat of the animals. The factory provided employee dormitories and free employee cafeterias for recruitment. The food was definitely not as good as outside, but it was free. What's the point of a bicycle if it doesn't cost money? No matter when, free food and accommodation can always solve most of the troubles for the homeless aliens. Because accommodation is included, the scope of recruitment is no longer limited to the local residents of the base, but any base can sign up as long as they are interested. After communicating on the internet, Chu-In will open the authority. Each person can take the subway to and from the homestay once for free on the day of the interview. Putting down the mobile phone that communicates with the outside world, the RV has arrived at the scene that appeared in the projection screen, the animal habitat. She didn't bring anyone with her, and walked into the animal territory alone. The animals sensed her approach, and raised their heads one by one, looking at the sudden intruder. Influenced by her aura of affinity, the animals saw her as if they had seen something new, and they all retracted their heads after just one glance. As she walked, a plate of good carrots appeared in her hands. She planted these carrots in the space herself, thinking of giving them to her babies. There was a lot of spiritual spring water poured on them, so they should be very fragrant. Animals have a more sensitive sense of smell than humans. As soon as the carrot appeared, they knew that this thing was good, better than the gift of nature that appeared out of thin air last time. But the good thing was in the hands of humans, and they dared not approach the humans who looked fragrant. The battle at the north gate left both the mutant beasts and humans injured, but the humans had Siapuru, professional medical equipment and medical teams, and healing psychics. And the animals could only lick each other's wounds in an empty corner. Siapuru threw the carrot in her hand in front of some animals, and they also devoured it voraciously. Seeing them eat her food, Siapuru breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was the beginning of getting closer. But when she wanted to communicate with the animals, She found that no matter what she said, the animals did not respond. If it weren't for a few little cubs who accidentally responded to her under her instigation, she would have thought that she couldn't communicate with this group of animals. She wanted to communicate further with the cubs, but the cubs were hit on the head by the elders in the tribe, and Siapura could not get a response when she communicated with them again. Since they couldn't communicate, Siapura didn't force them, and stood up. Scan why they can't go up to the big tree in the cloud to avoid the natural disaster. M80 replied, received. While waiting for the query results, she kept observing the animals, and the only conclusion she came to was that the animals were very irritable. There were many animal species that she knew were famous for their good tempers in the animal world, and they became very anxious, as if they were very afraid of the dangers around them. After getting the affinity aura, Siapura was used to smooth sailing. This was the first time that she felt cold violence from animals. Host. The query results came out. M80 reported conscientiously. They chose not to go up there. Why? After a moment of hesitation, Siapura couldn't figure out the reason, and blurted out the question subconsciously. She felt stupid after asking the question, shook her head, and changed the question. Can I take them away directly? Siapura felt itchy on her legs. She touched them down and found a few little fox cubs. Their colors were very beautiful. They looked like beautiful noble ladies who had lost their way among the gray ones. The host can kidnap them if they don't cooperate. But there are so many animals here. Unless she packs up and takes away the nearby hills, how can she take these animals away? Siapura weighed her workload in her mind. She was delayed for 2 days on the way here. Fortunately, it didn't rain during these 2 days. It seemed that she couldn't kidnap and move them all away within 3 days. But the little foxes on her legs were already licking her calves. You little things won't go with me? She bent down and took the smallest little red fox into her arms. She put her eyes on the little red fox face and forced it to look at her. You won't go with your sister either? She didn't notice that as soon as she picked up the little red fox, the animals beside her immediately stared at her nervously. The little red fox looked at her with its eyes wide open. It was obviously very curious about her. She could also feel the closeness of the little red fox, but the response she got was that it didn't want to. The little foxes under her feet also clung to her, but were unwilling to do so. She tried to feed some poultry to the carnivores, and a lot of water and fresh vegetables to the vegetarians, but the animals all refused. The phone in her pocket vibrated strongly several times. She turned on the phone and received a message saying that acid rain had begun to fall at the 11th and 12th bases, reminding all major bases to prepare for acid rain. She carefully looked at the acid rain fall schedule map predicted by the central base on her phone, and found that acid rain would fall on her side in about 20 minutes. Putting away the phone, Siapura thought of a solution. She asked M80, will I be in trouble? RV, the lighted base, the homestay, and the host are not affected by acid rain. Okay. Siapura made a decision. Send me the range of animals nearby. And hurry up. M80 received the order. Received. She took out a pancake and ate it. Eating it with Coke. A light screen popped up in front of her. M80, host. The range is about this. Siapura took a look, and already had a range in her mind. She retracted her gaze and concentrated on eating the food in her hand. She would feed the little fox some food from time to time. If the little fox didn't eat the vegetables, she would give him something else. She threw them one by one, and finally she found that the little red fox loved to eat fish. It took her only 10 minutes to eat a pancake. She patted the fox fur on her body, and got up from the big rock she was sitting on. She also patted the dust on her, but, after eating and drinking, it's time to work. Chapter 462 Acid Rain is coming. M80 was waiting for her to say this, and asked curiously, what should the host do? Siapura took out the RV calmly, and then released the small animals and gold in the space. She told Aoyo and Shuehua, and asked them to keep an eye on Pearl and Cream, and not let their animals be bullied by other animals. She put some reserve food in the RV, and made some arrangements, and Siapura took off straight into the air. When she rose to a height high enough to overlook the nearby hills, she could truly see the whole picture of the hills connected together. She saw broken branches and trees, and the devastated land. Several nearby hills were also crowded with animals, but they were less energetic than the animals under Siapura's feet. It was hard to imagine that the word lifeless could be used to describe animals. In the sky, Siet Pura used all her strength to build a brilliant water wall protection cover above the entire area where the animals were. There is a layer of ice power below the top water surface, and water power below the ice power. These two powers overlapped and intersected dozens of times, and finally formed a semicircular artificial protective cover, which provided a transparent protective umbrella for the thousands of animals under her. Here it comes! The dark clouds in the sky are brewing something. The thick clouds seem to be oppressed by an invisible giant hand, which makes people feel uneasy. The air is filled with suffocating air. Dark clouds finally covered the sky above Siet Pura's head. She was trembling even as she was using her supernatural powers. She had seen everything in this world that she had never seen before. Acid rain? Even though she knew that M80 would protect her from danger, she would still be afraid of unknown disasters. This fear was a deep fear of the unknown, not that she was timid. So she couldn't help but divert her attention at this moment. A few drops of rain fell on the dead branches and leaves on the ground, making a crackling sound. That was the sound of everything being corroded by acid rain. The rain was getting closer and closer. Siet Pura simply forced M80 to read her a melodramatic romance novel to relieve her anxiety. The domineering president gave the heroine a wallbang, then approached the heroine and warned her, "Woman, don't try to challenge my bottom line. Stop. 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 I told you to read a melodramatic novel. I didn't tell you to read such a cliched melodrama," Siet Pura said in a nice and unpleasant voice. After all, her attention was diverted. When she came to her senses, the acid rain had already reached the area where she was. Fortunately, the protective shield on her body protected her firmly. She was still clean and refreshing, without any trace of water. Her eyes followed the rain and saw the acid rain being integrated into the water power she continuously released. After the rain and the water power were integrated, they were diluted a little and came to the protective defense formed by the second layer of ice. As the energy she released was consumed, it kept changing, and the acid rain was successfully isolated from her. The animals under her had already sensed the smell of the acid rain, and looked around in confusion. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find the answer. She sighed, and secretly rejoiced. M80 was puzzled. It is obvious to the host that these animals attack humans. Why do you still care about these animals? It asked the point. And Siet Pura did not know why she did this. Instinctively, I want to find out what is wrong with these animals. But when I come here, I feel that they are not unforgivable. Why do they fight with humans for territory? Do they just want to seize the homes that humans think are safe? There is nothing wrong with seizing homes. Nowadays, who lives in the world just to survive? I don't know, but I have a feeling that I should do this. Looking at these animals, she always feels that there are some other details that she has not touched. The animals refused to communicate with her, and she had no way to give more clues. The base broadcast the arrival of acid rain, but perhaps everyone knew that they were safe, so there was no panic. Instead, many people came to the edge of the base, and saw with their own eyes that everything was gradually corroded by the acid rain, and they were more or less frightened. In the past few days of popular education and science, we have informed everyone of the harm of acid rain, and also popularized many disasters that have occurred in history. There were many curious people watching the fun. Everyone gathered together, and couldn't help but talk about the natural disaster. Seeing that the rain that was popularized by science really fell, the dead branches and leaves on the ground were also eroded by acid rain as popularized by science, and white smoke was everywhere. Everyone's face was solemn. It's really acid rain. This rain, if the acid rain is over, can this floor still be used? Can crops still be grown on this land? No one answered this question. Seeing the harm of acid rain with their own eyes, the onlookers were relieved. Fortunately, the owner is here, otherwise, I feel like I would definitely run out to take a shower like I did last time when it rained when I saw this water. Of course, he was talking about taking a shower before the owner came. Now the base is taken over by the B&B, as long as they pay, every household can live in a clean and hygienic house. The water and electricity bills for taking a shower are not stressful for ordinary people, and now they would definitely cherish their lives and not rush out casually. Fortunately, the owner took over the base early, otherwise, even if they had a house to hide in, their fate would definitely not be much better. What will happen if the house is exposed to acid rain? The curious people got a brick from somewhere, and asked the stronger people in the crowd to throw it. The brick was thrown outside the base, and one step away, they saw small holes in the brick being corroded by the acid rain. The white smoke told them a fact: the acid rain corroded everything, and it was definitely not just to scare them. It's better to stay in the base, and the owner of the B&B should protect you. The owner has protected us for more than this. We should be grateful. No one is allowed to waste the food sold by the owner. Some people who heard this agreed with him, while others disagreed and retorted, who would waste it? This is the end of the world. I would rather save the unfinished food for the next meal than waste it. Okay. People from all bases gathered to watch the excitement. The crowd watching the excitement at the first base noticed a milky purple shadow looming in the rain in the distance. Look there. Is the owner back? It's too far away. I can't see clearly. Let's take a look again. The car got closer, and they saw clearly that it was not the owner's car. It was just a bus that could be summoned 5 times with a teleportation business card. Chapter 463 Factory Progress. The bus approached the base and asked everyone in the bus to get off completely. Yu Shiwen got off the bus and just stepped into the base and finally felt that she was alive. There were many people following her, scientists who held the data tightly, chemical experts who also held the data as a protective cover, and a group of prisoners captured by the chemical plant. As the person with the highest status in the entire chemical plant laboratory, MO2 was the first to be captured and became a prisoner. He has been keeping his head down and not speaking since he was arrested. No one can understand his thoughts. Before getting off the car, their heads were covered. The base sent people to maintain order and escorted MO2 and other prisoners back to detention. Most people just came to see the excitement of acid rain. It was the first time they saw people being detained. They couldn't help but speculate about their identities out of curiosity. The base now turns a blind eye to some minor crimes. It's the end of the world. It's like this. It's impossible to control it. Suddenly, they saw someone being taken away and detained by the base, with his head covered. It was obvious that he had done something very excessive. As for what he had done, the base did not announce it, so they naturally did not know. The people who took the subway to the B&B for an interview also learned about the arrival of acid rain through the base broadcast. But the day when the acid rain fell happened to be the day when they were interviewed to work in the factory. They were so focused on the interview that they had no time to be distracted and care about the acid rain that did not threaten them at all. This is also the first time for many people from other bases to come to the B&B and see the full picture of the B&B. The B&B is now full, but there are still vacancies. But they only support short-term rentals of a week or half a month, which is convenient for survivors from other bases to come here to play. But they cannot stay long-term. Xie Ro has not built a house in the B&B for a long time. First, she thinks it is big enough. The various facilities and conditions here are not worse than those in the base, so it is easy for everyone to want to come here to live. But her idea is not like this. She has always felt that the best thing is that all bases can develop, and she does not want one base to dominate. It is best that each base can have its own attractions and characteristics. Just like before the end of the world, everyone would go to various tourist attractions to check in during holidays. Such development is beneficial to the long term and the future. People who came to the B&B were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. It was also the first time for most B&B residents to see so many people coming from the subway in one day. Outsiders look at the scenery and objects, while locals look at outsiders. This saying is fully reflected in homestays. The difference is that now with mobile phones, newcomers to homestays like to take photos of the homestays and send them to their families, friends, and even netizens. Among the people who got the interview opportunity at the Lun base, the brothers Qin Wei and Qin Rui were selected. The two thought that it was finally time to have a new place to play, and it was also a long journey. They got off the subway with a big bag of clothes in their hands and saw the full picture of the homestay for the first time. "Brother, are you really going to quit your job raising chickens at the base?" Qin Rui asked his brother Qin Wei. Qin Wei said nonchalantly, "Let's talk about it after the interview." "I haven't had the interview yet." "Have I? What if you pass the interview? Then I quit. We can work together in the factory with food and accommodation provided, and we can save on rent. You don't have to risk your life to fight zombies. You can earn less, so it doesn't matter." Qin Wei continued, "I'm just afraid that you die in an accident. Why would I keep feeding chickens at the base? I'm afraid I make money but not spend it." "But, no buts, the money we save may be saved for a long time. If the owner opens the house for sale, we can still think about it." Qin Rui is such a grown-up. It's not that he doesn't understand, he just thinks his brother's ideas are completely different from his own. What he thinks is, it's the end of the world. Why would he still be a house slave, If he works in the factory and earns points, they must enjoy it. It's really beautiful here. No longer entangled in the future. Shinrui cares more about the happiness that the land under his feet can bring him. I thought our base had developed very well. But I didn't know until I came to the B&B. It turns out that the owner has a trick up his sleeve. Ha ha ha. Shinrui is a big man. And he can't help but praise it without paying attention to whether it looks good or not. It's really nice here. After praising, he said, it would be great if I could buy a house here. Shinrui walked behind his brother and quietly raised his middle finger. Chosen as a slave. It's the end of the world. But you still want to be a slave. The two came to the B&B map below the subway station and saw the hot springs and tea houses in the B&B. The two looked at each other and decided to have a nice few days here after the interview, whether they passed or not. Chu-in and Hua-Lin were busy arranging the interview. Hua-Lin was with Chu-in for a week, and he knew a lot about the B&Bs that he had not been involved in. Thousands of people had to be recruited at once, and the workload should not be underestimated. The two of them went together, and also took some other colleagues to receive the interviewees. And they were very busy. They didn't notice that their dear boss hadn't contacted them for several days. Although Yu Shiwen was busy, she also completed the task. She sent a message to Siepuru, but she didn't see her reply. She came to her yard to find her. She could ignore the door control and walk in directly. But she found nothing. The yard was cold and deserted. Where was Siepuru? Siepuru, who was missed, was still hanging in the sky, silently praying that the acid rain would go away soon. This superpower was inseparable from her. She was releasing it when she was awake and when she was asleep. At most, she would leave for a few minutes to go to the toilet. Fortunately, M80 was there. She talked to it every day, played with it, and it was not boring. Occasionally, she would feed the animals below, get them some raw meat, vegetables and water, and watching them eat and drink their fill. Siepuru also felt the joy of raising pets in the cloud. But watching the acid rain erode this originally beautiful world bit by bit, she is a bit emo. Bad news, in her current state, she can't play with her phone, can't contact others, because she is too far away from the ground and has no signal. This is the first time she has no contact with the outside world. If she knew it would be like this before, she would have told them in advance. Good news, she can also adjust the construction page. If nothing unexpected happens, she will spend the next time when the acid rain is not gone in construction mode. There are new changes in the B&B and various bases every day. Although no one can contact Siepuru, she knows that the owner is safe by looking at the changes every day. On the third day of hanging in the sky, she suddenly found out, it seems that there are not many mutant plants. M80, well, the mutant plants have all gone to the big trees in the clouds to avoid the acid rain. So the host does not need to worry. Chapter 464 Level 8. Siepuru murmured, that's good. The second day of hanging in the sky, I don't know how Yu Shiwen is doing, can't you really call and ask? M80 really doesn't know where she comes up with so many questions every day. You have a hard time finding time to go to the toilet now, how can you call? Siepuru looked at the animals, and their cubs who grew up safely under her protection, and shut up. 1 week of hanging in the sky, can't I really play with my phone? She asked the same question 8 million times. M80 was tired of answering. You are so far away from the ground, where can the signal come from? Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the B&B level to LV8. This time, you get 10 mysterious fragments, 20 construction drawings within the business scope, 10 factory construction drawings. LV9 upgrade conditions. 200 rental stores within the B&B, 50,000 real employees within the business scope. This upgrade condition is completely different from the LV8 upgrade condition. Although the requirements are not many, the number of employees required is really large. At this time, she was so bored that she had built all 3 factories. Chu-in and Hua-Lin were interviewing new employees every day and arranging employees to join the company. Haiyu Base was built first, and most of the original residents of Haiyu Base chose to return to the place where they grew up, seeing that the physical building had changed. But it was still the style they were familiar with, and it had become better. They shed tears of excitement. Base Chief Yengu is also the base chief of this base. He manages the operation of this base, and cooperates with Chu and work to develop the factory and the sea. The birth of the first large factory built by Great B&B. The happiest people are the residents who passed the interview of this factory. Shinrui and Shinrui, the 2 brothers, passed the interview and were successfully assigned to the factory of Hayu Base. According to the original plan, they returned the housing of Lun Base and took all their belongings to choose a 2-bedroom and 1 living room employee dormitory. After all, the staff dormitory is a staff dormitory, and the space is not big, only 50 square meters. For most people who enter the factory, having a personal space is a great satisfaction. With the advent of the first factory in Hayu Base, the welfare benefits of the other 3 factories followed. The factories in Hayu Base receive the most points every month. After all, dealing with mutant creatures in the sea is still a little dangerous. There are 2 types of work in Hayu Base. One is to process food safely in the base, and the other is to go out to sea to fish. The 2 brothers of the Chin family chose to work 4 days a week and rest 3 days a week in the factory. In their free time, they could rent a fishing boat with others and go out to sea together. The meat of the mutant beasts caught by themselves could be sold to the food processing factory, but the crystal cores in the bodies of the mutant beasts belonged to them. It was a bit tiring to do both jobs. Both of them were young and felt that having a stable job was better than just going out to sea, so they persevered. M80 provided her with some videos about the development of the homestay and various bases every day. Siepuro was happy that she could grasp the development of the homestay in real time in the sky. The other 2 factories are a grain processing plant and a drinking water plant. Many people are confused about her decision to choose these 2 factories. They think that the BNB has a magical ability to automate all these things, and they don't understand why she still built these 2 factories. These things are obviously inexhaustible in the BNB. As long as you have points, you can buy them. They are puzzled, but they don't know that all the decisions Siepuro made are for the aftermath of mankind. Yu Shiwen was not among the people who didn't understand, but she said nothing. She didn't speak when the senior management of the base raised speculations. She just lowered her head and looked at the bottle of water in her hand again and again. In the first month hanging in the sky, people who had already cancelled the purchase restriction order had a good year. Siepuro remembered that she had promised Yu Shiwen mother to go back to celebrate the new year together. It seemed that she couldn't go back this year. She hoped that the old lady would not be angry with her for breaking her promise. She saw Yu Shiwen going home for the new year in the projection screen from M80. As soon as Yu Shiwen entered the house, Yu Shiwen mother came up to ask why Siepuro didn't come back with her. The 3 little ones called their godmother in a baby voice, as if they were puzzled why their mother came back, but their godmother didn't. Fortunately, the old lady just thought that she was busy and had no time to come back. Yu Shiwen family of 6 celebrated the new year together, but facing a table of good wine and delicious food, she felt like chewing wax because of the worry that she couldn't contact him all the time. The second month hanging in the sky, Siepuro felt that life seemed to be like this. Before, I thought that working was worse than death. It would be nice if I could escape from the world. Now the nightmare has come true. She has really escaped from the world. She feels so lonely and bored. She would rather set up a stall and sell things all the time than be alone. She keeps doing construction. The construction blueprints are finally used up. New ones come after the upgrade. It's boring, and there's nothing she can do. She built 5 more factories out of boredom. She has been hanging in the sky for I don't know how many days. Siepuro's hard-earned character was broken at this moment, and she was full of swear words. She just kept shooting at the acid rain. When will the damn acid rain stop? I won't be hanging here for the rest of my life. Will I? M80 was speechless. Following his host, he could even see that he would be scolded even when it rained. After scolding for a while, before Siepuro was stunned, the acid rain actually stopped. She looked incredulous, and didn't even dare to stop transferring the supernatural power. Damn it! It's too late to scold. You should have scolded earlier. M80, are you sure you scolded it away? Did the acid rain really stop? Check if it will rain again in a while. Not in the short term. She sees the loophole in the words. Does it mean there will be more in the future? I don't know. In that case, Siepuro kicked away the cloud that she had squeezed into the shape of a sofa, and came down from the sky with confidence. As soon as she came down, the little guys on the ground surrounded her. They knew she had saved them, and they all stretched their heads over to her, trying to rub against her calves. She rubbed the little red fox tail, and commented sharply, "It's fat. What good stuff is in its little belly?" The little red fox refused to communicate with her, and farted at her. Siepuro was so frightened that she put it down, and laughed and scolded, "You naughty little thing." Siepuro yelled, "Where is our rebellious son?" Chapter 465 Your king is back. Your king is back. Why don't you come and kneel down to welcome him? Her voice spread far and wide, and her 4 rebellious sons had heard it long ago, and were squeezing in the outer circle with their butts sticking out, and couldn't get in even if they squeezed their heads. Facing animals that were taller and stronger than them, how could they dare to be presumptuous? Siap-Pu-Ro thought that they were so enthusiastic, and would be willing to communicate with her. When she patiently tried to communicate with them one by one, they were still unwilling to communicate with her, as if they were tacitly guarding a little secret that only the animal world knew. There was no way to communicate, and the animals were crowded around her. Siap-Pu-Ro took out a lot of delicious food and drinks, and sent the animals around her away. She only caught the little red fox that dared to fart at her, and said to its parents, "Borrow it for a moment. I return it to you later." The little red fox parents really ignored it. She took the little red fox to the car, closed the car door, took out the all-purpose delicious meat cans, and tortured it. "You want to eat? Right?" The little red fox nodded, and said it wanted to eat. Unfortunately, no matter how Siap-Pu-Ro coaxed it, it was useless. The little red fox just wanted to eat, and its mind was full of food. Seeing that she couldn't get any words out of it, Siap-Pu-Ro gave up, and had to give the canned food to the little thing. Of course, it wasn't given for nothing. She touched the little red fox's head and said, "I hope you little animals will stop thinking about attacking humans after you are full. The danger is over. You can return to your homes." The little red fox howled a few times, looking at her and staring at her. But he still lowered his head, and continued to eat the canned meat that he hadn't finished. When the canned meat was almost finished, Siap-Pu-Ro opened the car door, wanting to return the other children. As soon as she opened the car window, she saw a few familiar little faces, who were looking at her aggrievedly. Snowflake was the most delicate, and he jumped up and rolled in her arms, showing his belly to her. Ao also missed his master, and his little black face kept squeezing beside her. Pearl and Cream were too big, and could not be held in the owner's arms like them, so they could only watch helplessly. The little red fox came out of the RV, with some canned meat on the corner of her mouth, and lay obediently behind Siap-Pu-Ro. The 4 little ones were petrified, looking at Siap-Pu-Ro, and then at the little red fox with shocked expressions, as if she was some kind of heartless person who had failed them. Siap-Pu-Ro scratched her head. The canned food I left for you should have been eaten. Right? How about you 2 cans each?" They still looked at her and the little red fox, without responding. From their eyes, it was clear that what they wanted to say was, "You gave the little bear biscuits you gave to us, but you also gave them to him?" She rubbed her nose in embarrassment, feeling like she was caught cheating. Okay, come and eat. The master still loves you the most. Please invite the 4 little ones in, then take the little red fox out, find its tribe, and return it. They are safe, and she will return to her tribe." She said to all the animals, "You should be well. Don't bother humans anymore. Grow up peacefully with humans." Her voice echoed in the hills that she had protected for a month, round and round. The little red fox whimpered a few times, looking at the oldest elder in the tribe. "Humans gave me delicious canned food, and I didn't say anything." The elder lovingly touched the little red fox's head with his paw. The car started again. Siap-Pu-Ro rolled happily on the bed she hadn't seen for a long time, and checked the information accumulated over the past month with her mobile phone. She couldn't remember the days clearly. Asked, "How many days did the acid rain last?" M80 gave a precise answer, 65 days and 11 hours. It's been that long. Siap-Pu-Ro felt lost. She had been isolated from the world for 2 months. Damn it, she missed the Chinese New Year. She wanted to lead everyone to have a good New Year, and make a great New Year's Eve dinner. Yu Shiwen, Chu In, Hua Lin, Funny Boys Team, Dora, Chio Kan, and many others sent greetings and New Year's greetings. She sent voice messages to reply one by one. The acid rain suddenly stopped, and the whole world cheered. Qingli fluttered his eyelashes slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. The chaotic feeling in his dream disappeared completely, and the only thought left in his mind was killing. He came back with fragmented memories of his life, and full of hatred. The memories of his life kept overlapping in his mind, and pieced together with the last dream. Hatred, and an indescribable force were calling him, driving him to seek revenge on humans. He lowered his head, and his eyes swept over all the zombies around him. Several corpses were torn into pieces by the zombies, and the bright red blood in the corpses was diluted in the water. There were still a few corpses that had not been touched by the zombies, which were reserved by the level 8 zombies to be presented to him. The number of level 7 zombies increased suddenly, and during his sleep, Their strength was quietly rising with him. The appearance of the level 7 zombies gradually approached their appearance in life, and their eyes still flashed with the twisted and ugly bloodthirstiness of zombies. Their appearances surpassed their appearance in life, becoming more refined. The only level 8 zombie is Gardenia. Her change is the most amazing, and her appearance is the closest to humans. I don't know how many mutants she ate, and how many crystal cores she absorbed from them to reach this level. Seeing the zombies under her command getting closer and closer to human appearance, Chi-Che secretly thought, their appearance is similar to that of humans, and they are obviously more resistant to disasters than humans. The end of the world is the survival of the fittest. So why can't they replace humans and become new humans? Recalling his memory of being stepped on by people, he also wanted to step on humans as well. After EP441 reported that he was safe, he had a good sleep on the bed. When he woke up, he sat by the window and looked at the world eroded by acid rain. The most obvious harm of acid rain is the change of soil. It may not be visible to the naked eye, but you can understand it by thinking about it. In addition to the need for crops and human life, another major need is water. Acid rain flowing into the water will pollute and deteriorate the water quality. In addition, it will also affect aquatic life. The addition of acid rain will change the living environment of aquatic life, affecting their growth and reproduction. Not to mention plants, where some remaining green was originally seen, now only decayed. Passing through a city previously inhabited by humans, acid rain has a strong corrosive effect on building materials. Not only have the dilapidated buildings been damaged again, but even some roads rebuilt in the central base are bumpy. High-rise buildings are a thing of the past, and all traces of human existence have been annihilated with acid rain. Chapter 466 Sister is so handsome. Alas. EP441 sighed, unable to express her feelings. What's wrong with the master? M80 didn't understand her sighing. I feel sad, how many human civilizations and cultural relics have been destroyed. M80 still didn't understand. It's destroyed. It's destroyed. Wouldn't it be fine if it was rebuilt? That's easy to say. EP441 didn't follow its blind optimism. She couldn't interfere if it wasn't within the base. There were so many places like this that she couldn't interfere. How easy would it be for the number of humans who have survived to this day to pick up the 1,000-year civilization? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. The front is about to reach the BNB. EP441 has not checked her account balance for a while. She was bored and just built things. Only she knew how much she had spent. She didn't dare to look at it. Now it's time to face reality. She gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a lot of new zeros in her account. She didn't check the balance and didn't let M80 check it. As a result, each person in one system stared at the balance in the account. Go check. How can there be so much? The source of the large amount of money was quickly found. M80 was stunned. Host, the central base exchanged most of the crystal cores for points. EP441 counted them bit by bit, and was a little disappointed after counting, but it was still a little short, just short of exchanging entities for the system. And she couldn't just spend and ignore everything. She had to work hard, and finish building the factories first before she could start. All the way without saying a word, EP441 looked out the window intently, emptying herself. Passing by several smaller survivor bases, she deliberately slowed down the car to observe whether there were any survivors in those small bases. The first two bases were already deserted, and the third base she reached was completely different from the first two bases. The last time she saw the fragments of broken limbs was in the base where she and Yu Shiwen were together. EP441 endured the visual shock and took a video of the scene, and sent it to the group. Judging from the traces on the ground, this place should have been forcibly visited by zombies before the acid rain. After taking the photos, EP441 left. She didn't have the courage to go in alone to check the situation. She also ignored the only woman hidden by GZ, who hid in the safest place in the entire base, with food and drinks beside her. I'd better go back first, she murmured to herself, with a hint of fatigue in her eyes. At this moment, she was eager to go home, and her desire to communicate with others reached its peak. Just like last time, she just found a nearby base and teleported directly back to the BNB. As the light of transmission flickered, she felt a subtle vibration. Her vision gradually became clear, and the surrounding environment began to become vivid. When she got off the RV, she was already in the yard. There was soft grass under her feet, and the leaves of the big trees rustled in the breeze. The sense of solidity of returning home made her feel alive. Yu Shiwen had been waiting in the yard. She stood in the yard, Her figure stretched out by the moonlight. Hearing the movement behind her, she turned back suddenly, and her heroic eyes were full of tenderness. Until I saw that figure and was sure that she was safe. The heavy stone in my heart finally fell. Are you back? Yu Shiwen smiled slightly, her voice as gentle as the wind. Why are you waiting for me at my house? I was thinking of going to see you later. Siapura jumped up and pulled Yu Shiwen to sit down, letting her take a good look at herself. Look at me. Have I lost weight? I think the 2 months I have been away from home are the longest 2 months since I became conscious. As she was talking, she wanted to complain. The countless bitterness and grievances in her heart turned into a desire to talk. Without waiting for Yu Shiwen to answer, she continued to say, I think I have lost weight. Because I am not doing well. I haven't communicated with anyone for 2 months. Yu Shiwen was stunned by her strange voice, and let her hand hold his hand and rub her body. Look! Have I lost weight? I feel that my small waist has come out. Yu Shiwen smiled, patted her waist lightly. Yes. Yes, you've lost weight, from lean meat to clenbuterol. She didn't have much meat to begin with, and finally gained some weight, and went out to lose weight before coming back really. She took out a table of snacks, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and was about to pull Yu Shiwen to eat together. While eating she talked. Let me tell you what I've been doing for the past 2 months. I've been standing guard in the sky every day. Siapuru said, as she stuffed all kinds of delicious food into her mouth, one bite after another. The golden fried chicken fell off the bone as soon as it was thrown into her mouth. Chicken legs flowed into her mouth one after another. Yu Shiwen was stunned. The mouth ate at a speed and talked while eating. It seems that the authenticity of the rumor that the old lady gnawed chicken feet needs to be considered again. I stood like this for a month. I felt that my life was like this. Then, this night, Yu Shiwen was only responsible for listening to Siapura's endless talk and giving a timely response. Her hands were not idle either. She peeled crab legs for her one after another. Siapura was really good at eating. She ate for such a long time without stopping. Her stomach was visibly bulging. She was not willing to end it. When she was in a good mood, she pulled Yu Shiwen to drink some wine she brewed when she was bored. The next day, she and Yu Shiwen slept in the same room, on 2 different beds. Yu Shiwen's lips were slightly pale. Little grape, who else has drunk the wine you brewed? Siapura held her belly and thanked. Fortunately, you are the first one. She was glad that she didn't waste food. Didn't make too much wine for the first time. Didn't hurt anyone except the 2 of them. And was glad that it was the end of the world. She had the most professional medical team. Wei Yu came to see them early in the morning. She woke up at 5:30. And saw the help message sent by the store owner to the Healing Superpower group on her mobile phone. She came here without brushing her teeth. Siapura felt that she had caused trouble. She embarrassedly pushed Wei Yu's hand that was stretched out to treat her to Yu Shiwen. Ahem. Her condition is more serious. See if you can treat her first. Under her constant instigation, Yu Shiwen's normal drinking capacity was replaced by her repeated calls of sister is so handsome. So Yu Shiwen's condition is really worse than hers. Wei Yu looked at her 2 sisters helplessly, fearing that Yu Shiwen would refuse. So she quickly put her hand on Yu Shiwen and began to output her supernatural power. Before Yu Shiwen could say anything to refuse, she felt her body warm up, and she felt comfortable, and did not refuse. Siapuru touched her nose guiltily. Good sister. Since I let you treat me first, you can't blame me. Chapter 467 Aid Digestion. Suddenly, Yu Shiwen opened her closed eyes, and her face turned from a comfortable rosy red to an apple-like Highland red. She felt something, and threw off the quilt and ran towards the toilet. What? What happened to her? Siapura was shocked. Wei Yu shrugged. Could it be because the alcohol accumulated in her stomach and was not digested? I used my special power to help her digest it? Siapura felt that Wei Yu guess made sense. Wei Yu reached out her hand and approached Siapura. Siapura cautiously dodged back. What are you doing? I'm here to treat you. Siapura quickly pressed her hand down. Compared to the discomfort of diarrhea, I feel quite comfortable now. When she drank, she knew that her alcohol tolerance was not good, so she didn't dare to drink too much. Originally, she was just worried that getting drunk would cause trouble, but she didn't expect that she would avoid a disaster because of her rare self-knowledge. M80 sighed. Host is really a fool with good luck. Siapura hit it at the right time. You are the lucky one. M80 mercilessly ridiculed her. Yes. Yes, your little sister is so lucky. Ah, you are so annoying. The toilet flushed violently. Siapura was angry and quickly blamed the system. It's your fault. Why didn't the cheat code you gave include the winemaking skill? You know there is no winemaking skill. But you still have to try? Siapura looked at her nose and her heart, feeling guilty again. It was because she knew she couldn't die in this world, so she thought people might as well be bold for once. Fortunately, the hospital is also run by itself, so it's not a big problem. Siapura has been hospitalized so gorgeously these few days since she came back. The high-tech equipment in the hospital can make her less uncomfortable. Yu Shiwen's condition is more serious than hers, so she didn't think about being discharged from the hospital, but stayed in the hospital for a few days first. People came to visit her one after another, and brought her and Yu Shiwen flowers and fruits. She saw Yu Shiwen go to the toilet countless times with her own eyes. In order to express her apology, Siapura personally peeled the fruits that Yu Shiwen wanted to eat during the days in the hospital. Siapura did not waste any time in the hospital. Besides eating, drinking and sleeping, she built the house. The advantage of living in the same room with her sisters is that they can gossip and listen to gossip anytime and anywhere. As she listened, Siapura learned from Yu Shiwen's description the changes in the attitude of the base in the 2 months since she left. First, they promoted the equality of men and women everywhere, and they also made a big fuss about Yu Shiwen taking the lead and going deep into the chemical plant to capture important criminals, with 0 casualties throughout the process. Now Yu Shiwen is a strong woman who is highly praised in all bases. Siapura was eating sunflower seeds, and asked her expectantly, "Then what? What's next?" Then, they started to use me as an example, instilling the idea that it's equally good to have a boy or a girl, and who says a good girl is not as good as a boy? Siapura sneered at this. Who says a good girl is not as good as a boy? This sentence is actually a comparison, saying that everyone is equal, but there is still a long way to go. Yu Shiwen sighed. Who said it wasn't? But it's a good thing that the base has changed. The sisters I met in other bases also said that the base treats them much better now. Siapura listened for a while with her ears tilted. Compared with the previous treatment, the treatment of female soldiers now is indeed much better. By the way, tell me about the time you took down the chemical plant with 0 casualties. Why didn't you tell me more about that? Siapura still wanted to hear this part. Yu Shiwen was tired after talking for a long time, and took a sip of water before starting to talk. It's nothing. It's all nonsense. Siapura looked into her eyes. What is it like in reality? Actually, it's not complicated in reality. Yu Shiwen fell into recollection. They were not wearing base uniforms. They changed into casual clothes in the car before getting off. MO2 and the others probably thought they were lambs delivered to their doorstep. Their last self-protection and trump card was to let us get stained with zombie blood, hoping to make us mutate into zombies and study us. Siapura listened attentively. You haven't been infected with the zombie virus, have you? Yes. Facing Siapuru's incredulous look, Yu Shiwen waved his hand. It's nothing, but the situation at that time would make them relax their vigilance if they were infected with the zombie virus. After I captured them, I ate the fruit that can cure the zombie virus in front of them. Siapura wanted to know how they felt about the antidote that they had been researching for so long, which actually already existed and was popularized in the central base. At that time, MO2, the boss who was in charge of the entire experimental base, was stunned. He couldn't believe that everyone had a copy of the thing he had been researching for so long. Siapura laughed out loud. It's so refreshing to slap someone in the face. So when they were taken back to the base, did they find out that the zombie virus was related to them? She asked the key point. Yu Shiwen was silent for a moment, and didn't answer this question easily. They haven't admitted it yet. But judging from what they have studied, their previous research was aimed at longevity. Later, MO2 family was probably infected with the zombie virus, and their research direction became to understand the zombie virus and turn zombies back into humans. The second half of the sentence inexplicably made Siapuro's heart skip a beat. She looked at Yu Shiwen nervously. Had they achieved any results in their research? Yu Shiwen recalled. We brought back their research data and found that they seemed to have some confidence in the longevity experiment, because they did this experiment many times. And in a preliminary sense, all their research directions were consistent. Yu Shiwen tilted her head. It's hard to say how far they have progressed in the longevity experiment. They are unwilling to reveal anything at the moment. Siapura felt nervous just listening to it. She swallowed her saliva and continued to ask, what about the last 2 experiments? The one about zombies. Those 2 experiments are pure nonsense. If there is a progress bar, the total progress is 100%, then their research progress has only reached 0.5. It's not even as high as our base's research progress. I don't know how many people they have captured for experiments, and how many lives have fallen into their hands. Siapura opened her mouth, wanting to ask something, but felt that it was meaningless to know now. She didn't ask about their killing people for experiments. She was stunned for a moment, and found that Yushiwen had been looking at her. She touched her face. What's wrong? There was nothing on her face. MO2 asked to see the owner of the fruit that can eliminate the zombie virus. That is, you, before he would tell us what we want to know. Siapura pointed at herself with a confused look on her face. Me? Me? Why does he want to see me? Chapter 468 MO2 Memory. Yushiwen shrugged. I don't know. Her stomach ached, and she immediately bent over. Ouch. Ouch. I can't take it anymore. She rushed to the toilet for the nth time. Siapura, who stayed where she was, touched her nose. Every time Yushiwen went to the toilet, her few consciences would be condemned once more. M80 suddenly spoke. Host, if he wants to see you, then go and see him. What is his identity, and what is my identity? If he wants to see me, I have to let him see me. Right? Siapuru's appearance of sitting cross-legged and eating melon seeds was exactly the same as the little panda transformed by M80. Both were so arrogant. Maybe there will be unexpected gains if you meet him. What unexpected gains? Siapura was not interested at first, but since the system said so, she had to go. When Yushiwen came out again, she had thought it through. She took the initiative to say to Yushiwen, I've thought it through, I go meet him. Yushiwen quickly went back to bed. Her legs were numb. Let's meet. Wait until you're better before we meet again. Siapura lifted the quilt covering her body and jumped out of bed. I'm fine now. Yushiwen, huh? I'm here to accompany you. In fact, Siapura had already recovered because she could drink and vomited once and felt uncomfortable for a while. But she was fine, but Yushiwen was miserable. She just thought that it didn't matter where she worked, and she could accompany Yushiwen here, so she didn't mention that she was already well. Yushiwen took a deep breath and picked up the phone with a good temper. Then I contact the relevant person in charge for you. I won't go with you. Siapura nodded repeatedly, handed melon seeds to Yushiwen's bedside table, and peeled a few kinds of fruits for her, flattering her. You are really generous. Yushiwen endured it again and again, but she couldn't help it, and reached out to mess up her hair as a revenge. After she contacted the handover, Siapura confirmed the address and set off immediately, disappearing in the room. Yushiwen was the only one who had to go to the toilet again and again. She appeared in the first base at the designated address, and someone came to take her into the interrogation room immediately. Siapura's face was her pass, and she had a smooth journey. The people who led her changed one after another, and she finally saw the big boss Yushiwen mentioned, MO2, Dr. MO. At Siapura's signal, the people around her all withdrew, leaving only a space for her and Dr. MO to be alone. She found a random chair and sat down, waiting for the other party to speak first without saying a word. The dungeon they built in the first base was airtight. I don't know if it was to create an invisible sense of oppression. The lights here were not bright. Are you the one who has the detoxification fruit? MO2's voice was hoarse, and he sounded too old to be someone of the age group that Siapura had seen so far. Siapura replied, yes. He smiled contemptuously, and I don't know if he was mocking himself or laughing at something else. Little girl, how do you have such a thing? Siapura looked at him nonchalantly, and her aura was only stronger than before. Better luck. Luck? Haha, lucky. If the people at the base wanted to find someone to fool me, they wouldn't find someone older, but a girl like you who is still wet behind the ears. What do you know? MO2's attitude was very bad, as if the person standing in front of him was something ridiculous. Siapura raised her eyebrows and looked at him. You want to see me, and when you see me, you will feel that others are deceiving you. MO2 squinted his eyes and stared at her, looking her up and down with a cold gaze, finally stopping at her hands. Siapura didn't understand what he was looking at, but she didn't do anything, just stood there and let him look at her. Are you really the owner of the detoxification fruit? Siapura replied calmly, yes. How do you prove it? TSK, Siapura was a little impatient. Why do you have to prove yourself before talking about things? I won't prove it, if you have something to say. If you don't, I leave. M80 also doesn't like people staring at its host with that kind of eyes, and the whole system is ready to move. Host, we don't need to waste time talking to him. You just go over and put your hand on his head. I can try to read his memory. Siapura's eyes lit up. It's better to read the memory directly. When communicating with the other party, what others say may be true or false, but memory will not lie. But here comes the problem. How can I go over? M80. Forget it, you come closer, I just electrocute it. As he said that, a bolt of lightning fell on M02's head and electrocuted him. Siapura took the opportunity to step forward, confirmed that he was unconscious, put her hand on his head, and let M80 retrieve his memory. The read memory will be directly transferred to Siapura's mind. She closed her eyes lightly, the scene changed, and came to M02's memory. The sunlight shone into M02's study through the wind system of the curtains. His study was the best lit room in the whole house. The messy experimental data filled the table. At this moment, M02 was playing with his children in the yard. The little boy asked, "Dad, will we become great scientists like you when we grow up?" M02 is not like the person Siapura just saw. The current M02 is a young M02. Yes, when you grow up, you will know what you want. You don't have to be a scientist, you can be whoever you want to be, as long as you don't do bad things, Dad will always support you. What are you two talking about? A dignified woman came over. We are talking about. Our son wants a sister. Young M02 had a happy smile on his face. His hand touched his wife's belly. A little life was being nurtured in the dignified woman's slightly bulging belly. Yes. Mom, I want a sister. If we have a sister, our family of 4 can go camping, and I will give all my toys to my sister. His home is full of laughter and warmth. Siapura watched M02 memories as a bystander. It was hard to imagine how such a scientist with a happy family could become a Frankenstein. Is it a family ethics drama? For example, cheating? Becoming bad? Siapura guessed for no reason while watching. The scene in front of her did not last long, and then it changed. It was when M02's daughter was born. He cried in the ward while holding his newborn daughter, who was wrinkled and red all over. "Wife, thank you for the gift you gave me. I am the happiest person in the world." It was a normal scene. Siapura could feel M02's mental activities as she watched. The little girl was born. M02's relatives and friends all came to congratulate him. As he said, he was the happiest person in the world. Chapter 469, Pursuit of Eternal Life. The scene changes again. This time, the little girl has grown up, and her brother pulls M02, asking him to take them out to play. At this time, M02's face is even more smiling. It seems that he has had several years of happy time. The playfulness between the brother and sister makes him feel an incomparable happiness. However, this happiness gradually turns into a heavy burden in his heart. Siapura and M80 say, everyone in their family is very good. This happiness at least exceeds 90% of the families. What else is he not satisfied with? M02's family conditions are hundreds of times higher than her starting point in each world. The house he lives in is a manor. Will people living in a manor also be troubled? M80 is also puzzled by humans. Humans are always pursuing a better life. It's really hard to guess what rich people think. The colors around faded, and the picture changed again. M02 seemed to be very busy. Time and busyness left traces on his face. His young face was getting closer to the M02 that Siapura saw now. When his 2 children came to see him, he was locked in the laboratory, doing experiments that Siapura couldn't understand. Time passed quickly, and Siapura saw that in order to do this experiment, M02 kept selling his belongings and paid for his own research. Following M02's memory, he could only see his perspective, and he spent most of his time in the laboratory. Siapura didn't want to see boring things, so she fast-forwarded to the moment when M02 once again drove away his 2 children who came to play with him, and his wife's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at him with confusion. After watching the first half of M02's life at a faster speed, Siapura discovered the turning point was when M02's parents died. He was gradually eroded by the increasingly twisted desires in his heart. He wanted more than just the present. I don't know when it started, but his idea became to make this happiness eternal. His research direction is longevity. He wants to use what he has learned throughout his life to make him and his family no longer bound by time. The experiment was repeatedly frustrated, but the discharge and destruction of chemicals required money to find someone to destroy them. In order to save costs, M02 asked people to discharge the failed products at will. After having M80 inspect it, the failed products discharged could only cause pollution at most, and could not create the zombie virus. I thought the question of where the zombie virus came from would surface, but I didn't expect it to be covered by a veil again. Siapura exited M02's memory with some disappointment. She had no interest in other people's privacy. So she let it go after seeing this. When she opened her eyes again, she looked at Mo2, who was waking up slowly, with some pity. To put it bluntly, he was just a poor person who wanted to keep the happiness he had in his hands. But unfortunately, he used the wrong method. Life is only 100 years. 100 years is long. As long as you grasp it well, how can you have any regrets? Mo2 opened his eyes. He was so weak from the electric shock that he couldn't move. He looked at Siapuro warily. What do you want to do? Siapuro said bluntly, I saw your experience in the first half of your life. You want to live forever. Right? Mo2's eyes widened, as if he was questioning the truth of her words. When he heard the word eternal life, his eyes shrank. I don't want to think about it anymore. I thought about it before, but now I just want my family to come back. As he said this, he knelt down in front of Siapuro, as if he had found a life-saving straw. They said you are very powerful. They said you have the fruit to cure the zombie virus. I beg you. Siapuro shook her head and interrupted him. I don't have something that can turn zombies back into humans. If I had, she would have completed the mission and been reborn beautifully. Mo2's forehead was pressed against the ground. And before he could get up, tears slid down the corners of his eyes to the ground. I can atone for my sins. I can do research. You go and tell the base that I can work hard on the research. I just want my family to come back to me. Seeing him break down, Siapuro couldn't help but sigh. Dr. Mo2, you should know that all the people infected with the zombie virus are already brain dead. Even if what you research is useful, will it still be your family that is saved? Can people who have been brain dead for a long time be saved? There is no answer to this question. He wants to live forever, and wants to develop an antidote to the zombie virus. It was a coincidence that she had everything he wanted. But how could he know the loneliness of eternal life? If he really achieved eternal life, his whole family would have to accept the constant death of friends. How could an immortal accept loss? Although they had no intersection. Siapuro, as the owner of what he wanted most, was the person who understood and misunderstood Mo2 the most. Mo2 wiped away his tears. He was just a scientist who didn't know anything. He didn't hold any hope when he fell into the hands of the central base. He fell to the ground, his eyes empty. I said I didn't do anything to harm humanity. I just wanted to save my family. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. You used so many lives for experiments. You didn't harm humanity? Siapuro asked. Mo2 was angry. So many people died in the end of the world. What's wrong with a few more deaths? If I can figure it out, they deserve to die. To contribute to all mankind, I sacrificed my own interests for the sake of everyone. What's wrong with me? Siapuro had nothing to say about his unusual way of thinking, until she could no longer communicate, and turned around and left. As soon as she walked out of the door, someone came up to her. Shopkeeper, are you okay? Siapuro shook her head, and left a sentence. I will talk to Yushiwin, and she will report to you. Yes. Her figure disappeared quickly, and she returned to the ward, found Yushiwin's bed, and jumped on it. She buried her head in Yushiwin's quilt, and said in a muffled voice, I checked Mo2's memory. He wanted to research something for immortality, but all he made were failures. Yushiwin was about to reach out to pull her, but when he heard her start talking, he stopped and listened quietly. After listening to the whole story, Yushiwin raised his hand and patted her head. Siapuro was immersed in the emotion that the eternal life that others pursued was the shackles that she wanted to get rid of. She covered the back of her head and looked at Yushiwin aggrievedly. I just reached this level of emotion. And I could have reached this level. She gestured with her hand to make a progress bar. But you interrupted me. Yushiwin looked at her calmly. I understand. I will tell the base. Siapuro nodded vigorously. In a blink of an eye, the two stayed in the hospital for 3 or 4 days, and the acid rain had passed for a week. Siapuro let the air of the BNB flow over other bases, which was equivalent to letting the residents absorb trace amounts of energy 24 hours a day. Although the energy is small, it accumulates into a lot. During the days when the base could not go out, many psychics broke through the bottleneck of their level and waited to go out to hunt zombies after the acid rain to earn points to pay the rent. Chapter 470, Dreaming of Becoming a Fisherman. Maybe it was because I couldn't go out and I was bored, or maybe there was really no money in my account. When Siapuro accompanied Yushiwin out of the hospital, there were fewer people in the streets and alleys of the BNB. As the two walked back to the yard, Yushiwin patted Siapuro on the shoulder. You, rest your eyes for a while, don't make yourself nearsighted. Siapuro walked out of the cage immersed in construction, responded. And put away the tablet. while hanging in the sky. Siapuro was bored. She took out all the dishes from the hot pot restaurant, and discussed with Yushiwen, decided to eat hot pot after being discharged from the hospital. In Yushiwen words, it was to fight poison with poison, let the body know who is the real master. She was tired of eating hot pot all the time, and suddenly had an idea. She took the initiative to hold Yushiwen's hand. Let's not eat hot pot. Let's go to Hayu base. She winked at her. Do you still remember our beautiful fantasy? If you have time, let's go fishing together. I think now is a good time to go fishing. She has been building all this time. She has built several factories. She only needs 3 more to meet the conditions for this upgrade. It's time to relax. When Yushiwen reacted, the scene in front of her had changed. She heard the sound of waves hitting the rocks. Looking around, they were on the reef within the scope of the base that was expanded after the Hayu base was extended outward. Worried that she would fall if she wasn't careful, Siapuro reached out to hold Yushiwen, and waited until she got used to it before letting go. This reef was quiet. There were a lot of boats parked in front, all of which were provided by Siapuro to the factory for fishing. There were also small boats for individuals, but most people would not risk going out to sea. After all, the marine life below was not made of dough. Even experienced fishermen with rich experience in going out to sea would worry about being attacked by mutated marine life in the water. Crystal cores are indeed valuable, but life is more valuable. Breathing the seawater with a bit of fishy smell, Yushiwen said helplessly, "You guy, if you want to fish, you have to buy a fishing rod first." Siapuro smiled, and 2 fishing rods appeared in her hands. "I prepared it a long time ago." Yushiwen held her forehead, and forgot that little grape is also Doraemon's treasure box. Putting the fishing rod into Yushiwen's hand, Siapuro took out 2 stools, and took out some bait, and put out the fishing gear. "You fish first. I set the table first, and you can eat it after you catch it." She stretched out her hands, and made a cheering gesture in front of her chest. Yushiwen took the fishing gear obediently. Fortunately, she knew a little bit about everything, and was not unfamiliar with fishing rods. Siapuro turned around and found a flatter spot on the big rock. She took out a table and bent down to find a few stones of different heights on the spot to pad the table legs tightly. Charcoal grilling is delicious, but the gas stove is more convenient. So tangled. Forget it. Never mind. Let's do both together. Put a gas stove on the table, and find a place to set up the grill, and the grill net. Put charcoal in the stove, and light a fire. Put an ice bucket on the table, and put half of it in ice cubes, and put a few bottles of drinks in the ice cubes to cool them first. Put the cut fruits on the table, and take out a super large unopened durian, and take out a smaller durian. As soon as the durian appeared, the small area was filled with the soft and sticky fragrance of durian. Yushiwen turned around, and saw her holding a small durian and roasting it on the grill. Siapuro met Yushiwen's eyes, raised the tongs she used to move the charcoal blocks, and smiled at her foolishly. "You like durian too, right? This silly child." Yushiwen laughed. "No matter how much you like durian, you can't eat it as a meal. It's good enough that the 2 of them can eat the 4-pound durian on the grill. The other super large durian is estimated to weigh 10 pounds. Is she sure that the 2 of them can eat this?" But then she thought, Siapuro still has room, and it won't be wasted if they can't finish it. Thinking of this, Yushiwen nodded. "It's delicious. I love it." "That's great." Siapuro fixed the durian, preventing it from being blown down by the wind. When she felt everything was almost right, she released Ao and Snowflake on the rock, and placed the gold on the table as an ornamental plant. Only the cat can come out, and it's better for Pearl and Cream not to come out. They are too big, and it will be crowded if they are released. She made a mixed vegetable that they liked to eat, and fed them in the space. And they also understood. Ao's voice sounded, asking for her opinion. "Master, I want to go fishing with my sister." Chihuahua squatted beside Ao, put her 2 little paws on her chest, and imitated the way they watched Tom and Jerry in the cartoons. "Be careful. Just don't fall into the water." Siapuro agreed. "If the children want to play, they can go. I guess there are only some small fish and shrimps near the reef for them to catch and play." Siapuro came to Yushiwen's side, and saw the sullen expression on Yushiwen's face, and her eyebrows were wrinkled. Sitting on the small stool next to Yushiwen chuckled. "What's the matter?" "Nothing, I can do it." Yushiwen's face was full of determination, and she was determined not to give up until she caught the fish. Half an hour had passed since she cast the rod, and there was still no movement. Yu Shiwen was worried that she would be embarrassed, coughed twice, and looked at her. It's not good to eat only fish. Why don't you get something else to eat? If two people go fishing together, it will be embarrassing to be hungry together and embarrassed together. They haven't eaten yet today. Siapuro agreed without hesitation, and went to the side to prepare food. In fact, she didn't know what to prepare. She thought about getting the staple food first. After thinking about it, she felt that she didn't want to eat in this situation. So she decided to make some noodles. 2 furry balls, one black and one white, walked in cat steps, holding their spoils in their mouths. Meow. Master. Looking in the direction of their movements. She didn't know that they were holding shrimps in their mouths. Chihuahua walked in front, came to Siapura's feet, spit out all the shrimps in her mouth, and rubbed her head on her shoes. 6 shrimps came out of the small mouth, and they were not small. Facing the bright eyes of Chihuahua seeking praise, Siapura responded with a loving touch, which made Chihuahua so comfortable that she exposed her belly. Ao followed behind, and spit out the shrimps in his mouth as well. After counting, there were 10. Yu Shiwen turned his head fiercely. His face was distorted. Hooked. Dead fish. Hooked for me. Touched Ao's head as a reward. Ao said, Master, there are more over there. I go get them back. Chapter 471 Shrimp Udon Noodles. Siapura followed behind Ao, and went with him. The 2 kittens were hunting behind them, and when Siapura arrived, she saw shrimps jumping around on the ground. The first thought in her mind, shrimp udon noodles. The second thought, shrimp udon noodles. Now that we have the staple food, the shrimps can also be used. Wow! You guys are so capable. Siapura squatted down, took out a basin, and filled the basin with food. It's great to have you. If I were a master who only eats and waits for death, you could also go catch fish and shrimp to feed me. Right. Although now it's no different from just eating and waiting for death. Siapura feels that she has become extremely lazy since she stopped setting up the stall. Ao Chihuahua nodded proudly. It's because the master is too powerful that they look useless. Put the shrimps in a small basin, enough for them to eat. Siapura squatted nearby to clean the shrimps first, bringing the processed shrimps back to the table, telling Yu Shiwen loudly, We have shrimps to eat. Quite a lot. Yu Shiwen rested her hand on her chin and thought about life. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look back. They are all fake. They are all illusions. Okay. Is she going to lose to the 2 Mimi? No, she doesn't want to. Yu Shiwen gritted her teeth and said sternly, Just wait, I will definitely catch a big fish. Siapura said politely, Okay. Squatting in place first, she processed the 2 shrimps that the little ones brought back. After asking for their opinions, they said they wanted to try eating cooked shrimps. She put the shrimp in the pot, cooked them slightly until they changed color, opened 2 cans, stirred the shrimp in the cans, mixed them well, poured them into their own bowls, and placed them on the rocks for them to eat. Yu Shiwen, who was stubbornly confronting the sea fish, smelled the fragrance in the air, and her stomach was against her persistence. While Siapura was concentrating on opening the durian, Yu Shiwen took a look at the shrimps that the 2 little guys were eating with relish. She couldn't help but want to ask how to get the sea fish to bite. You can't go. Yu Shiwen can only endure hunger, and wait for the fish to bite for the sake of face. Fishing requires concentration and patience. How can you be distracted? Siapura was chopping shrimp meat into shrimp paste, staring at Yu Shiwen back thoughtfully. The area where they were located was connected to the location of the dock boats in front. To be precise, the length of their fishing rod, including the length of Yu Shiwen's fishing rod, was all within her control. Putting down the knife in her hand, Siapura consciousness dived into the space to find the inventory that she had taken a sack to self-service Hadaleo in the sea before. What to eat? How about salmon and then a big crab? That's good. It's a better combination. After making up her mind, she quietly tampered with the 2 fish hooks that Yu Shiwen threw out. The salmon was disobedient, knocked it out first, and then hooked it on the fish hook. The big crab is also naughty? Give it some white wine and make it drunk, and it will stop being naughty. After working for a long time, she was too focused, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Finally, the fish and crab were disguised as being caught by someone. Siapura used her consciousness to pull the fish down. Yu Shiwen looked very happy. She stood up and collected the fishing rod. She excitedly held the fishing rod, but she could clearly feel that the thin fishing line must be quite heavy. After a while, Yu Shiwen came directly to the table with a salmon weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. Siapura raised her lips slightly. What's wrong? You are not happy after catching a fish? Yu Shiwen was unhappy. Did you do something? Siapuro heart tightened when she was asked, why do you say that? Salmon is a deep-sea fish. Siapuro, isn't this the end of the world? Yu Shiwen's eyes were sharp. Even if it's the end of the world, it won't be able to be caught by a fish hook. Right? Isn't this the end of the world? Maybe it's a salmon that was artificially farmed in a farm. It's not used to the depth of the sea, and prefers shallow water, and you bumped into it. The end of the world is a good excuse. Yu Shiwen wondered if he was overthinking. Can big crabs be caught? Siapuro was very stubborn. You can catch salmon. So what's wrong with crabs being greedy? Anyway, Yu Shiwen had no evidence. So as long as she refused to admit it, the fish was caught by Yu Shiwen herself. Okay. I go over there to deal with the fish. Yu Shiwen handed the big crab to Siapuro. I leave it to you. Okay, Siapuro was very glad that Yu Shiwen didn't worry about whether she cheated. Can you kill fish? Siapuro only remembered to ask after she answered. Yu Shiwen chose a knife for salmon. I worked part-time in a restaurant when I was in college, so I know how to handle salmon. Then call me if you can't handle it. Okay. Yu Shiwen walked to the side with the fish. Aoyao and Shuehua were also familiar with their master's friends, and followed Yu Shiwen with their tails wagging. She brought a chair over, and found a place to bend over and handle the salmon. The scraps from the knife were cut into small pieces, and fed to the two little things. Siapuro watched them get along well from a distance, and took out her mobile phone to take pictures. She told the system, remember to save these photos with you. When she leaves this world, these photos will be the only ones to record her happy moments in this world. M80, okay. The ingredients were ready. She took out a string of bamboo sticks, and inserted the sticks into the opening of the shrimp paste bag. Slowly moving the sticks, squeeze the shrimp paste onto the bamboo sticks, and you get a skewer of shrimp paste. Many shrimp skewers were lined up on the grill and grilled. She also put some shrimps directly on the skewers to make salt and pepper grilled prawns. King crabs were also grilled. The most worthwhile part of the king crab is the crab legs. Siapuro cut the crab legs off with a knife and grilled them on a low charcoal fire. She added some mustard sauce to the crab legs and put a small piece of cheese on them when they were almost ready to eat, or just grabbed them and they were ready to eat. This side was almost done, and Siapuro started to prepare the main course. First, squeeze the shrimp paste into boiling water and cook it. Then remove it and set it aside. Put the diced tomatoes in hot oil and stir fry until the juice comes out. Add seasonings and add an appropriate amount of water. After the water boils, add curry, add udon noodles, and cook until done, and finally add a lot of large shrimp paste. After boiling again, the rich aroma of tomatoes wafts away, and each noodle is soaked with tomato juice. The shrimp paste is also dyed with color from tomatoes, and it looks like a food filter has been added. Finally, add the green vegetables, and cook again, and a pot of rich and fragrant shrimp paste curry udon noodles is ready. At this time, Yu Shiwen came back with a pot of processed salmon meat, and the two little things followed her obediently and meowed, looking like they had a full meal, and their little bellies were bulging. Chapter 472, Something Unexpected Happened. Wow! I just processed one fish, and you have done so much. Siapuro did not take credit for it. No way, it's just that it's harder for you to process the salmon. Looking at the brightly colored fish in Yu Shiwen's hand, Siapuro asked, do you like to eat raw salmon or cooked salmon? Cooked salmon. I eat too much raw salmon in the end times. I don't want to eat raw salmon anymore. Then, I make a pan-fried salmon and a smoked salmon. It'd be ready in a moment. Siapuro took the salmon from the basin, took the knife, and looked at how to cut the fish on the chopping board. Yu Shiwen didn't want to complain about sitting and waiting for food, so she squatted down and washed her hands first. Then I take a look at the fire over there. I still know how to grill a little bit. Siapuro didn't hesitate, reporting the progress of the grill, which had already been coated with oil, and cutting the fish while talking. The two of them were busy at two positions, preparing food slowly, chatting casually, and the beautiful scenery of the sea with the setting sun made people feel particularly happy. Pan-frying salmon is very simple. Just prepare the fish meat a little bit, and put it in the pan. With a sizzling sound, the oil will bubble up around the edge of the fish meat. In the blink of an eye, Siapuro finished the fish meat. She used a gas stove, which made it easy to control the flame. The fish meat was cooked to the same taste as the two of them, and it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and paired with the sauce she specially prepared. Siapuro tried a small bite, and it was so delicious that she wanted to catch the whole marine life as a snack. 3 steaming dishes were served. Siapuro had just taken out a new table, put the dishes and chopsticks in place, and turned around to call Yu Shiwen. Yu Shiwen was in sync with her, carrying a large plate of barbecue and walking over. That's right, let's eat together. The barbecue was placed on the table, which was not big to begin with. A table full of food and iced drinks, it was hard not to take pictures. Yu Shiwen rarely raised her phone. Siapuro came over, they made a yeah gesture to the camera, taking the table of delicious food behind them into the picture. After taking the photo, Yu Shiwen looked at Siapuro standing on her left in the photo, with a cute and funny expression, and smiled from ear to ear. Okay, let's eat. Siapuro looked at the delicious food on the table, and couldn't help urging her. Okay. Yu Shiwen reached out to take the barbecued shrimp paste, but Siapuro suddenly thought of something and stopped her. She found a bottle of sesame seeds in the space, took it out, and sprinkled it on the slide, with the embellishment of white sesame seeds. The shrimp paste brushed with barbecue sauce has a higher appearance. Okay, now we can really start eating. Yu Shiwen still reached out to take the grilled shrimp paste. This thing made her drool a lot when it was just grilled. She couldn't let it go easily. Siapuro made some udon noodles for herself. She liked to eat noodles with some soup. She just used a spoon. Put the shrimp paste on the spoon, with a little tomato soup. After taking a bite, it seemed like she saw a tomato paradise. The rich tomato flavor blended with curry. The shrimp paste was so fresh that it was chewy. She ate and drank at the same time. This is the best in life. The two of them continued to eat slowly. After eating the main meal, there was still some space in their stomachs, which was just right for durian. Siapuro held 2 kinds of durian on her left and right, feeling the taste of happiness. Yu Shiwen finished a can of happy water, and just as she took a breath and wanted to quietly watch the night sea for a while, the ringing of her cell phone broke the calm of the sea. Hello? Siapuro glanced at Yu Shiwen. She couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone, but she saw Yu Shiwen's expression becoming more and more serious. Is the news true? Okay. After hanging up the phone, he met Siapuro's concerned eyes. Something happened. No one who went out after the acid rain came back, and none of them could be contacted. Huh? Siapuro sat up straight, and didn't understand what she meant. I received an order from my superiors, and I'm going to perform an emergency mission. Yu Shiwen stood up from the chair. Siapuro also stood up, and waved her hand to transfer the mess on the ground to the space, and the black and white little fur kids who were chasing and playing were also sent into the space by surprise. She put her hand on Yu Shiwen's shoulder, and in an instant they reached the subway entrance. She simply waved her sleeves, and the waves hit the rocks, as if they had never been here. Her hand went up and down and patted Yu Shiwen's shoulder. Be careful. Okay. Yu Shiwen wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing and turned to walk towards the subway station. Siapuro looked at Yu Shiwen back thoughtfully, and always felt as if she had never seen her stop. Every time, no matter what she was doing, she would get up and go as soon as the base called. Luckily, she had a good meal with her before she received the call, otherwise, she might not have eaten. She shook her head. Now was not the time to think about these things. The most urgent thing was to finish the factory first, and she could end it after finishing the factory she had. She sent a message to Chu In to confirm their location, and she walked towards the office building in the direction of the yard in a daze. It is not easy to build a factory now. We need the cooperation from the base. They need to expand the scope of the base so that Siapuro can have a larger place to build the factory. Hua Lin and Chu In announced that they still need to recruit workers during this period. Siapuro, who was worried, did not notice that they were all very happy. Great, there are jobs again. With jobs, there will be fewer people running out. You can work at the base, and it won't be difficult or dangerous. After a moment of trance, Siapuro came back to her senses and noticed that the two of them were laughing and talking about their beautiful visions for the future. Are you happy? Siapuro asked uncertainly. Hua Lin, I am happy. Our positions are not limited by gender or age. As long as you don't go to school and can move, you can come to work. Isn't this a good thing for everyone? Siapuro's eyes swept to Chu In. Chu In hesitated for a while. I am happy. We are all neighbors. If everyone has work to do, they won't think about running out to catch zombies all day long. Yes. After all, catching zombies is still a little dangerous. As long as we can eat and drink enough and have a place to sleep, and our lives are safe. We will be satisfied. Siapura leaned over, with a playful smile on her face. What happened to you? It seems that you are deeply touched. Hualin got excited when she said this, and moved closer playfully. I saw everyone saying this in the residential building when I went to work with Sister Chu-in last time. Doesn't anyone think the salary is too low? Doesn't anyone think that it's faster to save crystal cores than to kill zombies? Siapura smiled gently. No. After all, there are only a few people who can kill zombies and get crystal cores. Most of them are exchanging their lives for food. Everyone is very happy to be able to earn a solid salary to support their families. Chapter 473, Checking the Progress of Work. Siapura was also very happy to hear this. This is probably the meaning of coming to this plane. By the way, let the merchants report the progress of doing business in the BNB. Siapura pulled a chair and sat down. We are all family here. There is no need to change places to discuss things. Just sit here. Okay. Hualin and Chu-in went to find the recorded information after hearing this. There are too many things to do every day, and they are too complicated. Now it is really impossible to remember so much without a notebook. They were all busy looking for information. And Siapura was not idle either. I treat everyone to milk tea. This building, everyone will have a share. As she spoke, she released a takeaway robot with its own storage space, and set it to bring back 500 cups of milk tea. No matter how many people there were in this building, there couldn't be 500, so she would transfer the extra milk tea to the space. Okay. Thank you. Boss. Thank you. Owner. The office ladies who were working hard rarely raised their heads, and thanked loudly, and then lowered their heads to continue working. As if it was a program that was set to be activated after the setting was completed. They continued to lower their heads and do their own things. Siapura was stunned by their desperate efforts. Are they all the best at taking risks? There are many familiar faces in this office building. All of them are recruited to work here. This building is almost full of girls, which is also Siapura's idea, to provide more jobs for girls. She was a little reluctant to compliment everyone's passion for work, and she approached Chu-in and asked in a low voice, It's because I came that everyone is so active, or has it always been like this? Hualin thought the boss was worried that someone was slacking off, and replied casually, It's always like this. When you're not here. Sister Chu-in and I are also like this when we're not on field work. Siapura frowned. I don't think I said you can't slack off. Work is too tiring. Everyone can slack off appropriately. Just make sure you can complete your personal work every day. And don't be lazy. She said to Chu-in, if there are not enough people, hire more people. Share the work and it will be easier. And everyone doesn't have to be on edge. This is not a fight with zombies. You can die if you are not careful. There is no need to take ordinary work so seriously. Chu-in knew her boss' temper. She meant what she said literally. She just had to execute it. Okay. I will pay attention to adjusting everyone. Siapura looked at the office again. There was only the sound of flipping documents and occasionally drinking water. This situation was really scary. Hualin had not been in contact with her for a long time, and did not know much. He came over and asked, Boss, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Siapura nodded. There are fewer people in the end times, and it would be better if everyone has a job. If one person does the work of 3 people, wouldn't the remaining 2 people be unemployed? It's better not to go back to the level before the end times. She must let everyone live a relaxed life. Milk tea is coming. The robot moved over like a bucket, successfully found Siapura's location, and opened its storage inner bucket very servilely, letting its owner choose milk tea first. Originally, we would have to wait for 500 cups of milk tea. But who is in charge of the entire BNB? Siapura. The things she wanted were delivered to her expedited. Siapura took a cup of fresh milk tea that she wanted to drink without hesitation, with less ice and less sugar. After Chu-in and Hualin took their respective milk teas, the robot distributed them to each floor. Wow! The boss is so generous. And they are all large cups. Hualin held a super large cup of fresh milk tea in his hand, and his admiration for Siapura was even greater. Siapura said in a humorous tone. Shocked, a boss was praised for treating his employees to a large cup of milk tea. Ha ha ha. Hualin quickly inserted the straw into the milk tea and took a big sip. This milk tea is not ordinary milk tea, it's so expensive. I can't bear to drink it during the holidays. The milk tea Siapura treated her to was not anything else, it was her favorite. The tea soup made from the best tea leaves, and the milk tea made with fresh milk. The milk flavor of this milk tea is well mixed with the tea flavor, and in order to ensure that the fresh milk is fresh enough, she asked the people at the ranch to squeeze and bring it to the milk tea shop every day. It's expensive, but it's worth it. Chuan took out a large stack of information. These are the information of merchants who want to rent shops in BNBS to do business. Huadlin and I thought about screening them out in the past 2 days, but we were delayed by something. Siet Pu Rose suddenly remembered another thing. I gave your contact information to a few people before. All of them are women. If they call you, you can arrange some work for them. Chuan smiled. I know. You said this. They have all joined the company. Really? Siet Pu touched her nose. She didn't remember when she said that. Do you want them to come down to see you? No. Let's talk about the business leasing. Siet Pu got the topic back on track. Huadlin also brought a stack of information and put it on the table with a bang. It was a thick stack. Boss, I sorted all these materials by myself. Whatever you want to know, I will find it for you within half a minute. Siet Pu raised her hand and made a cross gesture. No need. I just want to know some things. Sit down first. I ask you questions, and you can answer them as you remember. Oh, okay. The two pulled out chairs and sat down in a row, waiting for Siet Pu questions. I want to know which business you prefer when renting shops. This question didn't need to be thought about at all. Chuan answered it right away. All kinds of business. But most of them want to do catering business, but they think they can't compete with the food sold in our B&B. Those who want to open catering business only want to sell some local specialties. Siet Pu pondered for a moment and continued to ask, what else does it include? Clothing design. Buy our finished fabrics and go back to design, and then put them on the shelves for sale. There are all kinds of industries, but their business ideas are all like this. Oh, is that so? Siet Pu seemed to understand. She originally wanted to find inspiration, see how to build the factory in her hands, and see if she could do an industry related to residents' business. The most common question asked by those who want to do catering is whether they can get special approval for some ingredients if the lease is approved for purchasing goods. Since it is a local specialty restaurant, it is also a good thing to enrich the streets and alleys in the homestay. Siet Pu readily agreed. Of course, we support merchants to open stores, and you can see when to hold a meeting for the ingredients provided to suppliers and set a discount. Chapter 474 Zombie Siege. It was already 7 or 8 when Siet Pu came out of the office building. She forcibly dispersed everyone in the building and said that if they did not leave work before 6 o'clock in the future, their wages would be deducted. Under coercion and inducement, the young ladies went home happily. She had nothing to do when she got home, so she could only build. After completing the construction of another power plant in the marginal base, with the least people and the largest area, Siet Pu always felt uneasy. The panic still entangled her, like a thin thread, and from time to time, a slight pull made her heart tighten. This feeling of uneasiness made her feel uncomfortable. She forced herself to finish the construction of the 2 factories in her hands. Her fatigue came over her like a tide, covering up the uneasiness in her heart and falling asleep. She curled up in her bed, sleeping soundly, and her eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. In her dream, the shadows in the darkness twisted and raged, and the suffocating fear was like a cold hand, tightly grasping her throat. Finally, she was awakened by a nightmare, soaked all over, and when she woke up again, she was sweating coldly. She was awakened by a nightmare. The whole person looked like she had just been pulled out of the water, soaked in cold sweat, and her heart was beating violently, as if it would jump out of her chest at any time. She was awakened by the shock and tossed and turned in bed. After making sure that she was no longer sleepy and could not fall asleep, she got up from the bed and took a shower. The water washed away her fatigue and anxiety, but it could not wash away the heaviness in her heart. She sat on the sofa, staring at the ceiling with a dull look, and her mind was filled with all kinds of things. It seemed that she had thought a lot but could not grasp anything. But she could not find the way out. The feeling of suffocation followed her like a shadow, and she couldn't get rid of it. As time passed, she even wondered if there was something wrong with her body. She decided not to indulge in this negative emotion anymore, and went to the hospital for a full-body checkup. The results showed that everything was normal. Just when she was about to force herself to put these anxieties behind her, a message from the central base was like a bolt from the blue. M80 read the message from the central base from beginning to end. A large number of people who went out after the acid rain were declared dead. The central base would not say anything they were not sure of. Unless they sent someone out to see for sure. Or found something. Siapuro's mind was buzzing with confusion. Could it be that the reason for the strangeness I felt these past 2 days was because of this? When did my sixth sense become so accurate? M80 knew the reason. Because after she came to this plane, the people in this plane were closely related to her. Her mission seemed to be to set up a stall. But in fact, it was to save the world and accumulate merit and faith. The more people she needs to protect die, the greater the impact on her. This is why the things drawn from the cards in this plane are related to natural disasters. And why her sixth sense is particularly accurate. Siapura thought about it, and felt that she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. So she immediately stood up. She asked the base to give her the approximate location of Yushiwen. And she got on the RV alone, and went to kill him. The route given by the base is the route that most people have to take. Siapura followed this route, and encountered a group of zombies fighting with the soldiers sent by the base. By the time she arrived at the scene, the soldiers in the base uniforms had suffered heavy casualties. So she quickly joined the battle. The safety zone covered by the RV could not cover everyone. So Siapura stepped forward, and huge vines extended from behind her, pulling all the people in the base uniforms into the safety zone. Whether they were standing, lying, they were all pulled in. After they were all pulled into the safety zone by the vines, Siapura stepped forward to continue fighting the zombies. Everyone knows that the shop rules set by the shop owner have a powerful force. But few people have actually seen the shop owner take action. They shouted at her to come back. But Siapura, who was fighting in the front, turned a deaf ear to them, not wanting to let go of the zombies in front of her. Seeing that they could not be called, they were all seriously injured, and no one dared to go out easily. Look! Everyone stared at the front with wide eyes. The ice ball with endless coldness instantly condensed, and appeared in Siapura's hand. She waved her hand, and the terrifying ice ball flew to the center of the zombie group. Boom, boom! The ice ball exploded, and the exploding ice power hit the zombies, and the whole area was covered with debris that turned into ice slag. The battle ended just as it began. This is the strength of the shop owner. Siapura returned to the RV area, and a man with a badge on his clothes was obviously different from an ordinary soldier, and he stood up and looked at her. Shop owner. Siapura didn't want to say anything more at this time, and she walked back to the RV in one step, and said, I go get the fruit that can cure the zombie virus and boil water, and you can handle it first. She took out a red fruit stored in the space. This was the fruit that could detoxify hundreds of people. She crushed the fruit, and used a wall breaker to mix the pulp with water. She took out a row of disposable small cups, and evenly divided them into cups. Siapura held a tray, which was filled with cups of detoxifying juice. She walked over one by one and asked people to drink it first. The most important thing at the moment was to save a life. After distributing the detoxifying water in her hand, she went back to the RV to get another batch. Thank you. The man with different details on his clothes was so excited that his eyes were slightly red. Siapura interrupted him. Now is not the time to talk. She turned around and left in a hurry. After feeding everyone water, Siapura took out medical supplies from the RV and distributed them to the soldiers, who could still move. Their casualties were really heavy. There were a total of 50 people, more than a dozen of them were still alive, less than 10 of them could still walk, and 13 of them were dead, and could not be saved. Sighing, Siapura could only clean the wound with the spiritual spring water, and then bandage it. Her busyness was seen by others. The man whose body was torn by zombies lay on the ground, and cried silently for his rescue. She bandaged the last wounded person. After bandaging, she looked up, and saw the tear marks on the soldier's face. She was stunned for a moment, thinking that the other party was worried about his health. She reached out, and patted his intact shoulder. Don't worry. It can be cured. The price of using healing powers to treat people in the BNB is not expensive. And the price is even lower for the soldiers, who protect the people. If the healing powers can't cure them, there are hospitals. And they will never leave them with sequelae. Thank you, owner. A simple thank you is all they can give. They can't even move in their current condition. And all they can give is gratitude. It's not expensive to save people in the BNB. You can get a discount. If it doesn't work, there are hospitals. Siapura had just saved their lives, and she gently soothed all of them. The soldiers present all had tears in their eyes. Chapter 475 Want to Capture Alive. After a busy schedule, Siapura finally had a break. In their current situation, even if they had a teleportation card, it would not be convenient for them to move. She could only contact the base to send a car to transfer the people back, and then ask the soldier with a medal on his shoulder. What's going on? Why did we suddenly encounter a large number of zombies attacking? According to Siapuru's experience in setting up stalls, she encountered very few zombies, and it was the first time she saw so many high-level zombies gathered together. We don't know either. The man lowered his head in shame. Siapuro asked, "Where did you all go?" A little soldier on the ground seemed to be greatly frightened, and trembled as he spoke of what he had seen with his own eyes just a few hours ago. We went to 2 bases in total, and all the survivors in the bases died without exception, died. The scene of corpses exposed in the wilderness, with organs of the same kind scattered all over the ground, will be a lifelong nightmare for anyone who sees this scene. All dead? Siapuru's eyebrows twisted into a frown. Yes. Everyone present said yes. We were attacked by zombies on the way back. We don't know where they came from. With our level, we can't handle so many high-level zombies. I thought I would die here today. But then I met you. The owner. You saved my life today. We have no way to repay you. If you need us in the future, you will give us a command, and we will do it without hesitation. The metal soldier's eyes were red with excitement, and he thanked Siapuru again and again. Seeing this scene, the scary man could only feel helpless. You are alive and well, which is the biggest help to me. By the way, which car do you use for missions? It's the base's car. We always use the base's car for missions. Siapuru understood. The base's car is not bad, but it is much better than the ordinary car she rented. However, if the car they drove today was the car of the BNB, it would probably last for a while. After getting the information she wanted, Siapuru suddenly wanted to change the route she was going to take next. She asked M80 to generate a map of the area and showed it to the soldier with the badge on his shoulder. I'm going to this location next. Can you see which road I'm taking that you haven't taken? He took the pen and marked the route they had just taken. There was a strong smell of blood here, and she was worried that they would be attacked by zombies passing by again once the RV left. No matter how anxious Siapuru was, she had to wait for someone to pick them up first. Next, Siapuru saved people along the way, and then sent the address to the base to wait for rescue. In this way, she saved 3 or 4 groups of people along the way, and each group was in a more tragic situation than the first group. Along the way, she witnessed the death of 1/3 of the soldiers. Yu Shiwen, who was being looked for by her, was now covered in wounds. She had 4 types of superpowers, but her level was not very high, and she had to fight against Shizi. If she did not have a mental superpower to paralyze and delay Shizi actions from time to time, she would have been defeated long ago. Gardenia's appearance was very deceptive. Yu Shiwen thought she was just an ordinary human who wanted to bring the survivors back to the base as usual. But she attacked her. After a few moves at Gardenia's hands, Yu Shiwen knew that her supernatural powers were no match for her, and she was not as strong as Gardenia in close combat. But she didn't understand why humans would attack her. After barely dodging another attack, Yu Shiwen gritted her teeth and asked, "Who are you?" Gardenia answered her by opening her mouth, and her teeth grew wildly, turning into fangs. That is definitely not a human tooth. Gardenia let out a terrifying roar. Yu Shiwen's heart trembled. Without thinking, she sent out her supernatural power straight to Gardenia's head. With a flash of her body, Gardenia dodged the attack easily. The 4th-class supernatural person, the king, should like it. She was not in a hurry at all. She wanted to capture this superior human alive. The fight between the high-level Gardenia and Yu Shiwen was like a game between hunter and prey. If she hadn't been careful not to infect humans with a zombie virus, Gardenia would have taken Yu Shiwen down long ago. To capture him alive and present him to the king, we must take our time. Gardenia was in a playful mood, deliberately slowing down, looking like a cat playing with a mouse. Yu Shiwen tried her best, constantly looking for Gardenia's weakness. Finally, she got the chance. Taking advantage of Gardenia's inattention, Yu Shiwen gathered all her powers and launched a mental attack on Gardenia. Gardenia's movements were so slow after being attacked by the mental power that it seemed like she was in slow motion. Yu Shiwen glanced at the corpses on the ground. They had gone on a mission together, and now she was the only one left alive. She had to pass the news of the appearance of the 8th-level zombies to the base. Yu Shiwen, who had thought it through, decided to leave while Gardenia was still recovering from the mental attack. When she turned around, she saw a man with a normal face and delicate features. The man's clothes looked familiar, and Yu Shiwen's mind was full of alarm. Now in this situation, There was no way he could be a survivor. Chi-Che only hit him lightly, and Yu Shiwen was thrown far away like a kite with its string broken. The powerful impact made Yu Shiwen, who had exhausted his superpowers, no longer have the strength to struggle. He fell to the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. Something rolled out of her arms, and rolled to Chi-Che's feet. Chi-Che's eyes were dim. Gardenia felt the change, and walked to Chi-Che's side. She was forced to kneel on the ground by a pressure. Wong. Boom. Chi-Che squatted down, and picked up the things on the ground. It was rare to see different emotions on his face. It was surprisingly quiet along the way. Siapura saw many zombies on the way here, but there was nothing in this place. A breeze blew by, and Siapura caught a hint of blood from it. The smell of blood is very light, and you will miss it if you are not careful. She drove in the direction of the wind, and the smell of blood in front of her became stronger. She put the RV in the space, and got out of the car and searched nearby with her legs. Following the smell of blood, the further she went, the stronger the smell of blood became. When she arrived, she saw only the bodies of soldiers wearing base uniforms lying on the ground, and a familiar figure lying on the ground, whose clothes were tattered and covered in blood. She ran forward anxiously, and tremblingly put her hand under her nose, and felt the warm breath sprayed on her hand before she breathed a sigh of relief. The tense back softened. I'm glad you're okay. When Yu Shiwen woke up, she was completely white, and the faint smell of disinfectant lingered at the tip of her nose. It seemed that she was rescued again. She subconsciously thought that it was Little Grape who saved her, and wanted to see if she was around. As soon as she looked out, her body felt heavy, and there was another person in her arms, throwing himself on her and sobbing. Chapter 476 Taboo Love? Wen. It's all your dad's fault. We won't go to the base anymore. When you get better, we resign. We're done. How could a good girl in our family be beaten like this? The one who screamed in her arms was her mother. Yu Shiwen tried to move her fingers tiredly, only to find that her whole body was torn apart from top to bottom. She didn't believe it, and pushed her fingers hard. Just moving her fingers was accompanied by a pain comparable to bone fracture. She stared, looking at the parts of her body that were not covered by the quilt. There was no wound on her skin. But why was it so painful? Wen. Don't move. Several healing psychics came, and the hospital's equipment was used to heal you to your current state. She looked around the room, and saw her father looking at her worriedly beside her mother. Wen. It's Dad's fault. Dad shouldn't have let you enter the base. Zhou Tahai's tone was full of regret, annoyance and self-blame. Seeing their daughter like this, all parents feel bad. Yu Shiwen opened her mouth, wanting to say that she was fine, but her throat was dry, and she couldn't say anything. She went out to rescue soldiers. After getting the answer she wanted, the rest of her words gradually became blurred, and Yu Shiwen fell asleep again. M80 watched her host kill and kill again. She had saved many people in the past few days, and killed many zombies, so many that it was trembling with fear. Host, take it easy, I'm scared. Siapura ignored her, until she finished killing this batch of zombies, then she asked leisurely, how can I end the apocalypse? M80 bean-sized eyes flickered. How about you upgrade the BNB to level 9 first? She stopped and drank a sip of water. She felt restless just thinking about building it. Now all she could think about was killing zombies. Let's talk about it later. Host, upgrading is important. Siapura replied casually, I know. Upgrading is necessary, but since she saw Yu Shiwen seriously injured, she couldn't calm down. She would feel so bad if her friends were injured, not to mention how many families, relatives, friends who were worried about the death of people she cared about every day. If she was doing tasks before, now she really wants to end the apocalypse as soon as possible. She suddenly thought of something and asked, does my completing the task have anything to do with ending the apocalypse? M80 gave a definite answer, yes. Siapura immediately thought of the mysterious fragment, and it was probably related to completing the task. Okay, I understand. She suppressed the emotion in her eyes, and felt that the road ahead was bleak. Although she wanted to end the task, she didn't even know how to end the task. Since the day she sent Yu Shiwen back to the BNB for treatment, she has been on the road to rescue survivors. She has rescued batches of survivors, and it has been 6 days now since the day she left the base to recruit more people. The base has banned survivors from entering and leaving the base. In addition, with the time that the acid rain has passed, it would be useless to continue looking. Siapura checked her current location. She had walked so far without realizing it. It was quite a distance from the B&B. It was just right that she didn't want to take the shortcut. She set a route back to the B&B, and she could think about how to build it on the way. She nestled comfortably in the sofa, holding her tablet as usual. She would have a lot of things to think about when she got into work mode, but she looked at the video of Yushiwen current condition sent by her parents on her phone. The person in the video was physically intact, just like the girl who was still talking and laughing with her a dozen days ago. But the paleness on her face could not be concealed, and the former liveliness seemed to have been covered with a filter for her. Siapuru had seen with her own eyes how good Yushiwen's physique was. But this time she lay in bed for 3 days after being cured. And she would fall asleep after waking up for a while. Based on her understanding of Yushiwen, if she could hold on, she would definitely report everything she had experienced to the base without revealing any details. But she only said a few key words briefly and continued to sleep, which shows how serious her injuries were. Thinking of the scene of her lying in a pool of blood, Siapuru scratched her hair and became more irritated. Damn zombies, damn it. She couldn't concentrate, and she didn't want to force herself, so she planned to take a nap. If you meet a living person on the road, remind me, I take a nap. Okay, host. M80 didn't dare to offend her. Now it would say yes to whatever she said. She tried to empty herself, and fell asleep in a short while. She heard M80 reminding her to get up in a daze, and Siapuru thought she was dreaming, and M80 reminded her again and again before she jumped out of bed. Are there any survivors ahead? Yes. How many? Only one was detected, female, middle-aged, physical condition unknown. After lifting the curtain that isolates the light from the outside world, observing the outside world. Are there any buildings nearby? How could there be people in such a place? And a middle-aged woman? After a few seconds, M80 gave another answer. Yes, middle-aged woman. It seems there are zombies. A middle-aged woman is with the zombies? Now even it doesn't believe itself. What's going on? Forbidden love? Humans and zombies? Domineering zombies love you? The RV stopped steadily. Siapuru stood firmly on the ground. Show me the way. As soon as the voice fell, a green sign appeared in front of her, guiding her to a certain direction. Following the instructions, she came to a completely flat place. Siapuru doubted the system for the first time. Look at this flat area. Is she on top of me or under me? M80 was anxious. Dare to question its professionalism. Right under the host's feet. Siapuru moved her feet away, crouched on the ground, and observed the ground. There were indeed signs of loose soil. She stood up, raised her leg, and stepped on a place that was obviously sunken in the surrounding area, and stepped hard, and the whole ground sank immediately. Looking around in disbelief, this is obviously a very normal road, a place that no matter who passes by, would not even look at it. If there are survivors who want to hide here by burrowing underground, I don't know if they can hide from people, but they definitely can't hide from zombies with a keen sense of smell. There must be something strange down there. She looked down and saw a long earthen staircase. Judging from the footprints on the staircase, they were indeed human footprints. The earthen staircase was not big, it could only accommodate 2 people standing side by side. She took a deep breath, she brought Aoyo out and held him in her arms, seeking a little comfort from the warmth coming from her arms. After Aoyo was silent, she began to walk down carefully. The road ahead was not complicated, there was only one road, and it became narrower as she walked down. After walking for a while, she keenly noticed something was wrong. She gathered spiritual power in her hands, and killed 2 level 6 zombies with a knife. She continued to walk forward a few steps. Siapuru saw a disheveled woman trapped in an iron cage. Chapter 477 Help. In front of the iron cage, there are several iron bars that cross the ground, which seem to be used to prevent zombies from approaching. The airtight iron cage, the gap can barely support a person's normal breathing. Is this double protection? Even if the zombie breaks through the iron bars, it can't hurt the woman inside. Who can catch such a high-level zombie and guard it here, and give the woman good food and drink and put it here? Everything is considered carefully, it's hard not to think deeply. Siapuru hesitated about how to deal with the woman in front of her, and hesitated in the basement. Aoyo was very uncomfortable in such a dark and humid environment, and seemed very manic, and a hoarse roar came out of his throat. This was because he remembered his master's instructions and deliberately suppressed the situation. The environment was really bad. The small place was full of the smell of women excrement. Just as she was hesitating, she received another message from the base. She originally planned to stay here for a while, to see who locked the woman here. But now, she must go back as soon as possible. The woman in front of him looked unconscious. She was dirty and unclear. But if he left, would this woman still be able to survive? Siepura was really in trouble at this moment. You, save me, please, please save me. Hearing her intermittent voice, Siepura hard moved. Decided to call the evacuation convoy in front, and ask a team to come and take the woman away. The base searched for survivors. This woman was also a survivor. There was nothing wrong with her. Yes, the survivor is a woman. If possible, it would be best if there is a female soldier accompanying her. After the call, the person in front said that they would send a car to turn around and pick up the woman. Siepura looked at the woman in the cage, said nothing, and took Aoyo to the upper part first. Aoyo breathed a sigh of relief when he returned to the ground. With Siepura comfort, his hair stopped standing up and his pupils returned to normal size. After waiting for a while, someone came. The person in front had not walked far, and was also notified by her to come to rescue. Only one car stopped in front of Siepura, and a man and a woman in base uniforms walked out of it. Siepura took out the RV to prevent the zombies from getting close. She said to the woman, "The person is downstairs. Shall we go down?" "Okay." Siepura walked in front. And this time, there was someone there. So she put Aoyo in the space to avoid stress again. She walked around the zombies on the ground, and walked in front of the middle-aged woman. With a cold light, the iron fence guarding outside was cut open. There were a few more clicks, and all the iron fences here broke. A large towel, a small towel, and a bucket of water appeared in Siepura's hand. "Shopkeeper, I do it." The female soldier rushed to take the towel and water from her hand. "We have experience in rescue before. You wait for me outside for a while. It will be done soon." The female soldier was gentle, which reminded her of Yushiwin. "Thank you for your trouble." Siepura didn't walk far, and heard the sound of water washing at the door. The speed was fast, and it was done in a few minutes. The female soldier threw away the woman's clothes, and put her coat on the middle-aged woman. The female soldier's coat was long enough, and it could barely cover the middle-aged woman's thighs when it was put down. Siepura couldn't bear it, and thought that there were still 2 crystal cores that had not been dug out. So she took out the 2 crystal cores on the ground and regarded them as living expenses for the middle-aged woman. If the crystal core wants to enter her, it must be mediated by a person. Otherwise, if the crystal core is in her hands, she can only give it to Aoyo as a snack. Since someone hired zombies to guard the woman, it doesn't matter if the crystal core is on the middle-aged woman's head. The towel just now was deducted from the points in the woman account. She took another piece of clothing for her, and asked the female soldier to change her clothes. Finally, she wrapped herself in a towel and walked out. She didn't stay in the basement for long. She felt that the sunlight outside was particularly dazzling. She subconsciously raised her hand to block the sun. After a while, Siepura remembered to ask the system, "What is the temperature now?" 15 degrees. 15 degrees above zero, Siepura murmured repeatedly. "Pa." A flying object was thrown 2 meters away from them, and a shadow flashed by. "Is it a wind-type mutant?" The female soldier became alert. The male soldier, "Put the survivors in the car first." Siepura didn't care. There was no danger in the RV. Seeing that the flying object was a cloth-wrapped object, she walked over and squatted, using the branches of the wood-type mutant to flip the cloth bag, and inside were more than a dozen crystal cores of high-level zombies. She raised her head and looked in the direction where the shadow disappeared. "Did you detect who it was?" "M80, I saw it. It was a wounded female zombie, who looked a bit like the woman the host had just rescued." Siepura understood. This was alimony. Another kind of love between a human and a ghost. Are all zombies so kind? As soon as she said this, Siepura shook her head vigorously to deny her own idea. If zombies were kind, what would the number of survivors who were injured and died at the hands of zombies be? But zombies are indeed strange. She thought that Chinche, the zombie king, was an exception. She didn't expect that there were actually female zombies who had some humanity. Could it be a female zombie king? Chinche partner? Are zombies also divided into male and female? Are there big and small zombies? M80 doesn't understand. Why does the host think that supporting mothers is human nature? You don't understand this. Many people don't even support their parents. What if some people's parents are not worth supporting? That's a different matter. But it's really amazing that this zombie has some humanity. It seems that I have to talk to the base when I go back this time, to see if anyone has encountered something similar. No longer entangled, EP441 accepted the crystal core, exchanged it for points, and put it into the middle-aged woman account. The system judgment will not be wrong. If it is wrong, then it will be his bad luck. With so many points, I will go back to the BNB to find a caregiver, and arrange for her to live in a nursing home, so that the middle-aged woman can enjoy her old age in peace for the rest of her life. After calming down, EP441 shouted to the people behind her, "Everyone, get in the car. Follow me." Got it. After getting in the car, EP441 couldn't wait to pull down all the curtains that could be pulled down, and adjusted the driving speed of the RV to normal, so that the car behind could keep up. "Host, what are you doing? Start working." EP441 was full of fighting spirit. With so many high-level crystal cores, any one of them would be enough for an ordinary person to spend from birth to death if they were used sparingly. With so many crystal cores, they could be used for construction in the RV. Gardenia hid in the dark and watched them get in the car. Her mother successfully returned to human life. She hoped that the human would treat her mother well for the sake of the crystal cores. Chapter 478. The Second Beast Tide. The car behind EP441 was driving on the road. The middle-aged woman was not making any noise in the car. She just looked out the window quietly. The female soldier wrapped the bath towel around the middle-aged woman more tightly, and took out a bottle of water and handed it to her. Seeing the woman drink the water obediently, she said to the male soldier in the driver's seat, "Don't be so cautious. Just drive carefully and don't rear end." "How can we not be cautious? There are only two of us. The main force has returned to the base. What if we are left here by accident?" The female soldier was speechless. The owner's car is in front. What else is there to worry about? Think about it yourself. As long as the owner is there, has any one of us been injured? It seems to make sense. The male soldier's sudden realization made the female soldier feel hopeless. Turning around, she would rather communicate with the middle-aged woman unilaterally than talk to him. "Where are you from? Why are you there? Do you have any family?" A series of questions, asked all the way, until they arrived at the base. They still couldn't get the answer. After arriving at the base, EP441 stopped her car in front, and signaled the people in the car to get out. She said she wanted to take the middle-aged woman back to the BNB. She has no relatives in the base. I will take her back to the BNB. Her money is enough for her to live out the rest of her life in the BNB nursing home. Upon hearing this, the female soldier handed the middle-aged woman to EP441. There were many people in the base, and they couldn't take care of her even if they brought her back. The store owner's credit was beyond doubt in the entire base. It was better to give the woman over than to keep her in the base. EP441 disappeared from the base with the middle-aged woman, and then appeared in the BNB. Next to Chuin. I picked it up outside. Arrange a nursing home. The points will be deducted from her account. Treat her with the best standards. Chuin took the middle-aged woman's hand with a confused look on his face. Before he could ask what was going on, EP441 disappeared again. When she appeared in front of Pei Shui and Xiang Yuanhong, they had been waiting for her for a long time. There were only a few of them present. And there was also a recorder who was responsible for taking minutes of the meeting. Pei Shui made a gesture of invitation, and the recorder pulled out a chair for her. She sat down and got straight to the point. "Is there another beast tide at the north gate of the first base?" Pei Shui, "Yes. The beast tide has been coming for several hours." Xiang Yuanhong, "We will notify you as soon as there is a beast tide as you said. Now the two sides are just balancing each other, and they haven't really fought yet. Can you confirm whether it is the beast from the last batch of beasts?" EP441 frowned. "Yes. I saw a small fox the last time the beast tide came. It was red. I wanted to find a chance to see if I could catch it. But when the acid rain came, they all disappeared." Xiang Yuanhong looked eager to try. "You don't know how much the little red fox was surrounded by those beasts. To be honest, if I went up, I might not be sure to catch it." EP441 nodded. With a firm look in her eyes, "I go and see." Pei Shui stopped EP441, who was about to leave. "Shopkeeper." Then EP441's movements were too fast, and she disappeared in a flash. He suspected that she didn't even hear anyone calling her. EP441 had been to the north gate once, and now no one was needed to lead the way. However, the central base had taken back several survivors from the base, and moved them into their base. Bases everywhere were packed with people, and there were obviously many more people. Fortunately, the base was expanded in advance, otherwise the roads would be crowded. In order not to affect the daily lives of the people, and to prepare in advance for the mutant beasts to come again, the north gate was extended a lot. EP441 was not satisfied with the last place she had been at. She had to go a little further. After walking through the crowded street, Siapura noticed that the end of the street was heavily guarded. Heavy objects such as sandbags were placed on the ground. And all residents who wanted to approach this area were driven out. When they saw the person coming alone, they just opened their mouths to curse. But when they saw the figure of a Qingli girl, they quickly held back their words. Shopkeeper. Yeah, Siapura replied coldly. After she walked past, the gatekeepers continued to guard the gate with a stern face. One of them patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm slow to speak. Come on. We are following the base order, and ordinary people are not allowed to approach this place. Generally, ordinary people will not confront them if they shout at people to leave with a stern face. The owner is not the stingy person you said. It's okay even if you speak quickly. Siapura walked past the guarded position, walked a little further, and looked back. Lively and deserted, a few steps away, there is such a big difference. As expected, if there is a war, they will not tell the ordinary people. They just live well under the protection of the base. Take the end of the world for example. If the country can't protect their safety, it will be difficult for ordinary people to save themselves. The sound of dragons fighting and tigers came from the front, and the sound of animals resounded through the sky. This sound sounded, compared to the last time Siapura came here, the emotions of the animals were more unstable than last time. She quickened her pace, and finally arrived at the location where the mutant beasts and humans were fighting. Fortunately, there was no smell of blood this time. Some of the animals were within the base this time. She flew over directly, and let M80 find the location of the little red fox in the sky, and landed steadily beside it. The little red fox just felt a familiar breath approaching. And when he turned around, someone grabbed his fate by the neck. He looked at the elders of the tribe in panic. They actually lowered their heads. Looking at the aunt and uncle who used to dote on it, they also lowered their heads, and even the voices that warned humans just now were much weaker. The little red fox turned its head with effort and anger, and met Siapura's eyes, and its fox eyes were almost stunned. Why is she here? Siapura lifted its fur by the neck, and easily brought it together to look at her. What? Don't you recognize me? The little red fox's eyes were dull. Don't act dumb. Didn't I tell you not to bother humans? This was not just said to the little red fox, but it raised its voice, as a soul-searching question to all animals. No animal answered, and there was silence for a long time. They knew Siapura could understand them, and they didn't dare to communicate. The little red fox was still young, and didn't have as many guards as them, and just thought that they were obviously doing good things, but they were treated like this by humans. Its claws scratched the air a few times, the fox ears drooped, and the fox eyes were watery, and it cried with grievance. We are obviously saving you. Woo, we are here to save humans. Why don't you leave? Chapter 479. The ground cracked. The little red fox couldn't break free, and actually followed Siapura's strength, and swung smoothly into her arms, and lay on her shoulder aggrieved. Siapura was stunned for a moment, and touched its little head. Are you still aggrieved? What's the matter? What do you mean by saving us? Tell me. The little red fox's eyes were full of sadness, and begged her, you guys go. The little red fox wanted to say something, but then he remembered to look at the faces of the elders in the tribe, and twisted his body to look at Grandpa Fox. Grandpa Fox was also confused by the series of unexpected changes. He stepped forward and grabbed the little red fox, and slapped the little red fox with his claws. What did I tell you? All of us beasts tell you every day, why can't you keep the secret? Woo. The little red fox howled in pain, shrinking its head and whimpering. Grandpa Fox became more and more angry, and it seemed that he would not stop educating the child in the short term. If it were the old Siapura, she would definitely move a stool and watch the show with melon seeds in her hand, but now her focus is not on this aspect. How about a beast tell me what's going on first? The fox grandfather and grandson stopped their fighting moves and exchanged glances. The entire herd of beasts quieted down again. The base personnel, who were fighting against the herd of beasts, had noticed Siapura coming here when she was flying high. They were relieved when they saw that the herd of beasts was completely subdued by her. They stopped their actions, and stood in a safe range to look over here. Grandpa, you just tell this human. This human is a good human. She won't be like the previous humans. The little red fox spoke out the feelings of the entire herd. When Siapura stood up to protect them from acid rain, the entire herd had already wanted to confess to her. A good human. But Grandpa Fox said that they had saved humans before, and believed in humans. They brought humans back to their dens, and when the adult foxes came back from hunting, they could only see the bloody fur of the little fox cubs on the ground. With such a painful lesson, which animal would dare to believe in humans? Even if this human saved them, they dared not believe it. But what they have to do now is to save humans. If they tell humans, maybe she can tell the other humans. Grandpa Fox looked at their powerful beast tribe. But he also knew clearly that they could not get in. He took another look at the battle situation. And this time he really couldn't get in. So he spoke to EP441. Okay. I tell you. Let the humans leave this place quickly. This place is no longer suitable for human habitation. Why? EP441 was puzzled. This place is very dangerous. Let other humans flee. Grandpa Fox hesitated and didn't know how to express himself. EP441 was used to communicating with animals and plants. And she knew a little bit. She knew that she needed to guide them to understand what they said. You came to occupy the human residence because you felt that there would be a disaster here. Do you want humans to flee this place? The herd nodded in unison. This was what it wanted to express. Animals and plants don't lie. The cruelest thing they did was not to communicate with her. EP441 had no doubts about the unanimous agreement of the herd. However, before she told everyone to listen to the herd and evacuate as soon as possible, the ground shook. The animals fled everywhere physiologically. The chaotic footsteps covered up the strangeness around them. EP441 didn't understand what was going on. She only felt a chaos in front of her. M80 reminded her, "Host, it seems that the ground is shaking." EP441 didn't care about anything else. She bent down and lay on the ground to listen to the sound of the ground. The low roar from deep in the earth was like some ancient giant creature awakened from its slumber. Just as she was thinking, the earth suddenly trembled slightly. The frequency of the tremor was rapidly increasing. Ready to go. Not good. At the same time she stood up. She took the lead in using her supernatural power to wrap the surrounding humans with vines, and concentrated on controlling countless vines to send them back to the safety of the base. To ensure safety, she also pushed people closer inside. Her heart suddenly tightened. The ground under her feet was no longer solid, and the scene in front of her suddenly began to shake at multiple frequencies. She hurriedly retreated, and just as she was about to turn around, the system's excited and trembling voice came. "Host, there are good things below. Go down. Go down. The key to our mission is below." This sentence made EP441 give up the idea of escaping from the spot. It was just this delay that caused a deafening roar. The ground under her feet cracked into a deep crack, and the crack was like a giant black snake, inviting her to come in as a guest. The bottom layer of the mountain range snaked out, spreading in all directions. The rocks on both sides of the gap instantly collapsed, and dust flew. A strong wind blew in, mixed with the smell of soil and grass, and even a pungent smell. Little grape. At the critical moment, Shiwen used his supernatural power to the fullest, and pounced on EP441 before she fell into the abyss. With a bang, EP441 crashed into a sudden embrace, and the body fragrance lingered on the tip of her nose. Unique and extremely familiar. "Don't be afraid." Shiwen held her tightly in his arms. Feeling a pair of hands around her waist, EP441 subconsciously hugged back. Another bang, something came with Shiwen and hit them. EP441 put her head on Shiwen's shoulder and looked sideways. "Is it Chio-kan? Is this fun? Matching? You can eliminate it if you get 3? The wind whistled past her ears, and they fell into the crack and were falling rapidly. Unlike Shiwen's arrival, Chio-kan did not catch Shiwen, nor did he touch them. Seeing that a huge rock was about to fall on Chio-kan's head, EP441 quickly used her supernatural power to extend a vine to hang Chio-kan, and then exerted force to pull him into the safe range within her protective shield. The safe range was absolutely safe only for her. Several smaller stones passed the protective shield and hit Chio-kan. Seeing this, EP441 quickly hugged Shiwen tightly, and used both hands to block Shiwen's ears, thereby minimizing the flying sand and stones hitting Shiwen. Dust and gravel kept coming in front of her eyes. Her eyes were completely dark, and she could not see anything besides the sound of the wind. There were also some animals that did not have time to escape falling on their heads and making wailing sounds. After a while, feeling the sound of the wind in her ears slightly calmer, EP441 guessed that they were about to land, opened her eyes, and made a large net right below them. The net bag steadily caught the 3 of them, and with EP441 efforts, they landed safely. Chapter 480 Falling. The large net woven by plants was not retracted. Siapura controlled the net to make it bigger and denser. She added an extra layer of water power to the net bag to reduce the impact of the animals falling. After doing all this, Siapura looked up at the two people. Are you okay? Yushiwen moved her hands and feet and said, I'm fine. Shiokan, who was not far from them, was not so lucky. He was far away from Siapura and suffered much more damage than Yushiwen. No one protected his ears. The speed of the fall was too fast, which caused him to temporarily lose hearing. After a long while without getting an answer, Siapura came close to Shiokan. What about you? Are you okay? Shiokan pointed to his ears and replied loudly, I can't hear. Siapura could only take out some spiritual spring water and wash Shiokan's ears with it to see if the healing power of the spiritual spring water would work on his ears. In addition, Shiokan had various scratches and wounds from being hit by small stones. There was no one with healing abilities present, and Yushiwen only knew a little bit. The two of them each held a towel and disinfected Shiokan's wound first. Siapura asked Yushiwen, Why did you suddenly come here? I just woke up and wanted to find you. Chuan said you were at the first base. So I came. When I was almost there, I saw you transferring people to the base. And I thought something must have happened. I saw a big crack under your feet. And you didn't know to run. Which scared me. Siapura scolded. So you rushed over? You rushed over even though you knew there was danger, really? My mind was blank at that time. I didn't think so much. Yushiwen's face was calm, only she knew that her heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out. Siapura felt warm in her heart, and her nose felt a little sour. She hid herself behind Shiokan by disinfecting him. I will be fine. Don't be stupid in the future. You should always put yourself first. Yushiwen responded. I know. But if there is a next time, her reaction is completely subconscious. She promised with her mouth, but her body didn't. That's not right. How did this guy get here? Carelessly, Siapura used too much force in her hand, and Shiokan dug his toes into the ground in pain. Oh! Right, Captain Shio? Why did you come down? Yushiwen was so focused on the journey that she didn't notice someone following her. After cleaning her ears with spiritual spring water, Shiokan hearing recovered a little. Heard a little bit, and looked at the shape of her mouth, and guessed what Yushiwen was asking. I saw you running so fast, I thought something happened. I caught up with you and saw you jumping into the pit. I just wanted to pull you up, but I didn't expect the crack in the ground to be so big. The place where they fell was at the center of the crack, and the ground was cracking very fast. Shiokan wanted to pull them up, but he didn't expect that he would fall down with them. How big is the crack in the ground? Siapura looked up at the top of her head. It is impossible to judge correctly from the ground. Only people on the ground know. Siapura asked the system, Are the people in the base okay? No, the first base is within the host's safety range. M80 projected the prepared projection, which only Siapura could see. There was indeed a big hole in the ground, which went all the way to the edge of the base's safety range, which made people feel cold. With such a big hole, it seemed that many animals must have fallen in, and it seemed that not many could escape. She studied the screen for a while, and found something that looked different from usual. Why is the base glowing? The base is surrounded by a lavender glow, like the protection mechanism around the BNB. Currently, all live bases have entered the default defense protection mode. Life inside is still the same, but you can only enter the base and not leave the base. M80 reminds, Host. Be careful, the magnetic field here is wrong. You can't use superpowers. I just used it. Host does not belong to this plane. Your superpowers are not affected, but your two friends now have the physical qualities of superpowers, and have completely become ordinary people. Oh. Siapura was thoughtful. What is the key to the mission you mentioned? It was bare underneath, except for soil. Ash and mud. Did she have to use these things to mix with cement on the spot, and use cement to seal the zombie's mouth? The method was a bit simple. Even if we take a step back, is it impossible to do it? No, even if we go back 2 centuries. There is no such simple method. I don't know, I just sense that there is something the host meets underneath. M80 words almost made Siapura spit out blood. I wonder if he can still frame it. 2 lives were almost lost. Are you feeling better? Perhaps because she had suffered too much today, Siapura only remembered to ask Yushiwen how she was doing now. I have been lying in bed for a few days, and I am much better. After Yushiwen said that, she wanted to use her superpowers to see how well she had recovered. After trying a few times, her superpowers could not be summoned. She opened her mouth in shock. Siapura held her hand, and took her hand back. The magnetic field below is not right, and you cannot use your superpowers for the time being. Yu Shiwen was not panicked by the sudden disappearance of her superpowers. Anyway, she was a psychic superpower at first, and she used close combat most of the time. Now you can tell me why you fainted there. Siapura thought of that scene. Everyone was dead, only Yu Shiwen was there. She would feel terrified when she recalled it countless times. Yu Shiwen told Siapura everything about her experience. So that's how it is. You mean the can I gave you fell out? Yu Shiwen nodded. Then I think I understand. Siapura guessed it almost right. The most urgent thing is to find the things below. Anything can be dealt with after we go up. Now is not a good time to worry about zombies. There was a constant bang 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 sound of animals falling behind her. Siapura wanted to go over and take a look. She said to Yu Shiwen, I go over and take a look. I leave this to you. Okay. Siapura stood up to leave. But then she remembered that they no longer had superpowers. And the situation below was still unknown. She didn't dare to leave like this. She opened the system panel and operated a few times on the panel. Boom, the thunder was deafening. The sky was dark and surrounded by a dark cloud. Lightning as big as a bucket seemed to be angry and fell down. White light suddenly appeared. And it collided with the lightning and struck down above Siapura's head. She didn't move at all, and let the lightning emit electricity to sizzle above her head. Chapter 481 Entity. When the lightning was about to strike her head, a dazzling white light emerged from her body and collided with the lightning. Bang! The two merged. A ball of black and white fur fell from the sky into her arms. A heavy ball, almost as heavy as her. The spine that had been straight for a lifetime was almost broken by the weight of the M80 entity. Quickly throw the little panda off her. M80 was confused and felt abandoned as soon as he came. No. It seems to have a physical body. The dullness in his eyes turned into full of love. And he ran towards Siapura with his short legs and open arms. Master hadn't taken 2 steps before he tripped over his own feet. Damn it. Why didn't anyone tell it to learn how to walk? It hasn't learned to walk yet. Siapura smiled, and couldn't help but hug the stupid system into her arms and rub it. She kissed it on the face, and then leaned into its ear and whispered, I've exchanged a physical body for you. Now I give you a task. You have to protect them down there. I'll be back soon. She said this to Yu Shiwen and Shiokan. After that, she carried M80 to Yu Shiwen and put him down, leaving the two of them staring at M80, who had just gained the panda's physical form. The panda that speaks human language. Yu Shiwen rubbed its furry ears, and M80 didn't move. Shiokan also wanted to touch it. I don't think I've seen a panda in the apocalypse yet. As soon as Shiokan stretched out his hand, M80 seemed to sense it, and opened its mouth wide for him. Shiokan was so scared that he immediately stretched his hand back, and stared at the cute little panda in horror. M80 ignored them, and stood there searching the database for the way humans learn to walk. Yu Shiwen knew what it was going to do as soon as it raised its leg. After all, she was now a mother of 3 children, and she had seen the way children learn to walk. She threw down the things in her hand, and gave them to Shiokan to treat the few remaining wounds on his body. She came to M80's side. The red panda is not big, and its head barely reaches Yu Shiwen's thigh. M80 is in tears. What if the real thing doesn't match the picture? It thought it was very powerful, and it would let the host ride it to play. No. I have to ask the main system for justice when I have time. Yu Shiwen stretched out her hands, and held its 2 paws. M80 doesn't want to contact anyone other than the owner. But this is the owner's good friend. What if it doesn't let me touch it? And the owner doesn't want to get close to it? Under Yu Shiwen's guidance, it reluctantly began to walk little by little. Every time it was about to fall, Yu Shiwen would pull its hands up. Yu Shiwen did not ask it any questions. The only way to communicate with it was to praise its rapid progress. Siapura put all the animals in the space under the big net, and picked out a little red fox alone. Now the danger has come true. According to the sensitivity of animals, they should also be able to sense the approaching danger. But they still choose to come back, and try to drive the humans away. Why is this? She wanted to ask the little red fox all the questions she had. So she slowed down her pace, and questioned the little red fox on the way. Now tell me, why did you know there was danger? The little red fox felt a little ashamed, and lowered its head listlessly. Instead of answering her question, it asked her, Are humans going to die? Siapura looked at it suspiciously, and replied, No, they are fine. She simply explained that the base where humans lived was within her safe range, and nothing would happen. Great. We animals will not become extinct. The little red fox was immediately overjoyed. Woo, luckily humans are fine. It's your turn to answer my question. Siapuro took away the little red fox claws that were pulling at her. The little red fox, actually? We didn't know either. When we first began to awaken to consciousness in the end times, our idea was to coexist with humans. Before the acid rain, another voice told us to save the humans in this area. Siapuro, did the voice say why we should save humans? Yes. It said that if humans were to perish, we would also disappear, so we animals should protect humans. Is that why you launched a war against the base last time? Siapuro asked persistently. Yeah. The little red fox rubbed her again, and said flatteringly, I want to eat some delicious meat. Siapuro had no choice but to send the little red fox into space, and made a separate open space for it, and put a can of canned food in the open space for it to cook and eat. And then sent it back to the fox group. After dealing with the little red fox, Siapuro looked up at the sky and sighed, the end of the world is really. Even animals know to unite and cooperate. I really don't know what to say, this is really a bit like nature's new selection of blue planet creatures. Siapuro tried the communication tool, but it failed due to the unstable magnetic field. But this place is as endless as a desert, where can she find clues to complete the task? It's no use searching hard, if there is something like a metal detector, it will sound an alarm when it encounters relevant clues, Siapuro thought bitterly. Then, she thought, maybe there really is one. The next second, Aoao and Chihuahua appeared beside her. The two kittens were obviously unnatural when they appeared on the ground, and looked at Siapuro with doubtful eyes. Siapuro said naturally, I just took you out for a stroll. Don't think too much. She muttered, it would be even better if Chihuahua's treasure hunting ability could help me find something. One person and two cats returned to the original place. M80 had learned to walk, dragging his fat body to run towards his fragrant owner. Master. Come just in time. Siapuro threw snow flour and Aoao to it. Come, I give you another task, take good care of the children. M80. Damn it. It's just the opposite of Tion Gang. It's usually the one who gives out tasks. Now the situation is turned around. Shiokan minor injuries have been treated, the three of them are going to move forward. Siapuro turned around and saw that they were still hesitating, and urged them unhappily, what are you waiting for? Seeing M80's stinky face, Siapuro understood. The three of them stood in a row, Siapuro stood in the middle, Yushiwin asked worriedly, is this really okay? Let alone, the red panda has just learned to walk. Don't worry. Siapuro turned around mysteriously, M80 felt that what she said made sense, and urged the kitten to follow her. This is a chance for you. To let you recruit a younger brother, you don't understand it now. But you will understand it when you grow up. She raised a triumphant smile at the corner of her mouth. What a joke. I spent a lot of points to exchange it for the entity. I can't let him get away with it like this. No points are wasted. I have to give her a work for debt, to pay it back. Chapter 482 Treasure Hunt. After walking for about 10 minutes, the team still couldn't see the end. Siapuro lost her patience and took out the RV. Siapuro and Yushiwin sat in the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. Shiokan was in the car and pulled open the curtains to observe the outside. Controlling the speed of the RV, they drove along a road for a long time. The surroundings were still the same as when they fell down, mud, yellow sand. I don't know how long they drove forward, but finally saw a little green hidden in the front. Slowing down the car and driving into the greenery. The surroundings gradually became fresher. Every flower that could be seen was huge, and countless green plants grew wildly, as if this was their paradise. They got off the RV like little people who had strayed into a new world. The hugeness of the surroundings highlighted their smallness. Any leaf on their heads could protect them from wind and rain. If conditions allowed, they could even build a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house under the leaves. Look! There seems to be a water source ahead. Siapuro wanted to go over excitedly, Yushiwin held her back. Be careful. Siapuro stopped to look around, patted her hands. I be careful. She signaled M80, who had turned into a red panda, to protect them with her eyes, and went forward with Snowflower to check the water source alone. The light here was very good. There was a bright sun above their heads, which was completely different from the environment with flying yellow sand just now. If they took the photos with a mobile phone, no one would definitely connect them. Crouching down and carefully observing the roots of the plants. The plants here are integrated, and it is obvious that they have been growing here for a long time. Snowflake seemed to sense something, and cried out, and jumped away. Snowflake. Siapura's exclamation was heard by everyone behind her. Aoao immediately jumped up like an arrow and ran straight to the direction where Snowflake ran away. Yu Shiwen and Chiokin's faces were full of worry. But Siapura was the opposite of them. Snowflake's ability is to find treasures. She was so excited. She must have sensed a good treasure. Maybe it was what she was looking for. Let's catch up. Siapura waved at them and hurried to the direction of Snowflake, chasing all the way. Snowflake ran past the green area just now and came to a yellow earth area. When they caught up, they came to the place where Snowflake came from. Aoao in large body slowly shrank back, and after teaching Snowflake, he was squatting in an open space waiting for her to catch up. Without waiting for Siapura to ask, Snowflake's cute voice took the initiative to communicate with her. Master, I sense that there is a good thing in this place. There was nothing behind them. If you didn't know, you would think it was the place where they just fell. Siapura stretched out her hand and pointed at the back. Behind? You mean? Where? There was a wasteland behind the two cats. Now they felt helpless as if they were in a desert. Yu Shiwen and Chiokin caught up and saw them deadlocked here. What's wrong? Snowflake's ability is to find treasure. It said there are good things ahead. Let's go! M80 rubbed his hands and clenched his fists. It finally had a physical body. So now it just wanted to have a big fight and have some fun. Siapura took out the RV and sat in the first row of the driver's seat with Chihuahua in her arms. After driving aimlessly for a whole night, they finally found the location under Chihuahua guidance before dark. The RV stopped, and Yu Shiwen asked uncertainly, "Are we there?" The further they drove, the more they felt that they were in a desert. The road ahead was dim, and the surrounding environment seemed to have no difference at all. If anyone came into such a place, they would probably not be able to tell the directions. But with the system, they would not be so confused. Let's take a rest for a night, Siapura said. Chiokin's head came from behind. We have been walking for a day. If we encounter any unexpected situation, we can't handle it with our current physical fitness. Let's take a rest. Okay, Yu Shiwen replied. She stood up and squeezed Chiokin aside and sat down in the car. The three of them were not simple children. They understood that opportunities and crises generally coexist, so they did not rush in. Siapura had other ideas. She would let the M80 detect what was nearby later. It is better to be prepared than to be unprepared. Then how do we rest tonight? Chiokin offered. I sleep on the sofa on the first floor? Yu Shiwen thought Siapura would refuse, or let Chiokin sleep on the third floor with her. Anyway, they had encountered all kinds of bad situations during the march, but men and women sleeping together was nothing. Siapura didn't think so. She directly accepted Chiokin's proposal. Okay, I leave that floor to you. The three of them were busy cleaning up the first floor, clearing the table. Siapura took out the food in the space, and everyone went back to their rooms to sleep after eating. At night, she didn't know whether the people on her upper and lower floors were asleep, but her floor was definitely bustling. She asked it to check the situation nearby. M80 didn't even have dinner, just to stay awake until she was alone. When M80 heard that the master didn't care whether he had eaten or not and asked him to work, he felt wronged. Host, you don't love me anymore. You didn't even care that I was hungry. Siapura touched its belly. Good boy. Are you hungry? This elastic and tough stomach. Will it still be hungry? All the emotions after possessing a physical body were vented. M80 hugged the owner's calf and argued. I want to eat what the host made himself, not what I bought in the B&B. If the first thing the red panda eats is not made by the host himself, it will be meaningless. It buried its head in Siapura's stomach and kept acting like a spoiled child, completely ignoring the stunned Chihuahua and Aoao. Siapura was too lazy to make it now, and took out the things she had made before and put in the space. M80 was reluctant, but after being warned by Siapura's eyes, she became obedient, eating the food made by the host. M80 looked ecstatic and praised her with the words she searched. It's delicious. What else do you want? Siapura asked with a smile. I want to eat it at the B&B. M80 thought it would be more delicious if she ate it with the host. I also want to sleep with the host tonight. Siapura agreed immediately. Okay. But? She dragged out the last syllable, and it sounded premeditated. M80 obediently let her serve him to wipe his mouth clean. Just work. Siapura smiled meaningfully. We are going to work, you test first, and then we will take Chihuahua and Aoao with us later. The host is not taking them with him. No, they are safe in the RV. There is no need to follow us. Chapter 483 Gold Mine. Siapura was worried that she would not be able to return in time. So she left letters and enough food in the car, and locked the RV after getting off the car to feel relieved. Without the RV, there is no means of transportation. No. AOO began to grow larger under her gaze, until it could accommodate her and M80. She originally wanted to let M80 return to the system, but he refused to do so. Finally, she couldn't refuse, so she let the little panda, who was a head shorter than her, sit in front of her, holding Snowflake, and she sat at the back, under the guidance of Shuehua and M80. It took them half an hour to arrive at another empty place. Siapura was a little tired. Where is the stuff? Why is there still nothing around? Host. The stuff is right under our feet. M80 tugged at her sleeve. It took out a hoe from nowhere and handed it to Siapuru. Host. Please start digging yourself. The three little ones looked at her, full of expectation. She took a few deep breaths, gritted her teeth, and took the hoe. You better not be kidding me. Since we have to dig the soil anyway, why can't we just find a place and start digging? M80 shook its body. Now it has a physical body. If the host teaches it a lesson, it will definitely not be merciful. It seems that it has to tuck its tail between its legs and act like a bear. After saying such harsh words, Siapuro had no choice but to pick up the hoe and dig the yellow soil under her feet. She dug a hole randomly, and then continued to dig it bigger. When she dug it bigger, M80 also jumped down to help. Shuehua and AOO also wanted to help, but M80 refused. Host. You and I are one. Only I can help you. If this was said at any other time, Siapuro would definitely think that this guy was jealous. Now it was work. And it was hard work. So they had to do it. Siapura had a hard time digging. But M80 was like a battery-powered egg beater, treating the yellow soil as plasticine. Playing and digging. Half an hour. An hour passed. Siapura's clothes were more or less stained with dirt, and her hands kept exerting force, and the base of her thumb was painful from the series of labor. The furry panda was also covered with dust, on its ears, on its belly, on its buttocks, not to mention its two little bare paws. Its entire body was yellow. When Siapura stopped to rest, she laughed so hard when she saw it like this, and M80 was not disturbed at all, but was affected by her, and grinned foolishly. Shuehua and AOO also laughed foolishly, and the scene of laughter was actually a bit warm. Host, I think I found something. M80 shouted to her happily. Siapura's heart tightened, and she felt that the hard days were finally over. And she felt that the clouds had finally cleared, and the moon was shining. She walked to M80's side, clenched the hoe with both hands and pressed hard, and felt that the ground seemed to be shaking slightly. M80's voice sounded again. Host. I really dug something. She quickly put down the hoe, bent down, and tried to identify some signs from the soil. Following M80's guidance, she carefully pushed the soil away, and the tip of an iceberg shining with golden light was revealed. Her heartbeat quickened, and she stared at the golden light in disbelief. It was a success. This time she really dug up the golden legend. This can't be. Can't it be? A gold mine? Siapura's voice trembled again and again, full of unbelievable excitement. M80's little hand slid in front of her, attracting all her attention. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the gold mine and silver mine on the Blue Star Plain. Host. Do you know what this means? M80 pulled her hand, jumping up and down with excitement. Does it mean that gold will always shine? M80. Does it mean? I have dug up a gold mine, I can win a beautiful woman, I can choose a tall, rich and handsome man, and I will be at the peak of my life from now on? M80. It means that you have found the key point for the operation and maintenance of this world. As long as the source of the end of the world is solved, this world can be maintained again. We have truly completed the mission. Siapura was in a trance. She wanted to complete the mission, and finally end her eternal life? M80 knew this was her greatest wish. It was sincerely happy for its host. Snowflower and AOO were also infected by the happy atmosphere, jumping excitedly beside it. Silly child. Siapura laughed and scolded. She looked at M80. Is this the good stuff you said below? M80's face darkened. No. What I sense doesn't seem to be a real thing. Siapura shouted. How can I find it if it's not a real thing? M80, forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Now the host needs to plan the gold and silver mines into your area. Wait. Siapura found the bright spot. You mean the gold and silver mines? Yes, there are gold and silver mines below. As long as the host digs and finds them herself, she can apply to the main system to give this area to her business scope. I have applied for permission from the main system. As long as the host builds this area like extending the base, this area can be demarcated as the host's business scope. Do you mean that there is a subway here? Siapuru asked uncertainly. That thing is not advanced. This is a special area. You can place a teleportation array here. But only approved people are allowed to come here. The red panda raised its hands and feet, trying to wash its dirty hair. But it couldn't. It could only look at Siapuru aggrievedly. Host, I want to take a bath. Siapuru was stunned by the method it said. It was so troublesome to get the area under its name. She did not directly answer its question of wanting to take a bath. She was only concerned about one thing now. If there are 3 of us, including Yushiwen and Shiokan, how long will it take to delimit the safe area? The red panda stretched out its paw and assured her, 3 days. It can be completed in 3 days at most. After its analysis, if it is simply built, combined with a normal schedule, it can be completed in 3 days at most. The main system only said that the construction should delimit a range. And there is no fixed density. As long as the host inserts a few pieces of wood there, as long as they can be connected to form a delimited area, it can be judged as successful. It can even think of such a trick. Its brain is really too smart. Siapuru sighed. 3 days is 3 days, but I have to be thick-skinned and ask my friend to help me with the work. But since we are friends, as long as the favors are reciprocated, it shouldn't be too much. Right? This is what she thought in her mind, as she had little experience in making friends. Chapter 484 The Son of Luck? She jumped out of the mud pit, clapped her hands, and summoned the RV. It was only a few hours later, and it was not dark yet. She carried the 3 babies, who had contributed to her tonight, and sneaked up to the 2nd floor. When she returned to the room, she felt more stable when she saw the solid bed. She felt like a petty thief who went out to eat barbecue in the middle of the night and was afraid of being caught by her parents. At M80 pleading, Siapuru personally took it to the space and gave it a bath. After drying its fur, she took a bath and went back to bed, hugging her sweet little panda and kitten, and slept soundly. It is worth mentioning that the little panda was small. Otherwise it would not be able to share the same bed with her. The next day, Yushiwen habitually went to bed and got up early. When she came to the 1st floor and saw Shiokan had also gotten up, she thought about making something for the 3 of them. Shiokan politely followed and wanted to help. But Yushiwen asked, "Do you know her taste?" Shiokan paused with his hand holding the tool, and said, "Did I help you?" Yushiwen didn't refuse. They were all people who worked hard for the country, and they were used to getting up and doing something. If they didn't have work to do, they would feel uncomfortable. The 2 energetic people used the ingredients in the refrigerator to make 3 dishes and a soup. Siapuru hadn't woken up yet, so Yushiwen thought it would be okay to make more. Unexpectedly, they made it until noon, and they had made the food they needed for 2 days. Siapuru came down from upstairs slowly, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She thought she was still in a dream. "It's time to eat," Yushiwen shouted. Shiokan went to get the bowls and chopsticks to serve the meal, and Siapuru just sat down and ate. She took a piece of vinegar-fried potato shreds with chopsticks, and she knew it was Yushiwen craftsmanship as soon as she tasted it. "Why did you get up so early?" Yushiwen and Shiokan said in unison. "I'm used to it." At the dinner table, Siapuru explained what happened last night, but she just hid it from them and made it up as she couldn't sleep and went out for a walk. "You found the gold mine just like that?" Shiokan was stunned. He couldn't believe what she said. Let's not talk about how restricted the terrain was. Others had to carry metal detectors and run around to find gold mines. Even if they were lucky enough to find it, they would have to detect its gold content. It's very complicated. She found it by taking a walk at night? If she told others about this, if it was him, he would just treat it as a joke. But when it happened to her, there was an inexplicable feeling that made people believe her. Shiokan was greatly shocked. "You are the child of luck." Yushiwen was also unbelievable, and her stunned look was somewhat cute in Siapuru's eyes. Siapuru raised her voice and coughed twice, and then changed the subject. "But I need your help. Help me divide this area into my scope." "Okay, just tell me how to do it." Shiokan patted his chest, indicating that this matter was done for her. "It's not difficult, but it's a bit boring and consumes some energy." Siapuru and the other person described in detail what they needed to do. "The 3 of us will work together, and it will be completed in 3 days at most." As for the safety issue, M80 said that they were doing her a favor, and they could temporarily give 2 temporary construction workers a quota to open a separate protective shield for them, and the protective shield would naturally become invalid after the construction was completed. With the system as a guarantee, their safety issues would not be a concern. Siepura had hardly ever bothered anyone before. She suddenly had to ask for help, looking embarrassed. Sorry to bother you. Yu Shiwen waved her hand, not caring at all. What are you talking about? Siepura looked straight at Chiokan. Of course. She was not being polite to Yu Shiwen, but to Chiokan. It's okay. It's just some physical work. Chiokan's eyes were only on eating and working now. He hoped to get out as soon as possible. As the head of the base, he was always anxious. If he didn't get out early, whether the 9th base could be managed well, he couldn't let go of these things. Shall we start after we finish our meal? Chiokan asked impatiently. Yu Shiwen and Siepura looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Siepura took out a few maps for M80 to generate. M80 would generate a beam of light at the location where the wood needed to be inserted. As long as they inserted the building materials according to the beam, it would be fine. But the problem came again. Currently, there was only one space ability user. Siepura. Chiokan and Yu Shiwen did not have space ability. How did they need to transport the wood? No, this is not a problem at all. Siepura thought of her robot employees, all of whom had their own space. Just follow them. Yu Shiwen drives the RV, I ride the red panda, Chiokan and Ao go together. This can increase the speed of movement and save time. Is this arrangement okay? Siepura tilted her head to ask for their opinions. Yu Shiwen nodded. This arrangement is good. Each of them has their own work to do, and they can go back faster if they work separately. At this time, Yu Shiwen and Chiokan thought very simply. They knew that she deliberately did not avoid the crack in order to come down. Now that she had found the gold and silver mine, they thought that was her purpose. They misunderstood. And Siepura was too lazy to explain. Then how do we rest at night? Chiokan spoke first. I think it's too troublesome to come back at night. I won't go back. I will sleep outside and continue working the next day. It takes time to go back and forth. Siepura also thought so. Then I camp outside too. In fact, she had a space to rest in. Said to Yu Shiwen, you rest in the RV, it's settled. After the meal, Siepura put enough food and water in their robots, and Chiokan also put a tent in his package. They agreed to meet at the designated location on the map, and then they went their separate ways. She rode on M80, and the red panda entity that could be enlarged or shrunk at will after the main system theory, and the whole way was filled with its excited voice. Wow! Be quiet, I'm scared. Siepura could only whisper to persuade him. In this place where no one lives, even if it cries, it won't affect others. I'm happy. It finally has a physical body, and can run around everywhere. How can it not be excited? Can you be happy in another way? Siepura lay on its back, rubbing its ears with both hands. The answer to her was that the M80 launched once. When she came to the first cursor point, Siepura took out the building materials from the space and inserted them into the cursor position. Helplessly lying on the system, when it went crazy, she had to use both hands to grab its fluffy hair to ensure that she would not fall off it. Chapter 485 Dragon. Roar. Roar. Roar, host! Another one ahead. M80 saw the cursor and rushed to the mark point. Siepura felt that she could not treat M80 as a real panda. It was better to treat it as a husky that was always acting silly. It looked like a puppy running around with drooling when it saw the cursor. She inserted the building materials at the cursor point again. Looking at the map where she had already inserted one more cursor, while Yu Shiwen and Chiokan were responsible for only one cursor, Siepura suddenly felt that it was not bad to let it make trouble. Under Siepura's indulgence, M80 took her around like crazy, although she wanted to vomit on it several times during the process. But, as long as she could bear it, it was only the first day, and 1/3 of her part was lit up. She no longer complained, hugged the system tightly, and felt the sense of security brought to her by her good baby. Host, why is there a hole in this place? They were currently on the cliffs on both sides of the crack, and M80 was curious and wanted to go up and take a look. Siepura didn't want to get involved, and hesitated. Will it be a very scary scene? M80 was fearless and asked fearlessly, what scary scene? Host, don't you want to go up and take a look? What if it's what I sensed? As it asked, it put its arms around Siepura to make sure she was firmly on it. With a jump, it easily flew over the eaves and walls. Siepura was stunned. You You can do this? M80 smiled foolishly. I am Kung Fu Panda. He performed several actions in a row, which was not at all like what a baby panda who just learned to walk yesterday could do. Walking on the cliff, Siapura felt that her thoughts were frozen. You should be a Kung Fu cat who is more powerful than Kung Fu Panda. This is really incredible, as if gravity has no effect on him. M80 regained his silly road deer excitement, and ran towards the treasure cave he found. Howling. M80, who had just arrived at the cave entrance, smelled a different smell. It felt that this place was separated from the place where they were now by a wall. But they were two different places. What's wrong? Siapura felt that all the hair on its body was standing up. No matter how she touched its hair, it didn't smooth it out. Host. Something is wrong here. Siapura listened to its words, and her heart was immediately alarmed. After getting off the little panda, M80 turned into the size of a small doll, and was held in Siapura's palm like a small figurine. She took a few steps forward, covering her chest, looking at the depths of the cave in disbelief. She also felt it was very strange, and there was a feeling that there was something she wanted in it. The cave was pitch black, and thick stone pillars seemed to grow on both sides, as if they were a welcoming ceremony for those who had not yet arrived. Going further in, the cave was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Siapura took out a flashlight from the space, and turned it on to see the inside of the cave clearly. Click. Click. The whole cave was so quiet that only her footsteps could be heard. She shone the flashlight into the darkness. The beam was bottomless. She didn't know how deep the cave was. Siapura wanted to leave. She discussed with M80, why don't we continue to complete our mission now? And then come back? You can't just sit there and do nothing. Right? Siapura thought so. We are much faster than them. Host. Can you go in a little further? M80 and Siapura had the same idea. It seemed that the system had noticed something, since they both thought they should go in and find out what was going on. Let's go in. After walking for a few minutes, Siapura suddenly felt something flickering on the wall where the flashlight was shining. She shone the light over there, and walked closer to see that the mural on the wall actually changed into different shapes under different angles of light. The mural was very large, and the flashlight could only illuminate a small area. She held the flashlight, and walked from the left side of the mural to the right side of the mural. When she wanted to go back to look at the left side, she found that the painting that had just been imprinted in her mind had become different. Did she remember it wrong? M80 also felt it was amazing. She communicated with her in her mind. Host, why do I feel that this mural is moving? Mural moving? It seems to be this feeling. She just felt that the mural she had seen was not in the same place as she remembered. After browsing it, the mural was indeed moving. Siapura's eyes widened. The flashlight only shone in one place and stopped moving. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not seeing things. There were many things on the mural, humans, animals, plants, and something that looked like a human but not a human. She boldly guessed it was a zombie. The whole picture was very smooth. Siapura easily found the abrupt point in it. The flashlight moved over. She focused all her attention on this place. There was a sense of luster flashing under this area, like the skin of some creature? She quickly moved the light forward. After looking at it for a long time, she suddenly wanted to reach out and touch the painting. As soon as she reached out, she didn't touch anything. The mural moved like an animated miracle. There was something shiny and glowing in the clouds high in the sky. As the picture turned, the clouds were gradually torn apart, and a giant dragon flew out of it. Its scales flashed in various colors under the light. As the dragon appeared, the scene on the mural was constantly changing. The giant dragon in the painting broke through the layers of clouds and rushed to Siapura's face. She was so scared that she subconsciously took a few steps back. Her back hit the stone wall behind her, and she heard a click. When she realized something was wrong, she had completely lost contact with M80. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in another world, surrounded by lush old trees and flowing springs, and the starry night sky seemed within reach. You are here, Savior. An old voice sounded from all directions, low and heavy, as if carrying endless vicissitudes and sadness. Who are you? Siapura was shocked. A bold guess flashed through her mind. Are you a dragon? I am. The voice was slightly smiling, as if it was pleased with her arrival. This is Blue Star and my world. Blue Star is in a doomsday crisis. I can't bear to see my descendants extinct, so I applied for support from the Space-Time Administration. Chapter 486, A Clear Life. The person they sent is you. The Savior, she whispered, feeling the heavy responsibility. And a complex emotion surged in her heart. Me? Siapura felt that everything in front of her was so mysterious. And everything in front of her was as mysterious as a dream. Subverting her cognition accumulated in several worlds. You did a good job. Better than I expected. You are needed to end it all next. The dragon body descended from the sky. The figure of the dragon was like a flash of lightning. The golden scales shone brightly in the moonlight. Just like a god descending from heaven. The huge body covered the entire sky. The shocking breath rushed to Siapura's face, almost suffocating her. They said, "You are the most suitable person to save the blue star. And you really didn't let me down. Go. End this apocalypse. And you can go home." The voice came from near and far. And Siapura's mind was in a mess. A strong force came. And Siapura was pushed into another time and space. The old buildings around her were very familiar. And she felt that the streets were in the style of a certain era. But she couldn't remember which era it was. There were only two things she could confirm now. 1. She couldn't contact M80. And 2. She was still in an illusion or dream. This feeling was just like the dream she had seen Dr. M02 before. And she was not panicked after having experienced it once. Since the dragon said that it was a savior. It was also very satisfied with her approach. So it would not hurt her. Siapura calmly looked at the scene in the illusion. It seemed like a few children were fighting. Why was this fight different? Beat the ugly guy to death. If we chop off the ugly guy's fingers. What are you afraid of? We are all minors. How about we strip him and see? A large truck sped past, crushing an old man who was crossing the road. Your grandmother is dead. Who else can protect you? Dare to complain? This is the end. Did you kill my grandma? Siapura frowned slightly. This voice sounded familiar. The young voice of a child had some familiar tones. Is it Chinche? She entered his dream? Or is this his past? With a lot of questions in her mind, she continued to watch patiently. The perspective was the same as the little boy who was beaten. She looked at his life from his perspective. She also felt the pain of Chinche. She was very sure that the little boy was Chinche. Except for his voice, his temperament was similar to that when he became a zombie. He didn't like humans, he didn't like talking, and he didn't like people getting close to him. In the dream, she felt the pain every time he was beaten. Every time Chinche was in pain, she could feel the pain of his heart, and the pain of losing his grandmother. There were so many times, even she couldn't count how many times those people beat Chinche. The death of his grandmother made Chinche give up struggling completely. From the beginning, he would stare back and resist. Until now, he was like a piece of wood. No matter how they beat him, he would not make a sound. On another night of being beaten, he huddled alone beside a trash can in the alley to avoid the wind. Isn't it enough to hurt me? Why? Why do you want to hurt my grandma? Grandma. Is it all my fault? Grandma. I will be alone from now on. The young voice was filled with despair and pain. And Siapura's heart was clenched. He was still a child. Suffering all this alone. She knew that her touch could not reach Chinche. But she still couldn't help but reach out and give him a hug. In his world, no one took him out. And his sky would never be bright again. A pleasant smell was smelled by little Chinche like the wind. And his eyes were full of confusion after crying. As if he had caught a trace of warmth. He shouted to the air, "Grandma? Is it you?" Little Chinche grabbed that little bit of warmth and hugged himself back. As if the only grandma who loved him was still there. Leaning against the trash can that night. Xiao Chinche had a sweet dream. Siapura looked at his tender, youthful, but not traditionally good-looking face. And couldn't understand why his face was so different from his face after becoming a zombie. Xiao Chinche cried and despaired. But he still went to school obediently the next morning. Junior high school is compulsory education. And their family is a poor household. The national policy exempted his tuition fees. So he can still go to school. Following his perspective, Siapura saw Xiao Chinche teacher say to him, "Your family is extremely poor. If you can get this score, you can get a scholarship. If you go to this high school, they can waive your tuition and accommodation." Her heart was the same as Xiao Chinche. She hoped that he would study hard, live at the school when he went to high school, and escape the school violence in junior high school. But things did not go as planned. The city was not big, and the violent student's family was wealthy from his clothes. In high school, Chinche met a group of violent people again. Siapura was once again forced to witness 3 years of bullying. Chinche, in his youth, stood on the roof and wanted to commit suicide, but was persuaded by his teacher. It would be great if he could get into college. College is different from high school. They can't get into the best colleges. Chinche had a new goal, and he worked harder towards it. When filling out the application form, she clearly saw that he wanted to go to law school. She looked at him in amazement, surprised that the little kid had never forgotten to avenge his grandmother. But will his persistence make sense? Will this society really be lenient to children from poor families? Siapura was not confused, but was very sure that it would be very difficult. In addition to hard work, it also required luck. With expectation, she hoped that he would have good luck. Chinche worked very hard, and was very motivated. His college entrance examination score was far higher than the university he wanted to apply for. On the day he received the admission letter, Chinche's hands were shaking violently while washing dishes in the small restaurant. She hurriedly fled the noisy kitchen and hid in the bathroom, tears welling up in her eyes, and her low sobbing could be heard in the closed toilet. Over the years, he had worked hard and paid a lot, and he had reaped the rewards. Siapura, as a witness of his life, was also happy with his joy. No one knew his hard work better than her, and she felt that he had finally gotten what he deserved. She prayed silently in her heart, I hope he can go to a good university and live a good life in school, even if it is only a short-term happiness. It is worth the ups and downs along the way. Even if zombies break out in the end of the world, at least the little Chinche, who grew up under her watch, has truly lived a happy life. After cleaning up the kitchen, Chinche's steps became chaotic as he walked in the rain, and he was in a particularly happy mood. Siapura followed behind him, and was infected by the corners of his mouth that he couldn't suppress, and was happy with him. Fate always seems to like to play tricks on people, and the hemp rope always breaks at the thinnest part. On the night Chinche received the admission letter, he died. Chapter 487 Cause. The bully classmates who received the news in the school group have also grown up, and their hatred and resentment towards Chinche have intensified. 5 or 6 people dragged him to the deep alley of an abandoned building in a rainstorm, and swung baseball bats at his head, beating him to death. After beating him to death, they put Chinche's body in the trunk of the car, and got a boat from somewhere, and dumped his body in the center of the largest lake in the city. Don't blame us, and don't come looking for us even if you become a ghost. Ants should live in humiliation. Don't even think about stepping on our heads. Do you still want to avenge your grandmother? Or do you want to send us to prison? You will never have this chance again. Ugly monster, in your next life, don't be so ugly. No, I hope you don't have a next life. Tie him to a rock. I heard that if you tie him to a rock and throw him in, he will never leave the bottom of the lake for the rest of his life. Before Chinche died, they beat him all over with sticks, and there were wounds all over his body. Blood dripped from his 7 orifices onto the boat, and his body was thrown into the bottom of the lake, sinking with the stone. Siapura could only watch everything in front of her without saying a word. She knew clearly that this was just a dream, and she could not save the situation. Even though she saw that Chinche, who was tied to the stone, was still breathing, and bubbles came out of his mouth and nose when he was thrown into the water. She was powerless to the scene in front of her. She had no idea where those bullies from childhood would go next. Her perspective followed Chinche, trapped at the bottom of the lake, unable to struggle, unable to resist. She saw Chinche wake up from the brink of death, and then suffocate to death underwater when he regained consciousness. His struggle, his pain, and his despair were all captured by her eyes. She thought it was all over. But a deafening roar broke the silence at the bottom of the lake. A meteor fell from the sky, passing through countless darkness, and hit the lake. A huge shockwave swept in instantly, and the surrounding water surged suddenly, carrying countless bubbles and gravel, and directly hit Chinche's body. She watched in horror as Chinche's limbs were smashed to pieces. But only a few minutes later, his limbs were reassembled. After a long time, Siapura went forward to take a look. His face was also reshaped, gradually becoming the familiar look she knew. At the same time, various countries on the blue planet where she was currently were hit by unknown foreign meteorites. Some people were unable to dodge, and the fragments of the meteorites hitting the ground randomly pierced into human bodies. The scene suddenly pulled away, and Siapura seemed to have lost her soul. So that's how it is. When she woke up again, she was held tightly in M80 arms. Woo! Woo! Host! Why don't you wake up yet? Host! It's just a stone wall. It's not a sand wall. How can you be so timid and be scared to death? Woo-woo, don't leave me. How can I live without you? Woo-woo. I was wrong. I will never crawl into a hole again. Host, don't scare me. If you die, the main system will let me bind to someone else. Didn't we agree that I would be your system for life? Wuwusia Puro didn't know whether she was awakened by the noise or woke up naturally. She stroked M80 head buried in her body. If you press it anymore, it will really kill you. Don't you think about how heavy you are now? Aw, host. Woo-woo. The little system was really scared. No one guided it on how to cry for the first time. It had a physical body. It learned it by itself. She rubbed the panda that had shrunk and lay on her body with some relief. You've already cried. The atmosphere has come to this point. Would it be inappropriate for me not to leave? Host. If you keep teasing, the innocent little system will really get angry. Sia Pura pursed her lips and smiled, and continued to rub it. I know the key point of our mission this time. She has been thinking all along that this mission is completely different from the previous business missions, so if you want to leave this world, it must not be just a simple upgrade. Otherwise, why did M80 say at the beginning that he should try his best to save the survivors of this plane, instead of just selling things normally? When she woke up again, she felt mixed emotions. She had never expected that the evil of human nature could be so terrifying. Little Chinche was just plain looking because of the genes given by her parents. But she was forced to accept so much pressure from the outside world for no reason. She had found a way to end this apocalypse. But before that she had other things to do. Okay. The ground is cold. Don't give me cold legs. Okay. Okay. M80 reluctantly got off her. Sia Pura stood up. She opened the mural and took out a dragon scale hidden in it. This was given to her by a real dragon, who said it would be useful to her in the future. I have one more thing to ask you. Okay. M80 is well behaved. Is the standard for ending the apocalypse to make the zombies in this plane disappear? Yes. But has the host found the source of the zombies? Sia Pura smiled bitterly. I found it. I remember I accumulated a privilege by completing the task. Yes, the host seems to have traveled through 20 planes to get this privilege. Does it need to be used before the host is reborn? No, I'm just making sure. M80 kept on talking. Does the host really want to be reborn? Is immortality so painful for you? But why does M02 want immortality? Sia Puro did not answer, and walked in the direction she came from. Everyone pursues, and wants something different, and she was tired of countless missions. She hated the feeling of not being able to make friends, and being torn away from this world immediately after the mission was completed without any choice, and hated the feeling of not being able to say goodbye to the people she cared about in a certain plane. For M02, he also wanted to keep the people he cared about together, didn't he? His ideas were essentially the same as hers. Speaking of M02, the occurrence of this apocalypse also had something to do with him. His failed potions were randomly discharged into the lake water in China, and the accumulated failed products accidentally reacted with the alien objects, creating the clear resurrection of the dead, and also causing an irreversible scene for mankind. It is a natural disaster. But it is a man-made disaster. It is just a coincidence. But as for the matter of immortality, she has always been clear about it. But facing M80 question, she seems to be a little shaken. If the host does not rebirth, we continue to do the task. I can apply to the main system for some preferential treatment for the host. The host is the best tasker, and many systems envy me. If the host does not want immortality, we, M80 said with a tearful tone. Chapter 488 Light up the gold and silver mines. He was reluctant to part with her, nor did he want to restrict her to be bound to himself. He should respect the host's personal wishes. M80 dimmed. Sia Pura teased, with a gentle tone. Didn't you say I was lazy before? Who said that it took me 30 or 40 years to complete a task? M80 panicked. It's not me anyway. Let's go. The sooner we finish the work, the sooner we can leave. He opened the map panel to check the progress of the other two people. Fortunately, her speed was fast before. Now, as long as she continues to maintain the previous speed, she can keep up. Sitting astride the red panda, it muttered lively, "Get moving. God will not let down those who work hard." Finally, Shiokan, who was far away in another place, inserted the last piece of building material into the soil. M80 automatically began to broadcast. Congratulations to the host for successfully dividing the gold and silver mines into the host's management area. Good. Sia Pura team finished work earlier than expected, and rushed to the agreed location to meet up with everyone, and found that Yushiwen had been waiting there for a long time. She took a big pot out of the RV and placed it on the ground. There was a fire on the ground. Yu Shiwen saw Siapura coming back, and smiled at her with a handful of noodles. "You're back. Want some noodles?" "Sure." Siapura got off the red panda that had been her mount for several days, and walked to Yu Shiwen. "Why did you suddenly think of eating noodles?" Yu Shiwen only glanced at Siapura for a few seconds, and then stared at the pot. "The RV is here with me. I was worried that you didn't eat well these 2 days." She didn't want a motorhome when the food was distributed. But she felt that Xiao Pu Town must have her reasons for the distribution. So she didn't say anything. Siapura walked around the ingredients that Yu Shiwen had placed, and found that the ingredients were not simple. "Oh, it's not ordinary noodles. Judging from the ingredients. Is it braised noodles?" Siapura lay on the table, and smelled the aroma of beef from the dishes that Yu Shiwen had already cooked. "Or is it braised noodles with green pepper and beef fillet? Nothing can be hidden from you." Yu Shiwen smiled. She picked up a pair of clean chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef fillet, and handed it to Siapura's mouth. "Master, try to see if my cooking is good?" Siapura did not take it, and took a bite with her chopsticks. The beef tasted of green pepper. The two flavors blended together without any abruptness. The beef was very tender, not hard to chew at all. "Not bad." Siapura raised an eyebrow. "You are worthy of being my last disciple. You have learned some basics." Yu Shiwen took back the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef for himself to taste. And it was indeed delicious. "Go to hell. How did I become your last disciple?" Siapura's eyes rolled around. "When we cooked together, we cooked behind closed doors. Why don't you admit that you are my last disciple now? You came back so quickly." Shioken heard the laughter from far away. "And oh, by the way, he also smelled the fragrance of the food. You all ate." "No way. Which meal have you eaten?" "I won't miss your meal." Shioken was so tired that his head was covered with sweat from the yellow sand, and his whole body was covered with dust. Siapura ran over, and stretched out her hand to hug her poor little cat Aoyo, and give it a kiss. Seeing Aoyo covered in dust, and his little black face almost dyed yellow, she was disgusted and quickly threw him into the space, and gave him a big basin of water to bathe. Yu Shiwen looked at him and nodded, and continued to work on her own. Shioken didn't see anyone welcoming him like he welcomed Aoyo, and he was bored. He could only stand there and dust himself off. Siapura patted the dust in front of her with disdain that was blown by Shioken movements. "Go take a shower first. You look so dirty." After all, he worked for her for free, so he didn't have the conditions to take a shower. So she could only let him take a shower first. "I have no choice." Shioken felt wronged, and stood a little further away from them with inferiority complex. He was also worried that the dust on his body would drift into the dishes. "So you should take a shower quickly. And it will be almost time to eat after you take a shower." Siapura rolled up her sleeves and joined the temporary small table built by Yu Shiwen. After all, she felt embarrassed to let others work for nothing. So she asked Shioken, "Is there anything you want to eat?" Shioken was no longer inferior when it came to this. "Yes." He quickly reported a dish he had wanted to eat for a long time. "I want to eat fried eggs with vinegar." At first glance, this dish sounds like dark cuisine. But when you eat it, it sounds like a fight between gods. After eating it, you will want to eat it again. These days, he has been thinking about how to open his mouth and eat this dish again. Siapura frowned. Using such a simple dish to thank this person for working for him for free for 3 days. Doesn't it seem a bit petty? But, forget it. He ordered it himself. "Okay. Go take a shower." Siapura agreed. She took out 2 more pots and set them up. Yu Shiwen wanted to come over to help, but she told Yu Shiwen to just focus on the dishes she wanted to cook, and they each cooked their own dishes. She wanted to prepare this meal well, because after this meal, she would have to say goodbye to her friends in the base for a short time. In Xiao Qingqing memory, she remembered the faces of those bullies, and understood why they went to those bases to do evil. Humans are innocent, and he is also pitiful. She could understand both sides. If it was her who was bullied for so many years, and even bullied to death, she would hate him even more than him. Retracting her thoughts that were drifting away, Siapura opened the panel to see if the products produced by the several bases of the BNB could be used by her. In addition to pork, beef and mutton, she also thought of seafood. She opened the processing plant and saw the long-lost crayfish. She was so happy to see the crayfish. Except for being allergic to this thing, who wouldn't love it? Siapura simply asked for 20 kilograms, and went to the open space to put out a stainless steel basin as big as a baby bathtub to hold the crayfish. Take out the food preparation robot Kai, and teach it how to properly bathe and devein crayfish. After Kai has processed the crayfish, she also prepares the seasoning for cooking crayfish. To make spicy and garlic crayfish, you also need to prepare some side dishes: cucumber, bean sprouts, potatoes, crab sticks. On a whim, Siapuru took out a few normal-sized crabs, and planned to try cooking them with the crayfish method. Little Grape, do you want something? Of course I do. What is it? Actually, I want to be an ordinary resident of a homestay, go to get off work normally, without any safety hazards, buy groceries, and cook after work, and occasionally have a small gathering with friends, and slowly wait for time to pass and grow old together. Chapter 489 Crayfish. Siapuru tilted her head, thinking and talking. After she finished talking, she also drew a picture of her most ideal life in her mind. Is it that simple? Yu Shiwen didn't quite understand. Is her pursuit that simple? Then what is the purpose of her busyness every day? As long as she wanted, she could completely abandon her sense of responsibility and live such a life regardless of other people's lives, but she didn't. This is not simple. Siapuru's smile was full of hope. This was simple for others, but not for her. Since you think it's simple, then let me add one more thing. Yu Shiwen listened attentively. Tell me. I also hope that you can defeat the pedantic senior management as soon as possible, take the position yourself, and lead the country I have built to regain its glory. Yu Shiwen's body shook suddenly. I have done it. As long as you say a word, I can guarantee that your position will be above Pei Shui. Seeing that her words were not a joke, Yu Shiwen said seriously, Pei Shui is a good leader. Yes, he is a good leader. But I hope that this big reshuffle in our country can achieve true equality for everyone. Equality that is neither proud of nor ashamed of gender. Alas! Yu Shiwen sighed. Siapuru knew that this meant Yu Shiwen agreement and compromise. Perhaps it was impossible to make Yu Shiwen and Pei Shui equal, even if it was just in terms of age. Yu Shiwen was too young. But after she gave her the identity of the heir, all these problems would be solved. Not wanting to talk about those unhappy things, Siapuru changed the subject and asked Yu Shiwen, Is there anything you want? Yes. I want world peace. Yu Shiwen was also very serious. Siapuru laughed. Not mocking, but feeling that she had made a good friend with the same values and goals as her by accident. What are you laughing at? Yu Shiwen wondered. Siapuru winked at her, and said sincerely, We have the same goal of laughing. It's nothing. If you ask Chioken this question, he will definitely say the same thing. The two chatted while washing and cutting, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed and pleasant. The crayfish was stewed for another half an hour after it was cooked. Even Yu Shiwen was not sure when Chioken would finish his bath, so she didn't dare to go down first. It was only when Siapuru said that she could go down casually, and her space could remain still, that she finished the noodles. Why did he take so long to shower? Did he faint? Siapuru looked at the door of the RV. If he doesn't come out, I go in and knock on the door to ask. The crayfish has been stewed for so long and has absorbed the flavor, but he hasn't come out yet. They both sat on the soft and comfortable sofa that Siapuru brought out from the space, waiting for everyone to gather and start eating. She was so impatient that she wanted to urge him. She just stood up and heard his voice before she saw him. Chioken had a white towel hanging on his shoulder. His cheeks were flushed after taking a shower, and his skin was 2 shades whiter than when he first entered the bathroom. Siapuru and Yu Shiwen looked at each other. Now they knew why he took so long to take a bath. It was probably because he had been through too much dust and his body was covered with patina. Look at his red face. It was probably because he rubbed too hard. Here it comes. You guys eat first. No need to wait for me. Chioken sat down opposite them and explained, I was too dirty. I couldn't help but take a longer bath. It's okay. I just stewed the crayfish. It takes a little longer to make it taste good. It should be just right to eat now. Siapuru took out the food she and Yu Shiwen had prepared from the space. Yu Shiwen noodles were the main course, and her crayfish were the side dish. It was a perfect match. The spoon next to her was still cooking. There were 20 kilograms of crayfish in total. Siapuru didn't cook any other dishes. Just eating the food in front of her, and the side dishes and the crayfish was enough for the 3 of them. It's rare for the 3 of us to indulge ourselves. We can be teleported back after we finish eating. Why don't we take advantage of the time we still have? Siapuru looked at Chioken and then at Yu Shiwen, and suggested, have a drink? Yu Shiwen glanced at her. She would never forget the culprit who caused her psychological trauma when she went to the toilet. Siapura quickly distanced herself from the matter and took out a beer. Just a drink. It's not made by me. It's from the store. The 2 bottles of beer next to each other were held in her hands, making a crisp ding-ling-ling sound. Then drink some. You still have to work when you go back, so don't drink too much. Yu Shiwen's cold voice sounded very pleasant to Siapuru. Okay. Siapuru agreed readily. As for how much to drink, when they were drunk after 3 rounds of drinking, that was not something she could decide. Chiyo, is it okay? Siapuru also asked Chiokan for his opinion. Chiokan didn't expect that she would ask for his opinion, but a few drinks would be harmless, so he nodded and said, okay. Siapura was happy that she had found the key to completing the task, and she stood up and raised her glass to them. I wish you all the best. I do it. You haven't even asked us what we're thinking, but you're already wishing us all the best? Chiokan looked at her with a smile. What if I want to destroy the world? Siapura was shocked. Chief Chio actually thinks this way? Then I report it to the central government when I get back. Ha ha ha. Some laughed. Some made noise, and it was a harmonious scene. The 3 of them stood up and clinked their glasses. Chiokan was very generous. Seeing that she really did it, he also did it. He sat down with the empty cup and said seriously, actually, what I'm thinking is the same as you. Saving the world. He raised the tone of the last 4 words. Quite like a leader giving a speech. Siapura said, what if I'm also thinking about destroying the world? Then should I also report it to the central government? Yu Shiwen smiled, putting down the wine glass. Chiokan aimed at a plate of crayfish and went straight for it. I haven't eaten this for a long time. It's still quite fragrant. His hand slowly peeled off the red skin of the crayfish. His eyes fixed on the shrimp meat, and he bit it like an impatient villain. Great. He tried his best to control the expression on his face, and praised the crayfish. This is the taste. No. Even more. Siapura was so exaggerated that she wondered if he was the one she paid to praise. She lowered her head and tried the braised noodles made by Yu Shiwen first. The braised noodles were very tasty, and they were stewed a little longer, so the noodles were a little soft. However, the soft noodles were full of gravy mixed with green pepper flavor. She ate the noodles in big mouthfuls and felt very satisfied. Yu Shiwen peeled a few crayfish and put them in her bowl. Don't just eat the noodles. Siapura held the noodles in her mouth, raised her head, showed her a bright smile, and mumbled, I like to eat the staple food first and then eat the crayfish. Chapter 490 LV9. This way you can fill your stomach and your hands won't get dirty. You kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Since it's a friend's party, it's normal to eat while chatting. Chiokan and Yu Shiwen talked about the base from time to time, mostly about the dreams, ideals, and past of the 3 of them. The 3 of them kept toasting, and unknowingly they had already finished most of the crayfish on the table. 20 kilograms of crayfish. Chiokan ate at least 8 kilograms by himself. I don't know how he managed to eat 2 more bowls of noodles, and so many crayfish. He could eat so fast while talking, and talking didn't affect his eating speed at all. At the end of the meal, he asked the 2 of them if they wanted to eat more noodles. After confirming that they didn't want to eat, he poured all the noodles into his own bowl and ate them with the crayfish soup. At the end of the drink, the 3 of them were slightly drunk. Siapura took advantage of the alcohol to ask Yu Shiwen what she wanted to say. If you were the owner, would you be able to run the store well? Yu Shiwen was a little confused, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. I can do anything. If you can't do it, push yourself, you have to do it. She is indeed a Chinese woman who is determined to be strong all her life. Siapura looked straight at Yu Shiwen's face and laughed. That's good. Chiokan was still eating crayfish, as if he had a grudge against crayfish, and he peeled the crayfish one by one and put them in his mouth. What are you whispering about? You need to put your ear to my ear? Secret? Siapura was a little drunk. She even felt that her breath smelled like beer. Chiokan finished the last crayfish on the table, drank the last sip of beer. He was a good drinker. He just blushed and ran to the toilet, not drunk at all. He then noticed that the 2 girls were a little drunk, stood up, washed his hands, and cleaned up the garbage. How about you guys take a nap before going back to the base? Being forced to talk to. Siapura woke up a little, and she helped Yu Shiwen up from the stool. She muttered, no need. With a snap of her fingers, everything on the scene, including the RV, disappeared from sight. Chiokan hesitated whether to go up and help the 2 people who were a little shaky just standing. His eyes went dark and bright, and he appeared in Siapura's room. She helped Yushiwen lie down on her 10 square meter bed and took out a set of clothes from the closet to take a shower. Seeing that there was still a man in her room, she asked in a daze, "Why are you still here? Don't you need to report what we did to the base?" Shiokan Yu. Forget it, she drank too much. He quickly found the door and walked out. Siapuru's voice came from behind. "Close the door." Bang, he closed her door quietly. It was the first time he came to a girl room. He was beating like a drum. I don't know if it was because he drank too much or was nervous. Feeling the terrain, he finally found the gate of the courtyard and fled to report to the first base. Siapura took a shower and became a little more awake. She went to bed and covered Yushiwen with a blanket and put her phone within her reach. She was not very sleepy yet. While she had some free time, Siapura finished the last bit of the factory construction on the tablet on the sofa. Chuan had already recruited reserve employees and was just waiting for her to build the factory. When the factory was built, the mission would be completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to LV9. This time, you will get 19 mysterious fragments. Upgrading to LV10 will unlock mysterious rewards. LV10 upgrade conditions. Eliminate the Zombie King and all zombies in China. Find the pollution source and purify it. Before the upgrade is successful, please ensure that the humans on Blue Star can maintain normal operation before you can leave and teleport. Siapura pulled a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. As expected, the mission was the same as she predicted, to kill Qin-Che. But I can't even touch him. How can I kill him? A blue light flashed, and a sword appeared in front of her. She reached out and easily took the physical sword from the light. Do you want to use this? But after experiencing Qin-Che life, she had a very complicated feeling towards little Qin-Che. He obviously did nothing wrong, but humans couldn't tolerate him, and couldn't tolerate him in the troubled times. Host, now that you have found the source of the end of the apocalypse, there is no point in keeping the Zombie King. Kill him and purify the source. This plane can truly escape the apocalypse. Siapura tightly grasped the sword in her hand, and then relaxed, received it into the space. I know. But before that, she had to do one more thing. She put away the tablet, and drove the RV alone, and took some sleep while she was sobering up. She didn't know where to find Qin-Che, so she came to the basement where the middle-aged woman was found. Her intuition told her that the female zombie should know where Qin-Che was. Anyway, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Qin-Che anywhere, so she might as well go find the female zombie and try her luck. Worried that the appearance of the RV would disperse the zombies, Siapura got off the RV in advance and rode M80 forward. What Siapura didn't expect was that she really found Gardenia at the same place. Gardenia was wearing tattered clothes, and she was still wearing the clothes she was wearing when her body was thrown away before her death. Her first reaction, when she saw Siapura, was to run away. Her intuition told her that she couldn't afford to offend the person in front of her. Gardenia turned around and ran away, and M80 was annoyed. Stop! Did my host let you go? It put Siapura down, rolled in front of Gardenia, and froze her in place. Siapura walked over slowly, and stood in front of Jizi. Little zombie, I have something to ask you. Can you speak? Siapura said directly. I took your mother away that day. Right? Can you tell me what happened? She should have asked directly about Qin-Che whereabouts. But she only knew how Qin-Che became a zombie, and was a little curious about how a zombie like her appeared. Zombies can't get close to her, but it doesn't seem to affect M80. The aggressive little panda tried to make a fierce expression, and repeated to Gardenia, speak quickly. My host is asking you a question. Siapura was almost melted by it, but she couldn't let it be so rude. Good baby. You can't do this. She stretched out her hand and pulled M80, who was holding Gardenia collar, back to her side. Gardenia can speak, and she pulled it hoarsely, making a sound that was even more unpleasant than when Qin-Che first spoke. What do you want to know? M80 pulled at the corner of Siapura's clothes. The host can directly read its memory. Gardenia lowered her head, and rushed to say, I can speak. My name is Gardenia. Siapura brought a small stool, sat down next to Gardenia, and played the role of a listener. Chapter 491 Zombies Give Birth to Children. After listening to Gardenia's self-narration, she almost understood that Gardenia was like Qin-Che, a person with a pitiful life experience. But the strange thing is, as a zombie, why does Gardenia remember her life? She looked at M80 with a puzzled look, and it couldn't give an answer. Seeing her enter a state of contemplation, Gardenia has been observing her quietly. Gardenia asked cautiously, Can I trust you? With her improved appearance and skin condition after becoming a zombie, she looked a little pitiful on the surface. Although she didn't know what she was referring to. Siapura pursed her lips and said, "Okay. I want to tell you everything about Wong." Now it was Siapura's turn to be surprised. "Why?" "Because I want my mother to survive. I want her to survive among humans." Gardenia shed 2 lines of tears. "My mother has suffered all her life. I hope she can live a better life in the future. She cannot care about the survival of humans. But she can't hide with her mother while being in the zombie group." The hoarse voice expressed the emotion for the human mother. And Siapura was somewhat moved. She will survive. Siapura felt incredible that Gardenia still cared about her mother after becoming a zombie. And she also felt some sympathy. Most parents love their children. And will try their best to provide their children with a good living environment. Conversely, children do the same to their parents. Gardenia lowered her head to Siapura. And told her everything she knew about following the zombie king. There are some differences between zombies and humans in their speech. She spoke slowly. And Siapura listened patiently. She frowned as she listened. You mean he would fall into a deep sleep before every natural disaster? Will he be different after waking up from a deep sleep? Gardenia, yes. I see. Siapura had heard almost everything, and couldn't wait to know Chi-Chi's whereabouts. Where is he now? Gardenia was obviously still hesitant about this question. Siapura gave her time, and didn't rush her, and waited for her to think it through and then talk slowly. Gardenia finally spoke out, and drew a punctuation mark on the map that Siapura gave her. Siapura turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Gardenia called her. We will die. Right? Siapura did not look back. Nor did she answer. Driving the RV on the road. She had no construction tasks to do. And there was nothing to kill time on the road. She could only use the free time to look out the window. M80 took his short legs and tried to lie down on the seat next to her. And approached her furry. Host, are you unhappy? Siapura still stared blankly out the window. Her eyes were empty and unfocused. Is it because of the question asked by Gardenia? No. The zombie's question no longer made her unhappy. She was thinking whether she could find Chi-Chi smoothly. No matter how hard M80 tried to make her happy, Siapura was unhappy, rubbed its head, and held it tightly in her arms. M80 was forced to go with her to see the scenery, and was a little unhappy at first, but he became fascinated as he watched, and pointed out the window, and told Siapura how beautiful it was like a child. Although Siapura felt that the outside was bare, and had traces of acid rain erosion. She couldn't figure out what was beautiful about it. But she still echoed it to make it happy. Suddenly, M80 found a bright spot. Host, look over there. Siapura was bored, and looked over there perfunctorily, nodded casually, and exclaimed, wow, it's not. Host, it's a zombie. Look at what that zombie is doing. Siapura looked over carefully, but the distance was too far to see clearly. M80 popped up a picture for her. A female zombie was looming behind the boulder, and her body was twisted with a high bulging belly. The zombies were not of high level, and there were blue-gray veins on their stomachs. Her abdomen rose and fell violently, and the sounds made by the zombies were creepy. After a stronger spasm, a small figure slowly slid out of her body. The picture moved closer and froze on the face of the zombie baby. Its body also showed the characteristics of zombies, and it cried as soon as it was born, just like a human newborn baby. Its zombie mother held the baby and fed the newly born zombie baby. After a long silence, Siapura chose to leave. Arriving at the location drawn by Gardenia, Siapura put away the RV. She always felt that this location was very familiar. M80 tugged at her trouser legs and reminded, Host, you seem to have been here before. With its help, Siapura remembered that she seemed to have fed Chi-Chi here before. M80 followed her out of the car, looked around, and saw nothing. Shall we wait here? Siapura took out a table and chair and sat on it, and asked M80 to take the cans to a place farther away from her to open them. M80 opened the can, and felt as if it was insulted by something. What's wrong? Host, I don't think I'm very smart. Siapura waved her hand. Remove the word seem, and turn it into an affirmative sentence. M80 squatted down awkwardly, and did as it was told. But it questioned this method from the bottom of its heart, and muttered, Zombies are not puppies. And they can come over when they hear the sound of a can being opened? That's too insulting to zombies. The sound of the can opening is particularly crisp, and a pleasant smell is emitted. It's too close, making M80 want to eat it. Damn can. How come even the body of a red panda is greedy for this thing? I turned my head secretly and saw that. The host seemed to be staring at the sky in a daze. Then it should be okay to eat a little secretly, right? It's definitely okay. She is the best friend of the host, a mere zombie. How can she compare to it in the host's heart? A slow voice came from the host's location. The panda that steals food will have dark circles under its eyes. M80 had a sad face, and threw the can aside in anger. I don't want dark circles under my eyes. It was because when Siapuro couldn't sleep, she would always hypnotize herself by saying that she would have dark circles under her eyes if she didn't sleep any longer. It felt that dark circles under its eyes were terrible because of what it heard and saw, and didn't want to have such a terrible thing. The can fell to the ground with a click, and then it didn't make the sound of the can rolling, but the sound of footsteps. Looking up, Ching appeared where the can fell, and caught the can steadily, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at her, with a burning look. Sister. Chapter 492b Ching. I didn't eat anyone. His voice sounded much better, no longer hoarse, but with some emotions in his low voice that she couldn't understand. Are you here? Siapuro waved at him. Come here. Ching walked over obediently, standing as far as possible outside the range of the protective shield that would exclude him. Siapuro raised her lips. System, beat him. Okay. I don't understand, but I do it. M80 walked to Ching's side. His height was not even as high as his thigh. He pushed him hard but couldn't move him, and got angry and scratched his legs with his claws. If it wasn't for seeing Ching's skin being cut and healing at an astonishing speed, Siapuro would probably have thought that they were a couple who were having a tantrum, and punched his chest with her little fists. M80 had a sullen look on his face, trying to raise his head and look at him through his nose. In fact, if he didn't raise his head, he could only see his legs. Host, can I get bigger and grab him? This guy is the zombie king, the strongest one in this plane. I can't beat him. It stared at Ching fiercely. You wait. When the host agrees to let me grow bigger, I can flatten you with one punch. Okay. Okay, stop hitting me. Siapuro did not agree to its request to grow bigger. It was hard enough, but it was not as fast as the healing speed, which was not embarrassing enough, and Gardenia also said that Ching, as the zombie king, had no sense of pain, and no matter how serious the injury was, he would not die as long as the crystal core was still there. Calling M80 back to stand beside her, Siapuro lay on the recliner and looked directly at the tall man. Do you know why I hit you? Ching lowered his eyelashes. A trace of loneliness flashed across his eyes. Because you hurt my sister's friend. That's right. Siapuro looked at him meaningfully. But it can be considered as a fight back. I won't bother with you about it. Then do you know why I came to you this time? Hearing that she didn't bother with him, Ching looked straight at her and shook his head. Siapuro, I ask you a few questions, you answer me well, okay? Seeing Ching holding the can in his hand, he lowered his head and looked like a little Ching. You can talk to me while eating. Okay. Ching's expression was very calm, but his eyes were shining, as if something was jumping in his eyes. Such a vivid expression and eyes. Siapuro felt that he was no longer a zombie. He really had human thoughts, or had he recovered human thoughts? Siapuro put out the tables and chairs he used last time, and this time, he didn't need her to teach him. He would use them by himself. After he sat down, she took a spoon and started to eat the canned food. Siapuro began to ask her own questions. Have you recovered your memories before you died? Ching's hand holding the spoon to feed herself was sluggish for a moment, as if she was digesting her words. He asked, Am I dead? Siapuro was startled, not quite understanding what he meant. She secretly communicated with M80 in her mind. Does Ching not know that he is dead? Ding! The key to the mission has been triggered. Please ask the host to obtain the consent of the other party before this system can obtain all rights related to tracing this world, and the end of the world. Do you agree to let me know about you in this world? Siapuro was thinking whether to use food as a hook to lure Ching into agreeing. Ching still lowered his head. Treating the food in the can as a treasure, I do. Seeing him cherish the food, Siapuro vaguely saw in him the way Ching never had enough to eat when he was little. Only on some festivals such as the Dragon Boat Festival and the Lantern Festival. The school would pay for a meal for all teachers and students. Those were the few days in his life when Ching could eat enough. This system has obtained the right to explore the end of the world. After a few seconds, M80 responded, It has been detected that the natural disasters and the spread of zombies in this plane are caused by meteorites. Zombie King Ching is the person who has been hit the hardest by meteorites in this plane. Therefore, natural disasters are closely related to him. His memory awakened as the natural disasters continued to fall. Now his memory is incomplete. He probably doesn't know that he is dead yet. Chi-Che sat there eating obediently. Siapura felt as if her throat was blocked by something. She didn't know where to start with a lot of questions she wanted to ask. Host, please eliminate the zombies in China as soon as possible. Why? He doesn't know he's dead yet. He killed so many people just because he knew he was tortured. If he knew he was tortured to death, all humans united together couldn't defeat so many zombies. Besides, Chi-Che, the zombie king, has such a strong healing ability. In his opinion, the growth rate of humans is so fast that all efforts and struggles are in vain. Will he kill all humans? The big data of this system has concluded that yes. Siapura thought it was normal. Not to mention that someone had abused her for more than 10 years. Even if someone slapped her now, she would dig up the graves of her whole family. If a group of people bullied her, and she tried to seek help from the outside world like Chi-Che but to no avail, and was killed for pursuing justice, she would be crazier than Chi-Che. She is not him. She cannot empathize with his pain. While understanding his actions, she must stand on the side of humanity. Chi-Che didn't get her reply for a long time. As if he understood something, and continued to eat the canned food with his head down. All the questions condensed into the last question. Why do you like to follow me? Sister. Okay. Chi-Che looked up briefly and looked at her. Then lowered his head again. It was also because of the smell on her body, which he seemed to have smelled before. She was good to him. And she was the only person in his life who made him eat enough. Siapura felt ashamed when she learned the truth. She gave him food for a purpose, hoping that he would not hurt humans. She even wanted to kill him when she saw him. But she didn't kill him because the system didn't allow her to. Siapura stood up and stood beside him. Come with me. Her smile seemed to melt all the ice and snow. And Chi-Che absolutely believed in her completely for no reason. M80 suffered after the two looked at each other. Xuehua and the others were all natives of this plane. And due to some kind of suppression, they were frightened and trembled when they approached Chi-Che. The only one who could approach him and was not afraid of him was M80. After its body became larger, 2 ropes were tied to its body. And Chi-Che, who was sitting on a simple seat, ran while pulling the other end of the rope. Siapura opened the window of the RV to cheer it up. Come on. You are the most powerful sales champion system among countless systems. Come on. You are the best in the world. M80 was so upset that he wanted to cry. Host. You fooled me again. Even the strongest person in this plane has to run behind you. Just think about how powerful you are. As long as you persist, you will be like the protagonist in Thanos' Zombie Falls in Love with Me. Seeing him follow you and never catch up with you. Isn't it very satisfying? M80 made a sharp explosion. Ah. I am the sales champion. I am the best in the world. I am the best of the best. Chapter 493 Revenge. The M80 with its potential stimulated is no less powerful than a swift horse. Siapura chased after it, but almost couldn't catch up. He couldn't help but sigh. If this entity could be preserved, in the new world, it would be much better to let it pull a rickshaw to earn money to support itself. Why bother to manage it? During the break, Siapura kept feeding Chi-Che with various fruits and canned food, treating him like a cub. Chi-Che's mouth never stopped along the way. His body was like a bottomless pit, eating constantly, and he didn't even need to go to the toilet. Little Chi-Che, what else do you want to eat? As long as you ask, I get it for you. Chi-Che ate seriously. Whenever she spoke, he would look at her immediately and respond. He pursed his lips and said what he had been thinking about for a long time without hesitation. I want to eat what my sister likes. Me? Did you mean you want to eat the food she likes? It took Siapura a long while to react. You mean you want to eat durian? Chi-Che nodded, always looking like a good boy in front of her. Siapura took out several oversized durians from the space, piled them at his feet, and picked one up to teach Chi-Che how to open a durian. Here is the butt of the durian. There is a crack here. Apply force along this crack. Chi-Che cut it with his hand. Siapura was silent. In front of someone with absolute power and no fear of pain, all skills are in vain. Siapura also ate durian, and the two of them moved in an unexpectedly consistent and synchronized manner. Chi-Che asked her, Where are you taking me? Sister? Putting away the phone, Siapura replied, Go do what you should do. He lowered his head, unhappy. A little episode, running all the way, Siapura brought him to the 9th base. Chi-Che looked at her, his eyes were full of sadness. Are they going to do it here? He thought they would at least go to a place where there were only the two of them. Chi-Che couldn't enter the base. You wait here. After saying that, Siapura flew to the top of the 9th base. The fluttering corners of her clothes and hair danced with the wind. Everyone looked up and saw her in the sky, cheerfully celebrating her arrival. The owner is here. Look! He's in the sky. Unlike the enthusiastic reaction of the people in the base, her eyes were cold, and she found Chiokan positioned in the crowd. Are the people I want here? Besides Chiokan, there were 4 ordinary civilians besides the people wearing the base uniforms. One of the men came forward eagerly, showing a flattering smile. Owner, are you looking for us? Siapura curled her lips indifferently, and said to Chiokan, I want these people. Chiokan was puzzled. What do you want them for? She raised her slender hand, and lifted the 4 men and women on the ground into the sky. She walked forward quickly, and Chiokan only saw her back. He shouted anxiously at her back. I can't report to the first base. I will give them an explanation. She flew away with the 4 people, and Chiokan was left with only her echo in the air. 4 men and women sang flattering words to Siapura in the air. They thought that what was waiting for them was a golden road to wealth, until Siapura threw them at Chi-Che feet. They looked up and saw that youthful face, with a look of bewilderment. They boldly asked, Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Siapura let them know clearly, stretched out her hand and threw it. A picture appeared in front of the 4 people. On a night of thunder and rain, they worked together to tie a man to a boulder and thrown him from the boat into the lake. Frightened and terrified, they opened their mouths to defend themselves. Siapura didn't want to hear anything, and blocked their mouths with a wave of her hand. Chi-Che recognized them the moment he saw them, and a chill emanated from his body. For years had passed in the end of the world, and their appearance had changed. But he would never mistake them. He was about to lose control of his bloodlust and tear them apart. Chi-Che trembled all over, and still didn't dare to act rashly in front of Siapura. Sister, treat them the way you want to treat them, and call me later. Siapura carried M80 into the RV and closed the door. She ignored the heart-wrenching screams and requests for help from outside. Chi-Che's voice sounded again with a slightly relaxed tone. Sister, it's solved. Siapura got out of the car and released water power from her fingertips to wash away the blood on the ground. She let M80 out. Let's go. Continue. Chi-Che stood there, staring at her without blinking. They are your kind. Why? Siapura glared. You scolded me? Let's go. She returned to the RV and closed the door again. She synchronized the next destination address with M80, leaned back in the chair, and breathed a sigh of relief. Chi-Che stared blankly at the RV driving in front of him. Why? He murmured. There was a sense of revenge, and more importantly, an inexplicable feeling towards Siapura. As a human, he had never attained it. After becoming a zombie, he seemed to feel the kindness from someone other than his grandmother. He looked at his hands with a sense of loss. He seemed to have gotten what he had always wanted. If his sister wanted to kill him, he would have no regrets. 1 in the 11th base, 1 in the 8th base, 2 in the 6th base, and the last 3 in the 1st base. No matter who they were, Siapura remembered their faces. Most of them, if they were not dead, would have gone to her B&B. As long as she entered the information, she could know where they were. Surprisingly, these people were alive and well, and more than half of them were living very well. Maybe it's just like the saying that evil will last for thousands of years. After killing the last person who bullied him in his memory, Chi-Che felt an unprecedented comfort all over his body. Siapura stood in front of him and asked, Are there any places you miss? Is this to send him off? Chi-Che raised his head and said firmly, I want to bury Grandma. It's been too long. Can you still find the things from the past? Chi-Che shook his head. It would be good to erect a monument for Grandma. After a moment's hesitation, Siapura thought of a suitable place. Okay. She brought Chi-Che to the cliff she had passed by before. On one side of the mountain, there were mountains and fields. And on the other side, there was the sea. After the acid rain, this place was not beautiful anymore. But Siapura believed that it would be revitalized. I don't know how to choose a location, but I just think it's quite quiet here. If you think it's not okay, I ask someone to pick a good place. The girl voice was as pleasant as ever. No need. For no reason, Chi-Che felt bitter and reluctant. This place is great. Okay. Siapura asked M80 to follow Chi-Che, and chose a place to dig a hole. It was just a small hole that could hold a tombstone. M80 dug it with a chuckle, and it was very serious about everything it did. Chi-Che found a piece of intact wood, split it with his bare hands, and slowly carved Grandma's name on it. After carving the tombstone, Chi-Che knelt in front of the tomb, and whispered devoutly, "Grandma, I am very happy now. I hope you will be happy in the next life." Chapter 494, A New World That Belongs to Him. Siapuru took out the offerings and placed M80 in front of the tombstone. Chi-Che knelt for a long time. And when he stood up again, he asked, "Can we change places?" She blinked. "Okay." Change to another place. There were only 3 of them in the quiet wilderness. Siapuru looked him straight in the eyes. "What else do you want now?" Her eyes were stunned when she saw his red eyes and nose, thinking that he had not yet come out of his grandmother emotions. "Sister." He quietly looked at his reflection in her eyes not far away. Complex emotions enveloped all his thoughts. Fortunately, he is good looking now, hoped to leave a good impression on his sister. If she can still remember him in the future. After staring at each other for a long time, when Siapuru wanted to look away, Chi-Che moved. He turned his normal human-like hands into zombie claws, and stabbed fiercely at the location of his crystal core. He took out his crystal core and handed it to her. With a warm and clear smile, he said slowly, "Thank you for letting me build a tombstone for Grandma. Thank you for helping me get revenge. Thank you." He paused. "Thank you for letting me know that in this world, besides Grandma, there is another person who will treat me well." Siapuru's eyes widened. Unbelievable. M80 was also surprised that the zombie king took out the crystal core himself. He knelt down, with a smile on his face from beginning to end. The crystal core in his hand emitted a strange color of light, which was very dazzling. For a moment, she forgot to react. Until the man fell, Siapuru summoned vines in a hurry, and used the vines to stuff the crystal core back into Chi-Che's body. If an ordinary zombie dug out the crystal core by himself, it would definitely be a disaster, but he is the zombie king. M80 said that only the sword given to her by the system can destroy him. It would be useless if he dug it out by himself. It would just heal a little slower, but he would not die. Even if she wanted to kill him, the system didn't urge her. He was the one who rushed to do it. Siapuru felt like watching her own child being naughty, and not taking care of herself. When she saw the crystal core merge into his body, she cursed, "Give me the crystal core, and you will be mine. You can call me Big Brother from now on. You belong to me. And your life belongs to me too. Don't dig for the crystal core randomly, don't seek death. If you mess with my things, I will let you starve." Feeling the crystal core returning to his body, Chi-Che hesitated. "Why? The apocalypse will not end if I don't die." Siapuru laughed heartily and wantonly. "As a big brother, how can you be without some skills?" "System. Here." M80 stupidly pushed her legs to the ground, standing at attention, chest up, stomach in. "No, I was just enjoying the show. How come I got involved?" "Search for a plane suitable for zombies. I want to move all the zombies in this plane there." She added, "Use the privileges I have saved up." Received. Searching for planes. Ding! A matching plane has been found. Do you want to teleport its zombie king? Yes. Siapuru answered fluently. Wait. She turned around, with a smile in her eyes. Are you willing? Go to a new place, and start a new life. Your unfortunate first half of life is over, and every day from now on will be a happy life. You only have this one life, so you must feel the happiness. Chi-Che looked at her, with a smile in his eyes. Sister, I want to touch you. I really want to touch her warmth. I want to feel the only person who has warmed him. What kind of warmth is it? When he touched the protective shield, the barrier still bounced him away. The lavender light seemed to warn him to stay away from her. But Chi-Che smiled after he fell. This was the moment when he was closest to happiness. If he could do it again, he would definitely want to experience the world. The next life was too far away. He just wanted to grasp the present. He looked at her and said solemnly and forcefully, I do. The next second, he appeared in a new, beautiful world. Siapuru especially found a place that was also close to mountains and rivers, and used the points to build him a super large house. The basement was full of cans. Chi-Che couldn't see her, and was a little panicked. Siapuru's voice came from the distant sky, live well here, and I catch a few younger brothers for you later. It's up to you in the future, and you have to lead them to survive. Sister, can I see you again? Yes. She said goodbye to Chi-Che simply, without any psychological burden. Wait, brat, be my younger brother, and I make you second to none. M80 was in a complicated mood. Host. Is it worth it? That's the privilege you have accumulated over many years. It felt sorry for her. Siapura smiled and shook her head. It's worth it. There will be opportunities to get privileges in the future. M80 was shocked. Host. What does this mean? She just smiled and said nothing. Fortunately, the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. It's also fortunate that she saw that zombies can also give birth and reproduce. Since they can reproduce, why not go to a suitable place to become a new human? In another place, there is such a group of different and high-value aliens, which is not bad. She didn't see that. Chi-Che whispered to the sky, Sister, will you remember me? Siapura didn't go back to the BNB right away. She was really catching zombies everywhere, and sending them to Chi-Che. M80 would occasionally show her some videos of Chi-Che. She was like a pet in the cloud, watching him learn how to find water and other food in the way humans do. And M80 was really a zombie killer. Like a small cannonball, he robbed the zombies, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. As soon as she returned to the BNB, Siapura felt her phone vibrating as soon as she lay down. As for her taking ordinary people away directly, the first base sent an email. The gist of it is, does the shop owner want to give an explanation to everyone in our base? Siapura replied domineeringly, I am a gangster. What explanation should I give you? The people I took away are dead. If you are dissatisfied, if you are making trouble, come to my door to settle accounts with me. As soon as she replied, Pei Shui hurriedly opened the phone to explain to her that he didn't mean to settle accounts with her. She just asked them to pack up, and she would go to hold a meeting in person. In a hurry, she arrived as soon as she said. Pei Shui wiped his sweat, thinking that she came with a fierce momentum to call for punishment. Siapura said briefly, the Zombie King is gone. It's the Zombie King reported by Yu Shiwen. The color on Pei Shui and Xiang Yuanhong faces changed, as fast as a palette looking for the right color. I want Yu Shiwen to be on an equal footing with you. Siapura looked at Pei Shui, her eyes full of ambition. Pei Shui fell into a chair. Is this what she meant? This is what I meant. Siapura drank a sip of tea calmly. She is too young. Even if I accept it, the people will not accept it. Knowing that they were trying to shirk responsibility, Siapura's words were full of wisdom. She dealt with the 8th level zombies alone, and came back alive. Her ability is obvious to all. But, Siapura raised her hand, somewhat impatiently, if you don't give it to me, she will make a scene. Give it. Give it. Pei Shueka didn't dare to offend this ancestor. But she is indeed too young, and it's really hard to convince people if she doesn't make some achievements. This sounded quite interesting, and Siapura took it in. She threw the question back, then tell me, how to do it. Chapter 495 10 years. It's not difficult to achieve results. Pei Shui took out a map that had just been updated not long ago, cleared the table, and spread it out on the table. This is the territory our country lost during the end of the world. If she can conquer some of it, this is an achievement, and we can give an explanation to the people. Siapura knew that she had to do something. It was not just strength that could convince the people, but she had to make some contributions to serve the country. It's a deal. Pei Shui and Xiang Yuanhong, definitely. If Yu Shiwen can really do this, this woman must be a useful talent, and it's not an exaggeration to describe her as a pillar of the country. Don't talk about whether the people are convinced or not, they are definitely convinced. Siapura left the first base, and had a question for M80. Can I? No. The host can only take back the territory, and cannot affect the involvement between the countries in this plane too much. This is expressly prohibited by the regulations. If every tasker wanted to do this, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Siapura touched her nose. If it's not possible, then it's not possible. After returning home that day, she went to Yu Shiwen to tell him that Yu Shiwen personally organized a group of people to take back our country's territory according to the points marked on the map. The two were about to go. A cold wave froze thousands of miles overnight, freezing the land. Yu Shiwen smiled helplessly at Siapura. Siapura shrugged and said indifferently, then I go later. The extreme cold is coming. But no one will be afraid of natural disasters anymore. Now everyone can eat and wear warm clothes, and has their own job. In his spare time, he stood on the high building and looked out. Outside the base wall are flowers and plants planted by each resident of the base. They bloom beautifully in the extreme cold, facing the sun. When spring comes, this is the 6th year that Siapura and Yu Shiwen have known each other. Just an extreme cold. It has trapped us for 5 years. Yes, the children are that big now. Yu Shiwen turned around and looked at the three sisters, who were doing their homework under the light. They were all about to be 6 years old. In the past 5 years, Siapura went to Baishan Lake, where she first met Chi Che, where the meteorite fell, to purify herself whenever she had time. Then she returned to Yu Shiwen every day to live happily with her godparents. Siapura was very happy in this family every day. She felt like she was being raised into a useless person. The weather is getting warmer. There shouldn't be any more natural disasters in the future. Siapura went to purify every day. But it was not in vain. Let's pack up and prepare to proceed according to the plan. Yu Shiwen agreed. Okay. No, you mean us? Siapura looked at her resentfully. You don't want me to go, do you? Going to that kind of place is hard and tiring, so don't go. With me here, you won't suffer. Siapura didn't buy it. She was determined, and she would not give up until she achieved her goal. Hearing that they wanted to go to the battlefield, Chioken sent a request to join the team overnight, but was blocked by Siapura with a sentence. Your ninth base is no longer in charge. Chioken blocked it, but was squeezed in by the Funny Men team. They were officially recruited, and their strength should not be underestimated. They were old acquaintances, and they could liven up the atmosphere on the way. Siapura did not reject their application to join the team. Both of them were resolute and decisive, and they gathered 500 female soldiers and 500 male soldiers and headed straight for the location on the map. They were strong and capable, and could easily deal with the foreigners, who were already cannibalizing each other all along the way. As Siapura said, with her around, they were nominally on a warpath, but in reality, they lived like they were on vacation every day. Yu Shiwen lived with her in the RV, and the people below had tents every day, and plenty of water and food. They were not the kind of people who didn't know how to use and enjoy the conditions, and everyone said that this trip was the easiest battle they had ever experienced. Recovering another lost territory, Siapura also met an old acquaintance. Oh, is it you? Do you remember that I said I would test your socialist core values when we met last time? When Siapura randomly teleported them here, they were captured by foreigners. Luckily, they tried hard to feed the foreigners, otherwise they would be eaten. I can't remember how many brothers there were. Now there are only 6 left. Shakily, he recited the 24 words that had been engraved in his mind for many years. Patriotism, friendliness. After reciting, she knelt on the ground and cried loudly, Auntie, please, take us away. I am living a life worse than pigs and dogs. You have to ask the person next to me if he agrees. Siapura looked at Yu Shiwen on the side. Don't make trouble. Yu Shiwen glared at her. Go back with me. Don't tease decent women anymore, or I will send you back to continue reform. I don't dare to do it anymore. I really don't dare to do it anymore. They cried loudly, and the snot and tears that fell seemed to have really taken their words to heart. Along the way, as long as there are Chinese people, no matter if they are survivors or others, as long as they have not lost their humanity, they can follow the team of 1,000 people. After walking around, there are far more people when they return to the first base. It is gratifying that the group of people who were teleported away by Siapura saw their Chinese compatriots, who had been well fed and clothed for a long time in the base, and then looked at the prosperous Chinese base, and they shed tears of regret again. If they were not so audacious, they should be the ones who lived such a good life. Yu Shiwen went to report to the base. Siapura didn't want to steal the limelight, so she asked the Funny Men team to go with her to ask for the reward. She didn't go with them. She went home to see her goddaughter whom she hadn't seen for a long time. She cleared out the space animals and plants on the way, and tried every means to restore the ecology. When she saw them again, she remembered that she didn't bring them any gifts. After they left, a few years passed in a flash. The 3 sisters were already 10 years old, and the tallest little girl was 1.5 meters tall. Siapura had nothing in her hands. She asked the 3 of them, what should we do if our godmother didn't bring you any gifts? Luo, I don't want any gifts. Sure, I don't want any gifts either. Fanfan, our godmother is our best gift. Fanfan came closer and gave Siapura a big kiss on the cheek. Luo and Sure didn't want to, so they came closer and kissed her too. The next day, she sent them to school. She ran into Ming Qinglu while walking on the campus. Shopkeeper, long time no see. Long time no see. Siapura smiled and replied, you managed the school very well. It was not yet time for morning reading, and the news that the shopkeeper came back and personally sent the 3 sisters to class spread throughout the BNB. Gu Qingcheng and Gu Qingli, who had grown up from childhood friends, came over and greeted their savior after not seeing him for a long time. They were all people she knew, or people who knew her, and Siapura responded one by one. Chapter 496 Farewell. The bell rang, and the students had to go back to class no matter how reluctant they were. Siapura suddenly remembered that her mission was almost complete. The conditions for purifying the pollution source had been met. On the way to recover the territory, Siapura transferred all the zombies she could see to Qingche. M80 said that this mission was also completed. Only this point, to ensure the normal operation of humans, this boundary was not obvious, and M80 had not yet prompted. M80 in my mind slowly said, wait for Yu Shiwen to come back from Pei Shui. This one can also be completed. All members recovered the lost land without any injuries. This is a great achievement that everyone can see. At present, the world after the reconstruction of the end of the world, under the construction of Siapuru. The weather is good, from the beginning of full automation, all replaced by real people. Without her, this plane can also continue to develop. Siapuru was stunned. Completing the task means that she will only stay in this plane for 3 days. She suddenly wanted to say goodbye to everyone she knew. Looking at Ming Qinglu, who had worked hard for the BNB and the school for 10 years, she invited, Principal, come to my yard the day after tomorrow, let's get together. Is it the owner's birthday? No. Siapura smiled and shook her head. I just want to get together. Okay, I'll be there when the time comes. Ming Qinglu was thinking about what to bring to the door, and didn't notice Siapura's reluctant expression. Yes, she couldn't bear to leave everything here. On the way back, I saw 2 familiar figures. I walked up to them and found that they were the couple I met at the beginning. The girl was sick. Hello, owner. Hello, owner. Siapura asked, her illness is cured? Yes. She was cured in the hospital of the BNB. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces. Siapura was curious about how their relationship would be if the woman was no longer crazy. When she saw their hands tightly held together, she understood that love is a profound and complicated thing. It is now the 10th year that Siapura and Yu Shiwen have known each other. And it is also the 10th year that she has known most people. She has sent out party invitations to the Funny Men team, the Dora team, Xiao Kan, the first team to stay at the BNB, the old superpower team who is still strong, Zhua Xing, Uncle Fu who works in the tea house, Pei Shui and Xian Yuanhong, too many to count, and everyone else she knows, not to mention Juan, Hualan and others who have worked with her for a long time. They are all included in the invitation. Everyone was very happy when they received the invitation, except Yu Shiwen. She knew it was time to say goodbye. After returning from the first base, she locked herself in the room for an hour, and when she got ready and left the room, she left her work and went to find Siapuru. The two of them prepared the ingredients for the dinner together. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the BNBLV-10. There are 3 days left before this departure from the plane. Please prepare the host. Collect the mysterious fragments. Do you want to assemble the fragments now? After putting the pieces together, you will get the reward immediately. Use it. Siapuru was depressed and not in high spirits. Congratulations to the host for having the privilege. This privilege will be revealed after leaving the world. Siapuru. On the day of the dinner, everyone who came brought their own gifts. It was the first time to be invited to the owner's house for a dinner, so she was a little nervous. Siapuru prepared a dumpling buffet, set up a grill in the yard, put out the meat and vegetables. Whoever wanted to eat could grill it by themselves, and those who didn't want to eat could eat some dumplings. After eating, drinking and having fun, it was soon evening. Only Yu Shiwen was left. Xiao Kan and the Funny Men team were still drinking, and the rest had gone home. Siapuru sat next to Yu Shiwen. Why did you drink so much today? Yu Shiwen turned her head and saw Siapuru smiling as usual, as if everything was normal. I'm happy today. Drink 2 more glasses. Yu Shiwen's face was red, the color of a ripe plum. Siapuru thought she seemed to have drunk too much, and wanted to snatch the wine from her hand, but she failed to snatch it from her, so she let her go. Shizhu and Chihua came over with a plate of dumplings. Smiling, sister, eat dumplings. You two haven't eaten enough yet? Siapuru had 3 black lines on her forehead. These two really love dumplings. Chu Ling and Qian Wushuang came over to explain. They are reminiscing about the past. Yes. Lu Ming also came out of the kitchen with a plate of dumplings. They are so happy to open the kitchen today. They are clamoring to make dumplings for you by themselves. Yenmu also had a plate of dumplings in his hand. Siapura looked over and found that he was wearing a ring on his hand. She looked at Qian Wushwang's hand again. She was wearing a women ring. Are you engaged? Siapura said in surprise. Chapter 497 Finale. More than that. Shizhu was calmer than when they first met, but his temperament was still lively. Their children are old enough to help with cooking. Congratulations. Siapura asked a soul-searching question. Why didn't you invite me to the wedding? Qian Wushwang smiled appropriately. Shopkeeper. How busy are you? Just look at this prosperous world and you will know. They drank almost all of their drinks, so they left first. Before leaving, Shizhu and Chuling clamored to go back and compete in dumpling-making skills, still a pair of quarrelsome and happy enemies. Siapura watched them leave and sighed. 10 years have passed, and they are almost 30. How come they are still the same as they were in their 20s? Yu Shiwen had drunk too much, and her face was not clear to her. She stretched out her hand and pinched her face. Yes, 10 years have passed. And you haven't changed at all? We have only known each other for a few years. But it seems like many years have passed. Siapura smiled and said, This is called revolutionary friendship. There were only Yu Shiwen, Chioken and Siapura at the scene. Chioken wanted to take advantage of the alcohol to tell Siapura his true feelings that had been suppressed last time on the issue of the country. There were ripples in his black eyes, and the hidden and restrained love flowed in his eyes. As long as she looked into his eyes, the love would overflow. Now that the country is safe and sound, I have something to say to you for a long time. He wanted to say it, but Siapura didn't want to listen. She took a blanket and covered Yu Shiwen, and made a gesture to Chioken to silence him. Shh. She fell asleep. It's late. You should go back too. And we can talk about it later. There is a long way to go. It has been delayed for so many years. There is no need to rush. But somehow, Chioken felt that if he didn't say it today, he would never have the chance to say it. At his age, he also understood that adults' rejection was just a rejection. Thinking of this, he strengthened his mind. I'm not forcing you. I just want to tell you, not to get your response. I like you. I have liked you for many years. You said that the country is not at peace. I understand. While Siapura and Yu Shiwen were recovering their lost territory, he was also doing as much as he could. In addition to serving the country and the people, he also wanted to follow in her footsteps, and wait for the day when his country would be at peace. This day, he waited for it. Whether you accept it or not, I just want you to know. We have a long way to go. I will go back today. Goodbye. He looked at her deeply. After that, he smiled with relief, turned and left. Siapura pretended she didn't hear anything, and waved goodbye to him as usual. Smiling, be careful on the road. Don't embarrass Chief Chio. Goodbye. Siapura wanted to help Yu Shiwen back to the bedroom, but as soon as she touched her, she opened her eyes. Her hand tightly held hers, just like Siapura held her hand when they went to the chemical plant together many years ago. I drunk too much. I don't want to go back to the room. I feel bored. Can we sit on the swing over there? Okay. Siapura helped her over. At some point, a blush crept up from her cheeks to Yu Shiwen's eyes. She buried her head in Siapura's shoulder, trying not to change her voice. I don't think I've ever given you any gifts. Siapura tidied her hair that was blown by the wind. Revolutionary friendship, not those formalities. The two stopped talking, leaning against each other quietly. For a long time, Yu Shiwen didn't know how much psychological preparation she had done. Will you come back? The tone of her voice changed as soon as she opened her mouth. Siapura sighed. Did you guess it? She brought a lot of things that current science cannot answer. I should have known it earlier. Yes. Siapura said to Yu Shiwen the same words she had said to Qinche. Then I wait for the next meeting. Yu Shiwen moved, threw herself on Siapura, and hugged her. She didn't want to say anything hypocritical, but she felt that if she didn't say more, she would have no chance to say it. She leaned close to Siapura's ear and said, This time, it's my turn and the child's turn to wait for you to come back. Siapura couldn't help herself any longer, and hugged her back tightly, and burst into tears. A ray of strong light shone across the earth, and everyone seemed to sense something, and opened the window. All they could see was the girl riding a dragon away. For a moment, everyone in the base watched that figure leave. People cried together, more than a decade after the end of the world, under the leadership of the shop owner. They returned to or even surpassed the living standards before the end of the world, and all this was brought to them by that little figure. Countless silver-white filaments were gathering above the base. forming a powerful force, and chasing after Siapuro. There was a saying circulating in the big and small bases. The store owner is a fairy who came down to Earth to save all living beings. Now that her merits are complete, it is time for her to go back. Everyone felt that since her merits were complete, she should be worshipped. Since the day she left, various bases began to carve statues of the store owner and build temples. It was as if an external voice sounded, "This mission was successfully completed. Because this plane needs to be maintained, please select the successor of this plane." Siapuro opened her eyes, and all she could see was the mission settlement page. Yushiwen. In fact, she had never given Yushiwen any gifts. She hoped that with the blessing of the successor, she could carry her share and work together for their common goal. The successor was successfully selected. The successor will replace the host and take over the BNB again. Host, please choose to be reborn or continue to perform the next mission. In a flash of light and shadow, M80 appeared in front of her, using his physical body for the last time and looking at her with tears in his eyes. Host, are you going to say goodbye to me too? Siapuro stroked the little panda with her right hand, rubbing and rubbing it. It felt really good, and I could never get tired of it. No rebirth, continue the mission, I will work hard, strive to earn you an entity in every plane. Really? Really? Then I will become a puppy in the next plane, whoever dares to be mean to the host, I will let me bite it. Ha ha ha. Oh! By the way, there is also a privilege exchange for a mysterious fragment. Based on the consideration of the tasker's favor, the main system specially approves a privilege. Congratulations to the host for receiving the privilege reward of traveling back and forth to this plane. Because the faith value collected in this plane is too high, the host can return to the space station to upload the mission completion data and return to the Doomsday plane. This plane still enjoys all the rewards. Siapuro was dumbfounded, never encountered such a thing. What does this mean? It means, if the host wants to stay in this plane, you can stay. Siapuro fainted. Okay. End of text. Extra return. 2 years had passed when she returned to the space station to complete the formalities, and then came back. The flow rate of each space is different. Siapuro still spent a lot of time on the non-stop trip. She was riding on Senior True Dragon. In order to thank her for her contribution to this plane, Senior True Dragon came to pick her up in person. M80 said Yushiwen was in the BNB. Thank you, Senior. Please quietly drop me off near the BNB. I want to give my friends a surprise. The real dragon roared. And put it near the BNB as she said. I should thank you. And I hope you have fun in this plane. The vicissitudes of life were faintly visible. When Siapuro looked up, Senior Real Dragon had already flown into the clouds and was faintly visible. Senior Real Dragon personally picked her up and sent her off, which made a lot of noise. Lightning and thunder seemed to be the basic ceremony for Senior Dragon's appearance and exit. Siapuro and the little panda were left alone, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why is there lightning and thunder suddenly? Is it sunny now? Did something happen? Reported to Deputy Commander Yu quickly. I don't see other bases in the group like this. Is it only ours? This is really weird. Hearing someone discussing, Siapuro touched the red panda's head guiltily. Is this a surprise for us? M80 admired his shiny hair, liked it no matter how he looked at it, should. Count? Let's go, and see how things are going here. But it's a bit conspicuous to bring you along. Siapuro thought, carrying a panda is not very low-key. How about you lie on the ground, pretend to be a puppy dyed the color of a panda. M80. I have followed you for generations, and we are brothers, and you actually let me lie on the ground and pretend to be your dog. Is this still humane? Is this still humane? Siapuro touched her nose. She felt embarrassed by what she said. Finally, she gave in, let M80 become the size of a hamster, and crawl into her small bag to pretend to be a pet. In order to prevent the higher-ups from sending people to check the situation, Siapuro hurriedly left this place. The decoration on the street was still the same as when she had just left. There were many more shops, doing all kinds of business. But the most popular business on the streets with a lot of people was catering. The mixed smells in the air did not taste as good as the host's food to M80. After 2 years of separation, it had not eaten the food made by the host for 2 years. It rummaged through the bag that Siapuro hung on its body, and poked its head out. Host, I want to eat what you cook. I will definitely do it if I have a chance. Siapuro said perfunctorily. Not perfunctorily, I'm sure they get it next time, after all. They still need to recuperate in this plane for a while. She poked the pet's head with her finger, and poked it back into the bag. There are a lot of people in front, you hide well. A group of people gathered in front. I don't know what they are doing. There is a big square in front. Is there going to be a flag-raising ceremony or something like that? But the time is wrong. It's going to get dark soon. Siapura found a nearby restaurant and sat down. She asked for a seat on the second floor. She took M80 to eat something to fill her stomach. She also wanted to see what would happen next. Now the food was served by real people. Luckily, after returning, her account balance became a mess. She could spend without limit. She quietly fed M80 on the second floor. After waiting until it was dark, the cheers from below became louder and louder. She felt that it was about to start. So Siapura went downstairs. After sunset, the streets are full of warm yellow lights. And some lights are from lanterns, which are softer and more beautiful. These lights were built by me before. But I was very busy at that time, and didn't have time to go out for a walk. Now that the task is completed, the country is peaceful, and the people are safe. And going out for a walk feels like a leisurely holiday. The whole street is full of joy. And there are many people. Probably because they are off work. Many small vendors popped up on both sides of the street. And there were many small things on the stalls. Some of which were snacks. And some were small things such as lanterns made by hand. Siapura liked it. And bought herself a fox-style, half-face mask, and put it on her face, covering the upper half of her face. She walked on the street with a stinky tofu snack in her hand, eating it while walking in a very down-to-earth manner. M80 was so greedy. Host, look at Xiong. Did you forget that you still have a child? I want to eat it too. Behave yourself. We are on the street now. No. I want it, there was no other way. Siapura could only buy a portion of stinky tofu and put it in the space, and give it to M80 when they returned home in the evening. This was not enough to satisfy the small system. It would buy everything it saw on the road and put it in its space. She agreed to all of them. It's starting. Wow. So beautiful. Okay. Is it starting from the place where there were a crowd of people? Siapura anxiously let go of the snacks on the stall and quickly squeezed into the crowd. She cried out, "Oh! Who stepped on my foot?" Siapura was ashamed. Was she going to be scolded? There were too many people. If she wasn't careful, she would feel something soft under her feet. It's you? The boy who was stepped on was about 1.7 meters taller than her, and he held Siapura. Siapura thought about apologizing first. After all, it was her carelessness. Before she could make a sound, the boy said, "Miss, you can't go out. Right? It will be bad if someone steps on you. It's okay for me to be stepped on a few times. But your small body will be swollen for several days if you are stepped on?" The expected scolding did not come. But the boy spoke in a gentle voice. Siapura was stunned for a moment. Okay, I do a good deed today, I take you out. The boy said nothing, walked in front to clear the way for Siapura, leading her out with one hand. "Excuse me, please make way, let's go out." The boy's loud voice echoed around. Maybe there were not many people going out, so the boy found a way and let her out. I finally got out. Don't thank me. Please call me Lei Feng. The boy showed the red scarf tied around his neck. Helping the weak. This is what we 6th graders should do. Siapura was dumbfounded. M80 was shocked. You are so big, and you are only in the 6th grade? Yes. Sister, you don't have to thank me. And you don't have to send a banner to our class. Although I, Li Xiaojing, am young, I am definitely a man. I won't tell you that I am a student in the 3rd class of the 6th grade. And you don't have to ask. And don't ask the principal to praise me. The boy smiled and found other classmates wearing red scarves nearby. Each of them was over 1.65 meters tall, until their figures disappeared in the crowd. Siapura realized belatedly, does he want me to give him a banner to praise him? No. Damn it! I just squeezed in. Was he brought out by the enthusiastic elementary school students? After being brought out, Siapura didn't want to squeeze in to see. It couldn't be a waste of time. So she had to go shopping. See how delicious the peaceful and prosperous world that she worked hard for is. Looking back suddenly, Siapura saw a woman riding a horse in the dim light who had been staring at her for who knows how long.